Once upon a time, there was a fine young man traveling the seven seas. He was young, he was wild, and sometimes a bit impatient with the girls. One day, he met an old lady in a dark corner of a tavern. She had an apple. "Eat this apple," she said. "Eat this apple and you will get rid of all the problems you will have with girls." And so he did. He waited. He waited for the apple to take effect. But then he felt there was something terribly wrong. He stumbled. He tried not to fall, but the pain was unimaginable. And then his stick fell off. Devastated and deprived of his manhood, he lost the will to carry on. But then, he heard an ancient legend about a mystic animal which was said to hold the cure for his problem. The only thing he needed to do was to touch the horn of the gosh, is my dick long unicorn. He instantly set sail, went to Moon Island, found the beast, and after a long and furious battle finally touched its horn. The curing process started immediately. In fact, the growth was so immense that from that moment on he was known as the three-legged pirate. He sailed back to the tavern, searched for the old lady, and then they fucked all night.
RuneScape, jumping on in the Genshin later on, and then we'll jump back to RuneScape later on after that. But I'm not on the right spot. I don't have my dash on. Oops. I need bird.
Was wrong. It creeps on back through color glass, through color glass. I'll paint out the sun again to see. I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing. was wrong. It creeps under through color glass, through color glass. Let's play. Turbo mode enabled. Pinball. Turbo mode enabled. Turbo mode enabled. Let's play pinball. Pinball. Turbo mode. Enabled. 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 Enabled.
Can you get closer to this bar?
Pinball.
Oh my god. Quick one.
Turbo mode enabled. Turbo mode enabled. Let's play pinball. Pinball.
are you targeted? Oh my god. Oh, that's what it is. McDonald's part. Oh, I remember. What was this? I'm gonna have to scroll through that. There it is. I remember watching that. That's a good one, though. Wasn't that satisfying? What was the transporter does look cool.
You clearly didn't put
Very
any.
I didn't expect how bitter that was going to be.
It's just black coffee.
The beans.
You know, I didn't know what an Americano is until I moved to Japan.
You find out
and-
it's watered down
Yeah.
coffee. you know?
Watered down.
Yeah, because I only started caring about coffee after I moved to Japan, because before I moved to Japan, it was so easy to get reasonable coffee, right? And I was like, why is the Japan coffee like so watered down? And it's because everything here is like Americano. It's just
Yeah, because
watered down.
it's like
espressos.
Americano's standard of coffee.
Yeah.
Is this the cold open?
Yeah, I guess so.
Welcome to this episode of Trash Taste.
Hey, you're the host. Happy New Year, boys and girls. Welcome back to another episode of
Hopefully
Trash
it's
Taste
Happy
Podcast.
New Year. It's Happy New Year for us,
Yeah.
but maybe for you, it is New
Happy
Year's
New Year's Eve.
right
if you're
now.
in America,
Yeah.
if you're in Japan or and around that area, then Happy New Year. Welcome to 2022. I'm Joey, and I'm with Garth and Connor as always.
Yeah.
And it's the new year, new me.
Or you were just like serving tables. I just realised. Like,
I'm here to serve you some content, ladies and gentlemen.
Joey's just finished his part-time job serving some tables.
Just quickly ran down, YouTube's been tough in 2021. Almost had my channel cancelled, so,
I got to ask, did you like cut your hair because you were just like, oh, it's a new year in the podcast? New year, new me?
No, that's totally coincidental, actually. I was like, oh yeah, this episode is going to be New Year's, and
Yeah.
I'll look completely different. No, I was just like, I wanted to get a haircut anyway because I am still at the point. I don't know if I actually went back to Australia, but I figured, if I'm going to see my parents for the first time in 2 years, maybe get rid of the Jesus hair.
Yeah.
Get a fresh cut.
Yeah, so last week I believe we commented on the country thankfully opening back up, and that's going to be like very dated now because as we're filming this episode, the country's closed back down.
Yeah.
So by the time this episode comes out, we don't know what the country's going to be. Maybe it's going to be open, maybe it's going to be closed. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Omicron.
Let's just stop commenting on current events.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Let's just stop doing that.
That Mr. Beast Squid Game.
Yeah, so like literally as of yesterday of us recording, Japan announced that they're going to shut down the country again, which is honestly, like, I give them props that they acted so goddamn quickly. Like, this new prime minister he's not fucking around.
Let's pretend. If this was something else, right? Like this was like something that Japan wasn't eager to do. This would have taken months. They were like, we have an excuse to close the borders. Oh shit, close them.
Well, they didn't do that with the Olympics, did they?
Oh, well, I mean,
I think that like when I saw online that the prime minister was like, I think it was like 2 days prior that like the new strain had been announced, right?
Yeah.
And then everyone on Twitter was like, oh shit, it only took the government 2 days to act upon this. And I'm like,
oh, no, they
why is this like a rare event? Shouldn't that be normal?
They decided like the moment of. They just took them 2 days to approve it.
Yeah.
they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
But anyway, current events bad.
Current events bad.
Sad. New year. It's over.
year.
New year, new me.
It's 2022,
New year.
guys.
Oh wait, did we? Okay, actually, did we say our like New Year's resolution? I think we did because Chris was on, right? We said what we wanted to do. Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I mean,
I remember what I said.
well, last year.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
remember.
first
what I said
episode of last year.
Oh, last year.
It goes to show, right?
Yeah,
We're not
yeah.
very fucking good with our New Year's resolution.
Yeah.
I remember what I said.
What did you say?
I remember sarcastically saying to Chris, I want to be on the Abroad in Japan channel. Unfortunately,
now you are.
Unfortunately, it's happened many times.
Yeah.
But it did.
Oh, you actually got through with your New Year's resolution.
You're the
Should be
first
proud.
person
Should
I
be
know
proud.
who actually did their New Year's
Cheers to me,
resolution.
boys. Cheers to me. Cheers. Cheers. Celebrate my success, gentlemen. Wait, what was
I don't think I brought a
the
New
Rubik's
Year's.
Cube thing?
What?
Was yours the Rubik's Cube? Was that 2019?
I think that was 2019.
Oh, shit.
Because I've been able to do Rubik's Cube for the past 2 years now, at least.
Yeah, every time like we have a
Shit.
Rubik's Cube in the office now, Joey just goes ahead and solves it. So he's
good.
been able to do it for a while.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
do not remember you saying that as a New Year's resolution.
I don't
though.
think I gave a New Year's resolution because I haven't really been a guy to like choose your New Year's resolutions because for the past like 3 or 4 years I just haven't been able to do them. So I'm
Yeah.
like,
It must be like, I feel bad for the viewers who probably think that we have like dementia or something, that we can't remember anything what we've said. And then we're like, and we probably had this conversation last year where we were like, oh yeah, so we just don't like them. So we just decided, I remember I must have said something along the lines of, I just prefer like small goals that I just...
yeah.
Bro, I don't even remember what I say like a week ago. Like sometimes I have a conversation with my mum and she was just like, oh yeah, when you were talking about this, I can't believe you said that. And I'm just like, Mum, I do not remember saying those words at all.
I didn't even remember what I had for like dinner like 3 days ago, right? So it's like you can't expect me to remember after like what is it, like 100+ hours of us talking on this show that you just like remember this one little detail. It's like no, it's not gonna happen.
No, because like I remember talking about current events. Joey's channel right now was
He's in the dire straits.
is in the dire straits, and of course he uploads to his second channel, and I see it's blown up, right? Because even my mum sends me a message, and she's like, I just saw that Joey's channel's in trouble. Have you given him a phone call to make sure he's okay? And I'm just like,
just breaking down crying, you know, like in my bed, just weeping into my pillow. No, I mean, like, as of right now, it still hasn't been resolved, but luckily I have contacted YouTube and I'm pretty confident it's going to get resolved, so that's why I'm not, like, too stressed about it. But it was very humbling when I made that video and, like, so many people came to me and was like, I'll subscribe and all that, so thanks if you did.
Yeah. In some ways, I really like, you know, if I like a situation that I know is going to be resolved, but I can still make a video complaining, you know, because it's, you know, it just you get
because you can monetize.
Yeah, you can monetize it.
but also it's basically like a week off work because you know, I don't have to upload that 1 week. I'm like, fantastic.
Right, so I can't upload for 2 weeks. Right, because of the
you're like, oh God, guys, I just want to bring you this content. I really do. I just can't. Oh.
Well, you know, it's like it is bittersweet to be fair, because it's like I you know, it's cool that there's been like this explosion in subs on the second channel, but it's like I wish I didn't have to resort to this. You know, I wish it like my main channel literally on life support wasn't the reason why I was getting all these subs.
But you know, like I mean, your second channel has basically been becoming your anime channel for the longest time. So what if you're just like migrating the anime man to just now it's just Joey?
I mean,
exactly what you wanted all your career, right?
It could happen, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't want to lose 9 years.
What if you pulled an epic prank, right?
Yeah.
Right? You just change the names and pictures of both channels.
Well, like, so Joey has 3.1 million subs.
Have you thought about it? Like, maybe, like,
I mean, it could work. Maybe for like an
the old
hour.
switcheroo?
Yeah,
The good old bait and switch.
It's like, yeah, guys, up to my second channel. Wink, wink.
JK, this was the anime man.
This was the main channel all along.
Yeah. And then like you like tell everyone like there's a good group. You tell everyone like on Joey to go and comment on the new Joey channel. Like, the anime. Tell them, man, I really love this Joey content. Just spam all the comments so that nobody can see the old comments.
Yeah. Well, now we can't do it.
Yeah. Well, no, how this can be the sign. This is
So if I actually did do it, here you go, guys. It was a prank. You just got pranked,
I
bro.
really love the new Joey channel.
Yeah. Nah, but I'm hoping like next couple of days it will get resolved.
Yeah, so you can't upload for 2 weeks.
I can't upload for 2 weeks, no.
Right.
But which sucks because it's like I have to like, because you know, there's, especially when you're dealing with sponsors, I have to tell them like, oh, sorry, YouTube did a big fucky wucky and now I can't upload. So it's very annoying having to explain that to companies who clearly don't understand. Like, you just upload. You know?
Yeah.
So what's your channel's still there? Just upload. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
It's just a life of a YouTuber where you just wake up one day maybe and you just find out that maybe your career's in danger and you're like, oh, okay, I guess all of this is like now out of my hands.
It was so shit as well because I got the strike literally the night I came back from Hokkaido.
Right.
As well. So it was like after like a 5-day trip with Chris, and I'm like, all right, I gotta just relax now, just get on my computer, maybe watch some. Oh, and my channel's about to die. Right, cool. Amazing, thanks YouTube.
I remember I was extremely drunk when all of my channel got copyright claimed. I remember that.
Okay.
And I was like, I didn't know how to process it because I was drunk, obviously. So I was like, because I just had a night out. I think I was with Gant. We must have had a night out. Yeah. And I think I was like, just very like.
Was that the night that you accidentally deleted one of your videos?
No, there's another night.
No, that was a different night. Yeah.
And to be fair, Solo would have done that as well. I would have made that mistake. I do remember. God, I must sound terrible.
Have we told that story yet?
We have told that story.
Okay,
I got really drunk and because we had that was like 4 a.m. We were like at our friend's house. But no, I remember I was on a trip with Gant and we just had like the one night out and I was like, yeah, it was a really good night. And then it was like 4 a.m. and I was about to go to bed. And then my email was like, could hear like O Fortuna just playing in my head. Like YouTube. Copyright claim has been filed. I was like, like what do you even do? Because like you sober up mentally, you're not sober up.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, oh, I'm gonna sleep.
Yeah, your brain's on 100% like overdrive.
Yeah,
it's just you can't.
Because the problem is you want to sort it out there and then, right?
Yeah.
You just want to like get in contact with someone. Just know that you're in the process of it being sorted out. But a lot of the times you just gotta wait and you just gotta make noise and you just gotta like hope that someone can sort this out for you.
Yeah.
Have I ever told this story about what happened with all that?
The what? The copyright claim? I think. Oh, I mean, you
Not on
told
Trash
me.
Taste, I
No,
don't
not
think.
on Trash Taste. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, like twice now, all of my channel has been claimed. For the
Right.
same reason twice.
Yeah.
Alright.
Right. So I was using this outro song that I think I heard. Where did I get it? I think I've heard it on Sky Williams' channel, which is like that's a fucking
That's a throwback.
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
throwback. He used it as his outro.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I thought I like that, and also I was like I had like 100 subs, so I thought it's okay if I just like take the same
Yeah.
outro. Right? Of course, no one's gonna see it, and then
Yeah.
obviously like people saw it.
I might get some
Yeah.
Sky
And
Williams
then
fans.
people loved it because it was a banger. Such a banger, in fact, that I had to buy a license. And I didn't know there was an original song. I just thought of it was just this one song.
Yeah.
Right. So you had the remix version.
So I had the remix version,
Right.
and I didn't know that it was a remix, right? So I went to the artist who made it, and the song had a lot of views. It was called like "Do It for Love" or something.
Right.
And I had this, and I used this on every single video.
Oh yeah, it's your outro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, this come to bite me in the ass. I didn't just play it when the video ended. It was like it would like fade into the video.
Yeah.
So this will come back to bite me later.
Yeah.
So I got in like 2000, maybe 17 or 16. I want to say 80% of my channel copyright claimed.
Yeah.
And this is on the old system as well, where it wouldn't tell you which. I think it didn't tell you which time it was copyright claimed. It would just say you've been copyright claimed. This is the thing.
Yeah.
And it was by a company that was on behalf of the artist who I purchased the license from for $50.
Right.
I bought this license. Back then I thought, holy shit, this is so much money. Oh my God, this is how much licenses cost.
It's like a whole month on YouTube.
I was on my, well, basically at that
Yeah,
time, it
at
was
that
like a
time.
lot
Yeah.
of money, you know? And this is back when I was terrified of everything. And I remember I bought licenses to fonts and shit. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only person on earth who paid for a license for a font.
Have you paid for WinRAR?
I kind of want to though, just to tell the guy I appreciate it.
You have to
I
be, I
wanna-
think you
I
have
wanna-
to be above the age of 70 to do
I
that.
want to meet a single person who has paid for WinRAR.
I'm going to do it on live stream. I'm going to do it live.
Just to see what
I
happens.
just want to see what happens.
I'm just
what,
gonna be-
what, what
The
happens?
computer just explodes. It's
Yeah,
like,
my
no,
3090 just broke.
that's not, we weren't designed for this.
The string just ends. That's it. I buy WinRAR. That's the
It's
string.
like a test. You win life at that point. You know,
Congratulations!
The simulation shuts down, and you just see like the the entire world just like disintegrates around
Truman
you.
Show
Yeah,
ends.
yeah. You just wake up like,
you know the Bible story from like 100 episodes ago.
Yeah.
It's just that. It's like, there are people who pay for WinRAR and there are people who don't.
God comes down
It's
and
like
just claps.
the flying society thing. Like society, everyone paid for WinRAR. Okay. So I paid for this license and whatnot, right? And
Right.
I angrily emailed the guy. Bear in mind, I was like 19, so I was like trying to conduct myself as a businessman, but I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah.
So I angrily emailed him from my Hotmail account, and I instructed him that I'd purchased this license. Please tell this person to stop. And so this whole thing where the guy wrote me an email being like, hey, you have my word that you bought the license, and I had like PayPal receipts. So then I had to email this company that was claiming on behalf, which I think was DistroKid. So he had put this song in a copyright claiming thing.
All right.
So it went around. So I had a bit of difficulty. It took a while, but I eventually got DistroKid to like stop claiming my stuff, and they stopped claiming it all, and it was good. I can't remember how I did it. It was like this long whole process. It was awful. And then all good. I kept using the outro after that. This is where I should have learned my lesson and changed the outro. But I thought I'd won the battle. I'd won it. I'd done it.
Also, the song is a banger.
Also, the song kind of slaps, right? I'd thought, okay, I'd proven to some entity that this is legit, and I have the artist who, says that it's all good. And I thought, okay, this is it. I'm good to use this now. Like I paid for it. I got like proof, and we're all Gucci.
Yeah.
And so I carry on using it. And then maybe a year later, I want to say, I don't know how long exactly. There was a timeline. I get claimed again. This time, like 2/3 of my channel, I want to say. And this is right before they added the option to mute.
Right.
So, like now, if you get copyright claimed, because sometimes there's still bullshit claims. They'll
Yeah.
claim like 1 second, and then they'll say we own the entire video.
Yeah.
So just mute it for 1 second. Like,
Yeah,
fuck off,
You can
don't have
mute it
Yeah.
or delete the segment, which
Yeah.
is one of the more positive changes
Thank
YouTube
God,
has made.
yeah.
You know,
Definitely.
And unfortunately, this situation happened, I want to say like 1 month before they introduced that tool.
yeah,
So I got all of my thing claimed, and I was kind of like, what the fuck do I do? Because 2/3 of my revenue just like got Thanos'd away.
Yeah.
And this happened to my channel for about, I want to say 2 months straight.
Alright.
So for 2 months straight, my earnings were like this.
Yeah.
And I lost so much money that I never got back. So it's very, very, I was still to this day quite annoyed about that. And I went on this whole thing of like, all right, what the fuck is going on? So it was like Warner Brothers or something had claimed it on behalf of some artist that I'd never heard of. I go and I find out that this was a remix, and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know. And apparently this was like a big artist, and I'm an idiot because I didn't know who this person was. And I never
probably
heard
why
of
it
this
was a
song.
banger.
Yeah.
Right?
Why I was a banger. And so I was like, okay, so this is weird. So I thought that he sold me this license and it was good. So I very confidently counter every single claim, thinking, no, I've got the license. It's all good. And then I get denied. And then I appeal them as well, which is like, if you lose all these appeals, your channel gets deleted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I appealed a bunch of them. And for some reason, I just got denied the appeal, but nothing happened.
right.
So I just couldn't appeal again. It was weird. And so now I was starting to be like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Like, I counted all these claims and stuff, and nothing happened, and I don't really know what to do now. So I remember I got in touch with the guy who I bought the license from, who was the artist who made the song.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, what the fuck? What's going on, man? You sold me a license. Is it good or is it not? And he's like, well, I have the license to make the remix, but I don't think. And then he was like, I'm not sure what I can and can't. And I'm like,
Oh wow.
I'm like, what? And then I asked a YouTube man who is a lawyer man
Yeah.
who gave me advice that was not legal advice. Every single sentence ended with, "This is not legal advice."
Yeah.
He basically informed me that this license was like no good.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
nothing.
Bogus.
Whether the artist knew that or not, I don't know. He might genuinely not have known. So he basically,
Well, if he's like an indie like artist as well, it's probably
basically, I assumed that he didn't fully know.
just doing shit on
or something.
DistroKid. I don't think he knew.
I don't know. Like it was a weird thing, and I was like, and so I asked the guy. I went had like really angry DMs with him back and forth, and I'm like, so can I use this? Did you fuck me over?
Yeah.
Like, you know how much this fucks me? Like,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do? And so in the end, it turned out, like I was in the wrong.
Yeah.
Because I'd been sold this bogus license that was like not real.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, well, fuck, what do I do now? Like, I've just lost like 3 or 4, I think it was 3 years of like YouTube work. It's just gone.
Yeah.
Like, just can't use any of it.
So scary, right?
Yeah.
And so I made this video like ranting, being like, fuck, like what do I do? This is so fucked. I've been wronged, etc.,
Yeah.
etc. And and I asked YouTube for help at the time. They just didn't help me, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
And then, funny enough, I had a YouTube partner manager before all of this went down, who was really good, surprisingly, because normally they don't talk to you.
Right.
And then that person left the company. And then I got someone new, and they introduced themselves through an email, and they never heard from them again. As you know, that's how it always is.
That's how
you
it
know?
is, yeah.
And so I went on like a mini rant in this video being like, yeah, YouTube's useless. They don't do anything. I have this YouTube person. They never talk to me. They don't help me at all. After that video goes live, I got an email from a YouTube person who was like, hey,
Of course.
hey, I'm that person that you were like, was saying that was
Shit talking.
useless. Yeah. And they were like, yeah, I'd actually like to help your situation out. And I was like, oh, okay. Great. Awesome. So they basically said, hey, so what we can do is we can go through every single video, and if you send me the file again without the music in it, we can replace the video and take off
like on the
thing.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to go through 200 videos and re-render them, or just cut out the music, because some of the files I didn't have the original files anymore.
Yeah.
Like the Adobe file or whatever, like it was
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Luckily, a lot of the more recent ones, the ones I liked and was more proud of, like
Yeah.
at that
You
time.
had the original file.
Yeah, I had the
Yeah.
original file.
Yeah.
So we had like 200 videos on Google Drive, linked in like an Excel spreadsheet, and then we had to one by one like swap them. But this process wasn't like perfect either, because videos got uploaded to the wrong video.
Oh, right.
So like
So you'd click on a certain thumbnail and title, and it took you to a different video, right?
It was like that was the original video,
Yeah.
and then they replaced it with another video that got put there.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I did like there was like I remember it was Attack on Titan impressions and Yuri on Ice impressions.
Yeah.
they both got swapped. So when people went to Yuri on Ice impressions, it was just me doing Attack on Titan things, and then when it was the other one, it was the other video, and I sat there with YouTube for like an hour trying to explain to them what was happening because the subtitles also got swapped. So they were looking at the video only in the subtitles, like the raw subtitle data.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, it's the right one. You're talking about Yuri on Ice in the subtitles or something. And I was like, no. The video is wrong. And I was like panicking, and I was like, so I was getting tons of comments being like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, fix this.
Did you not just like swap the titles around?
It was just weird because the entire video.
Did you see what Joey's going to do with his channel?
It was
Do the whole switcheroo.
I thought about that, but
man.
I'm like, I wonder what the side effects are of this. Like, so eventually we got it all sorted.
Yeah, you just go on the channel and like, why is this Attack on Titan video got Yuri and Ice comments?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, exactly. So all the comments were like that.
I remember
too.
Yuri and Attack on Titan.
Right. So it was all weird, and then so yeah, like again, like 2 months later, it finally all got done.
Yeah.
And we did it. Some of the videos, like I said, they couldn't be salvaged, and the reason why it came to bite me back later was because some outros in my videos now are just mute.
Yeah.
They're just, so you can't hear anything.
Also, because like I had the exact same thing, but after YouTube introduced the whole muting thing.
Yeah.
So I had my old intro. So my current intro now is made by my friend from uni, who used to be like a music producer, and it's like not even out on like any website or anything. So I know it's like good. It's like all copyright free because I had the exact same thing where like I saw like I went onto like SoundCloud and I found like this really like banger song. And I was like, oh cool, I'll use it as an outro because it's like kind of wacky, goofy, like all the gaming YouTubers are using it at the time. And then of course that artist got really popular on SoundCloud.
Because every YouTuber was using it.
Got a major record label because of it, and then the record label copyright claimed all of my shit.
Oh shit.
And same thing. I like DM'd the artist. I was like, yeah, so what's happening? You said I could use it. She's like, yeah, but I'm like a big shot now. I'm like, I got a major record label, and unfortunately I can't do anything for you. But luckily, this was during the time where again YouTube introduced the muting thing.
So that's kind of shitty of them to not. Did you ask them for permission initially?
Yeah. So I asked so I
shitty.
DM'd the artist initially when she was just on SoundCloud, and she was like, "Yeah, please go for it. Like, I'd love that. Like, just obviously
that's
just
kinda fucked up.
just link it in the description. You'll be all good." I was like, "Oh, sweet, that's very nice of her." And then she was like, "Well, sorry, that's not my decision. That's my label's decision. So sorry." What? So then I had to So like if you go back to like videos from like 2017, where I use that outro, they're all mute at the end.
Yeah, I've got a lot of videos where it's just me talking at the end, and I still get comments to say being like, "Why does it like just go silent for like 30 seconds?" I'm like, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to use that feature for like some of my videos, but like I don't mute it. I just like cut out like the
now you can replace the music.
Yeah, you can replace the music because I believe we had to do that for Trash Taste or something, right? Because that got copyright claimed or something. One of the specials or something. Oh yeah, and After Dark as well. For some reason, our intro for Trash Taste got copyright claimed on After Dark
on Twitch.
On
It's
Twitch,
like a royalty-free song.
Yeah.
It's a royalty-free song, but Twitch is like, no.
Well, the copyright systems, unfortunately, are like are really easy to abuse. Like you can stick any old fucking piece of music and start claiming shit, and it's only until somebody like stops you.
Yeah.
So
it was really, like the weirdest copyright claimed I've gotten is like for like anime music that I've put into my videos. Now, like before, like anime OSTs were just like free game because Japan, the anime industry didn't really give a shit, and now they're slowly coming to realize, wait a minute, YouTubers use our music. How can this be? So like now anime OSTs are starting to be claimed as well.
Yeah.
But I didn't get claimed by one of the anime companies. So I in one of my videos I had You Say Run on it. And I got claimed, and You Say Run got claimed, but it didn't get claimed. It got claimed by a cover of You Say Run.
What?
So a YouTuber who I believe is signed with a record label also made a video where they made a cover of You Say Run, and that got like the original You Say Run that I used in my video got claimed by a cover of You Say Run.
Right.
And
what?
Yeah, that's I like where do I even begin with that? You know, like that's
I mean, yeah, like super early in my YouTube channel, I used to do like covers of anime songs, like on guitar and piano and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Reason why I don't do that anymore is because the few times I ever got a copyright strike,
Yeah.
not a claim, a strike, was from a cover I did. I did a cover of fucking Paranoid Android by Radiohead because it was the ending to Ergo Proxy.
Right,
And
right.
at the time, it was like I really liked it.
Yeah.
And I got a fucking strike on it. And I was like, not sure if that can also be a humble brag, because that's
Yeah.
like saying like, you were so good at
That
covering
YouTube
it.
literally
That
thought it
YouTube
was the
literally
real
thought
thing.
it was the original song.
Yeah.
I was like, thanks YouTube. But also, what the fuck?
I've had my voice claimed a few times actually.
Really?
Yeah, my own videos. People trying to claim my they're like, well, I'm just talking. There's nothing.
Is that Dog VA?
Yeah.
I've seen a TikTok of that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's really bizarre. It's like I don't know.
I've never heard of that.
I remember like an original. There's one dude on YouTube one time. He uploaded his original song and then got claimed by someone.
Yeah,
Someone
right.
claimed his original song.
Right.
Right.
That he uploaded to his own channel.
How?
Which is weird. Well, because anyone could put anything content.
That's
ID.
true, yeah.
Like these companies are given like free reign.
Yeah,
They're
remember
trusted.
there was like, I forgot when it was like maybe 2018, there was like that copyright Armageddon that was happening where
Yeah,
like
yeah.
all these like fake companies were like going around
It
just
still
like
happens.
striking.
I mean, it's still happening because like
it's not as bad as it used to be though.
It's not. It definitely isn't, and I'm glad. Like one of the positive things YouTube has done is given creators tools to, like, for example, cut or mute the segment that has been copyright claimed out, which we just didn't have before. So if we got copyright claimed before for like a second of music, then there was just like nothing we could do. It was just like a dead video.
Yeah.
Man, you know which companies suck?
What?
There's fucking like Viral Hog and all those dudes. The ones that like buy viral videos.
Oh.
And just go around claiming them and like Armageddon. They're fucking awful.
Like 9gag and stuff like that.
No. They're like these. You see those watermarks on Facebook. Do you remember that video of that dude punching the kangaroo?
Lad Bible.
Kind of like that, but a bit different. Because Lad Bible, they don't normally go around copyright claim.
Yeah.
Like that video, right? The person who had that video sold it to this company,
Right.
And then what they do is everyone who's then talking about it or showing it, they'll just go around copyright claiming everything.
Jesus.
And any of these news networks, they'll
scummy.
Yeah. Well, it's the business model. Like they buy these videos for like very cheap. Even like have you never had offers from people who want to buy your videos? It's really weird.
I've
Yeah.
had that.
They'll go around just buying them and then just claim everything, and it's just it's really shit. And because people react to stuff on stream as well,
Yeah, that's true.
And also, the worst thing is about that. Luckily, 99% of you will never have to experience is that these copyright claims, right? Sometimes they're like really fucking generous with the timing on the video. Like, so they have to say what time in the video they copyright claim.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll add on like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah.
either
Oh, yeah,
end.
I've
and
had
I'm like,
that
you
as well.
piece of shit. Now I've got to like this. There was like a clear edit and everything. I've got to
Yeah.
now edit out or mute shit because
Yeah.
you don't get to contest
No,
the
no.
time. So whatever the time is, that's like if you want to mute the copyrighted content, you don't get to say where it is. It's
Yeah.
like whatever they submitted is it. So one time on one video, I remember I reacted to like a clip or something on a live stream or something on Connor Dog, and they claimed it, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. But then they claimed like 40 seconds extra of nothing to do with said clip.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, dude, like really, like a 4-second
They
clip.
own your reaction as well,
No,
apparently.
I'm fuck my. Videos like that where I react shadow and I don't give a fuck. But
Yeah.
like, it's like, bro, what are you doing? Don't claim shit that isn't the video. Like,
Yeah.
come on, you're just lazy. You
But
just
that's the
wanted to put a
that's the
time
problem,
in.
right? It's like I feel like YouTube has done a really good job of like trying to make the playing field as fair as possible, right? Like, only recently they added that whole thing of like how during an appealing process, the money that the video accumulates goes into what's called escrow, which is like kind of
Which you should have done anyway.
yeah,
which
which
they
is
should
kind of
have
like
done
it
anyway.
doesn't go to the person who is the supposed copyright holder or the video owner. It kind of like is floating in the cloud until it's resolved. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
it's like
which is great. It's
like being
fantastic.
put in a pool, and
Yeah.
no one can get that until the copyright situation is resolved.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, even today, I feel the advantage is still in the claimant.
Yeah.
Clearly YouTube is like, obviously if you're gonna go out of your way to claim something copyright wise, then you must have a good reason for it. But a lot of companies don't.
Thank you to Alien Clothing for sponsoring this video today.
Alien is an indie streetwear clothing company started in early 2017 by YouTube creator Elvis the Alien, who also happens to be my personal friend.
Oh.
With the support and love from the YouTube community, he has grown beyond his wildest dreams. Elvis created Alien for people like him who love games, anime, movies, and anything science fiction. expression. Impress your
just like you, Joey.
I love all of those things. Impress your grandma by wearing a monster, android, or alien. Stay spaced out and never compromise your sense of self. Alien helps people who wish to embrace the bold and strange through clothing expression.
Alien's designs are very carefully created by some of the best artists from around the world. The items are printed, shipped, and handled with care from their team in Canada. Get what you can before they're sold out. Most items are never restocked, but fear not, Alien is constantly coming out with new creative designs. And Alien uses only the best quality fabrics available on the market, while still trying their best to keep every item affordable. Alien items are sold by popular skate shop Zoomies in Canada and hope to expand more in future. So if you want to save 20% off using the code TRASHTASTE, any orders over $100 get free shipping.
Damn.
In case you missed that, it's AYYLIENclothing.com.
So smash that link in the description to get your own Alien products today.
Thank you, Alien Clothing, for sponsoring this episode. Back to the video. But speaking of like other changes that YouTube has made,
Oh yeah, now the dust has settled on the
Yeah.
dislike thing.
yeah. So like, has dislikes been removed? I'm very confused because I can still see them on my channel.
It's a slow
On
process.
your channel, yeah.
Yeah.
Not on anyone else's.
Yeah, on anyone else's channel though, it should be completely gone.
No, I can still see it on videos. I think. Let me check. Let me check right now.
I know that. Yeah,
Oh no, it's gone!
Yeah.
No, literally, I was
God,
literally.
it's been like that for days.
No. I literally looked at fucking videos yesterday, and I was just like, when is the dislike channel go? When is the dislikes going?
It was like it's getting like slowly implemented. I think so. Not all channel owners can see it, but like at least with your own content, you can still see your dislikes, which goes completely against the argument that YouTube made as to why they wanted to get rid of the dislikes. Because I remember I made a video on a second channel, and one of the YouTube's reasonings for getting rid of the dislike button was that like, if you see dislikes on your videos, it discourages smaller creators. Like perhaps they're getting dislike bombed, perhaps they're getting bullied, and no one likes to see a bunch of dislikes. Yet you can still see dislikes on your own videos. So what the fuck?
I'm just glad they're standing up for the small creators, all two of them or something that exists on the entire platform of YouTube that have ever complained about this. Because I was talking to this with a bunch of other YouTubers, and I asked them, do you know a single creator in your field that has ever complained about dislikes bombs, like whatever size?
Yeah.
And not a single person I know has ever been like a target of dislike bombs to the point where it actually actively ruins their channel.
Yeah.
Have you ever received a lot of dislikes?
Yeah.
Because I feel me and Garn make more opinionated videos than you, right? So, obviously there are some opinions I've said in the past that people aren't very happy with.
I've never had a lot of dislikes on one video. I've had some videos that didn't do as well.
Well, what do you classify as a lot of dislikes?
More than...
Like 10%?
Yeah, 10% is quite a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've had a few videos, but not that much.
I don't have that much. Most of it is like the more controversial opinion videos.
Yeah.
But in general,
or people who didn't watch the video up until the end.
10%, I think.
I think the only one was the
Christian one.
Right?
Yeah.
Understandable. But,
Everyone's cup of tea.
yeah, but I've had a few where it's when I look back on those videos or like how I presented them, I can see why they got dislike bombed, and I don't really blame them for it.
Yeah.
I guess I remember I think one that really blew up recently that got quite a few dislikes. I think it is 9-1. Is it's an old Let's Fight episode where the title of it is Berserk is not a masterpiece. I think.
It's just
and it's right now I think it's at 10 or 15% dislike, and it only blew up after Miura Sensei's passing, right? Because obviously people were searching up Berserk and all that, and obviously if you watch the video, I argue against that.
You'd know that Joey is like the biggest Berserk simp.
Yeah,
ever.
That was the title. I used that because that was one of the opinions I got, and I fought against it. But clearly, people, don't watch it all the way through or up to that point, so they just see the title and they think, "Oh, this guy hates Berserk." Dislike.
In some ways, I personally like the dislike button, but in other ways, I think it doesn't really do anything and it doesn't serve. The only
Have you
place.
ever actively disliked the video?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, but here's the problem, right?
For what reason?
But this is the problem, right?
Yeah.
There's no agreed upon consensus on when you dislike.
Right.
It's you could dislike because you disagree with the opinion.
Yeah.
You could dislike because you didn't enjoy the video as much as another one. You could dislike because you just don't like the person.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the dislike, although is sometimes helpful on a tutorial. Yes, it's very black and white. Is the tutorial not good? Dislike.
Yeah.
Right. When it comes to your videos, I feel like the dislike bar doesn't serve the same purpose as it does on a tutorial where information is actually important.
I think it serves a purpose when you know, like, you really fucked up, you know?
Or you've like purposely made like a very controversial opinion.
The more I think about it, the more I think, in some ways the dislike and like bar is fucking useless. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, with 99% of videos, I think it is completely useless. And only with tutorials and knowing when you fucked up. That's literally the only two reasons.
Well, I mean, there is also some catharsis to being able to dislike a video and just like, you see, sometimes you see a video and it's so outrageous and you want to know that you're not the only fucking person who thinks that this video is this is a shitty video or something.
Right.
And you go to the dislike bar and you're like, thank God I'm not the only one. You know, there is some catharsis. It's like going onto a video and seeing comments are disabled. And I'm just like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, but that's way
no balls.
The like and dislike bar is like nothing. It's the comments that matter, I think. And when the comments are disabled, I get way more annoyed.
Right. Like to me, it's like I don't mind if you disagree with an opinion I make on a video, but I would much rather you leave a comment explaining why you dislike it or why you are against whatever I said in that video, rather than just like leaving a dislike. Because again, as you said, a dislike can mean a million different things.
Because you know, sometimes people will be like, "This video wasn't as good as another one." Does that mean that person disliked it? And is that like fair? Because if I didn't like a video that someone made, or I liked another one more, I wouldn't personally dislike.
No,
but that's how I do it, right?
Yeah.
So. To me, trying to like extrapolate any information from this random just metric that doesn't mean shit, like it doesn't help me. Like when I see a video that has 99.9% likes, I'm like, okay. Now I see a video with 99.8% likes, I'm like, what's the difference here? Did it get just more likes than previously, or like less dislikes? I don't really understand.
I mean, like, I think it is useful not in like the small percentages, but in like the large percentages, right? Because most videos on YouTube should have like an above 90% like ratio, like to dislike.
Well,
ratio.
I think it's actually 99 is like normally good. 95 is where you're getting to like, all right, maybe you've said something like a little bad. If it's 10%, if you have 9-to-1 ratio, you've probably fucked up.
Oh no, you haven't fucked up. You've just pissed off. My experience is you've probably pissed off a certain community or a certain group, you know. And then you get to like the 50%, and that's when you know that something big has like.
Well, yeah, because your core audience will always like. I mean, that's really.
But that doesn't necessarily like, for example, like, you know, a channel I like to watch a lot is Needle Drop, who does like a lot of music reviews, right? Yeah. He's had a couple of recent before the dislikes disappeared. He's had a couple of videos that were like, you know, 40% likes.
Yeah.
But it was still like a good video. It was just the thing, his opinion about it obviously didn't, you know, coincide with the general public about it.
Right. So, but like, what does that, as a viewer, what do I then gather from that video? Like,
I'm like, is this a bad video?
Yeah. Does he say something that's flat out wrong? Yeah. Does he say something that a lot of people just don't agree with? Like, it doesn't really tell you anything in that situation.
It's a mixture of all those, right?
Yeah.
And that's why you have to go down into the comments after that to be like, okay, what is the reasoning behind this massive dislike?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, but like, I feel like YouTube removing this way for viewers to express themselves or like the distaste of a video, they're going to find other ways to express their distaste towards a video. Well, yeah. Like, I'm sure like ratioing is just it's going to now be a fucking thing in the YouTube sphere.
As if it wasn't already fucking annoying.
I can't wait till like comments to like ratio YouTube videos now, because that's what's going to happen. You know,
viewers always find audiences always find a way to show their dislike.
Yeah, it's either the YouTube comments are going to get more toxic, or other social media platforms that particular YouTuber is known to be on is going to get more toxic.
Because like the biggest thing that annoys me is, you know, the tutorials and stuff, because that, you know, you are very much removing an easy way to discern whether a tutorial is right or whether a certain video is right. Because let's say you upload a shitty tutorial or you upload a scam, right? You disable comments, but likes and dislikes are still available, are still up in the open. So you're kind of just like, you're just kind of like taking a risk on whether you should listen to them, right? Because you don't know how many people disable.
But also, likes are very easy to manipulate as well. Like, that's another thing.
Well, but like I would argue
at a
that
smaller level.
Yeah, but I would argue that now that you can't even see the dislikes anymore, there's not even point of like disabling likes and dislikes anymore, right? Because it's just in a constant disabled state, right? Because it's like you can only say for example, there was a scam video.
Yeah.
If they disable the comments, now what's the only thing you can see is the likes. It's like,
I mean,
you can't do anything about that.
Because like, I think YouTube were trying to go with something similar to what Instagram did with their likes, about making like likes not public except for the poster. And like for Instagram, I get it for that. You know, for that platform, I think it made sense because
They reverted it. They reverted it.
did they?
Yeah.
When?
I can see all the likes. Yeah, they reverted it.
Yeah, they reverted it.
Yeah, they reverted it.
Since how long?
Like a long time now.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, you
Well,
still under the impression that was...
yeah.
Well, we can see how often Grant goes onto his
Well,
Instagram.
it's no big secret that I don't go on Instagram, so I guess my point is now mute. Well, fuck. I'm glad you guys stopped me before I was going to start spewing a lot of bullshit.
Still not showing.
No, they show up for me.
The shot for me.
Yeah.
It's it. The number.
Yeah, they show up for me.
They're not showing.
I think they might be slowly rolling it back out, or you have to like
must be
maybe opt
data
into it or
just-
something. I don't know, but
Yeah, see?
Okay,
You
yeah.
can
There
see
must
it
be
again.
data that on their end, right? That like says, hey, you know, when people see likes, it's good for us.
yeah.
And I don't know what that is. I can only
Probably,
speculate.
It's just-
probably if people can see like it just keeps them on the platform because viewers want to feel like they're having some like they can contribute in some way, shape, or form.
Well,
They want to see a metric, and they want to see that metric go up.
with the YouTube one, the main speculation was that brands weren't happy with the dislike bar.
Yeah.
Now, I in some ways, I feel like that's too easy of an explanation.
Yeah.
I feel like YouTube in the past hasn't. I don't think they've been that catering of brands. I don't know if I could be wrong here. I feel like they must have some data that backs up that removing dislikes will lead to better viewers or something.
Yeah,
They
I
must,
mean,
because there's no way that YouTube,
So you-
YouTube team seems too selfish to do something for brands. It seems like I feel it just happens to be.
no. So the YouTube creators channel on YouTube made a video. It was like a 3-minute video that was like very concise, saying why they're removing it.
Yeah.
Was it the dude who's like? Was it the one that the guy's like sitting there? Being
Yeah,
like,
the guy's just like
yeah,
sitting there being like,
yeah.
"This is the reason why we're going to do it nice and quick." You know, I give him props for that. At least it wasn't like a fucking 30-minute explanation video.
Yeah.
But like they gave
It's
a
not
number.
fucking like Nikocado avocado.
Yeah, exactly. It was nice and concise,
Yeah.
which is nice. But yeah, one of the reasons they gave was like, oh yeah, we saw a metric that we tested upon millions of users. Don't know how true that is. That apparently the amount of dislikes does not change the watch time of that video.
I believe that.
No, I believe that. as
Yeah,
well.
and I'm like, yeah, I mean, of course.
I'd argue
That's not
I'd
a
argue the
reason,
watch
though,
time
to get rid
might
of it.
increase with dislikes.
Yeah, exactly. Because I argued being like, well, yeah, what if you're watching like an apology video that's like 40 minutes long, right? I'm sure there's a shitload of dislikes on it, but people want to see it until the end.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
YouTube has one priority. It's making people watch longer.
Yeah.
So there must
Yeah.
be some evidence to prove that
I did.
getting rid of it makes people watch longer.
I did find it funny though that the last point they gave, there was like, and the last question is, did we get rid of the dislike button because of YouTube Rewind? They brought that point
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
And dude, I've never seen a guy say no with such copium in my life. Like, he was like, no. You could see the copium in his eyes.
You could see how many times he had to film that to not to like sound genuine, to like get the most genuine take that he could,
True.
because he knew like people were going to be watching this under a microscope
Yeah.
at like 0.25 speed or something to be like, well, the inflection in his voice kind of leads me to believe that YouTube made him say
I heard
that.
a slight vibrato in his voice, meaning he's about to start crying at any minute.
I just wish they would tell us the truth and give us some data, but they're not going to do that. Why would
No,
they?
no.
course
I mean, what not annoyed me, but the way what really made me suspicious was the way they framed it to like, oh, we're doing you guys a favor.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
asked for this.
No, don't thank us later. You know, please,
Remember when they-
hold the applause. But we are helping you for your mental health, and it's just
Yeah.
like literally no creator I have talked to or ever heard of like asked YouTube to do this, and they framed it in a way that they're doing it for the creators.
Have you ever seen a YouTube creator make a video in front of their camera going, guys, my mental health is deteriorating from all these dislikes I'm getting, man. Fuck. Like, no, of course not. It's the fucking algorithm that's like demanding YouTubers to not take a break.
It's the one time a corporation has said, "Don't worry, guys, we've heard you," and the audience didn't actually say anything.
We have been silent. You've had tape on our mouths for the entire time. Like, we can't
That's
say
true.
anything.
That's true. But yeah, guys, we're gonna help you guys out here. What?
It's like, no, what?
Hold on.
I don't even know why I'm here, dude.
It's literally I've saved the day, but you haven't done anything. And they just leave.
You're welcome. See ya.
My God.
So I've finally started to settle in my new place now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are
20 years later.
20 years later, hosted the housewarming. Unfortunately, Joey, you couldn't make it because you were busy with the
I was
Maiden
doing a
Abyss.
Maiden Abyss event. Yeah.
I will say,
Lasagna. Lovely lasagna.
Yeah, I will say, ever since that day. So okay, so I don't know if I've told the story of the world famous lasagna yet, which it's not world famous. By
Well, it's
the
about
way.
to be. Now it's
Okay,
on
it's
Trash
now
Show.
it's about to be. So in Japan, I don't know why, but you can get a lot of good Italian food in Japan. But for some reason, you just can't get lasagna.
No.
Like no Italian restaurant in Japan for some reason serves lasagna. And the few that they do, they definitely don't serve good lasagna.
Yeah.
So because of this, I was just like, look, I've been living in Japan for a year. I'm craving lasagna. So what better way to do it than just learn how to do it yourself?
I'll do it myself, damn it.
I'll literally fucking Thanos. I'll fucking do it myself, right? So about a year ago,
I didn't even realize that was a Thanos reference. I just said it.
Is it a Thanos reference?
I don't know.
It's the one where he
I haven't
takes a
seen that
fucking
movie.
gauntlet and says, "Fine, I'll do it myself."
I haven't seen the movie. I just said a thing.
It's a pretty famous
This
meme.
is the most generic line that can be attached to any character.
I could
ever.
say anything. I could be like, "Oh, my penis is a little itchy." He's like, "I remember when Thanos said that."
I'll do it myself.
I'll do it
Oh,
myself.
go ahead, God, tell us.
So about a year ago, I learned how to cook lasagna, and I cook it once, right? I cook it once, and it was like a mediocre lasagna.
All right.
And
I mean, it's a difficult dish, right?
yeah, I mean, kind of.
It's like Lego, but with pasta.
Yeah, it's like it's
Cool.
It's a pasta cake, right? It's just concentrated pasta with meat sauce.
Yeah,
That's kind of what it is.
It's like all the flavor of a pasta
Yeah.
bowl
Right.
laid out
Yeah.
very precisely.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So deep during quarantine, sometimes we would, have dinner parties where we would invite people over, or just people would come over.
Yeah.
And one day, Sydney invites Connor over, and she says, "Oh, you can have some of Gant's world famous lasagna." And I'm just like, and Connor's like, "What?" And I'm just like, "What? What do you mean world famous? Sydney, I've cooked it once." And ever since she said that, because she didn't just say it to Connor, she said it to Mei Lin as well. And so for like a good 5 months, people have built up this idea that I make world famous lasagna.
Just a
right?
joke, like,
it's
you
just a
He's
joke.
just out here like doing just misinformation.
I just drop people. Have you had a Gant's world famous lasagna?
Yeah.
What?
And so the first time I actually cook it for like Mei Lin.
Yeah.
Mei Lin's the one I want to please the most.
Of course, yeah. You want to
First-
get that good Google review.
Yeah,
right?
of course. Because if you can please Mei Lin with a meal, you can do. You
know
can do
it's
anything. It's basically Michelin star at that point. It is world famous. So the first time I cook it was at Mei Lin's house, and when you're cooking in a kitchen that you're unfamiliar with equipment that you don't know, sometimes
Hell's
you,
Kitchen.
sometimes you have an oven and you don't know, with Japanese ovens, especially the ones that aren't pre-built, but the ones that you buy, they say a temperature, but they don't actually. The actual temperature varies depending on what oven and what brand you buy, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so I remember first time I cooked this lasagna was for the public, was at Mei Lin's house.
For the public.
For the public.
For the world.
It's so world famous.
It's so world famous
to cook it.
And I was like fucking sweating because like weeks before I come to Mei Lin's house to cook it, Mei Lin was like, "Can't wait for the world famous lasagna. You know what? I'm gonna give you a fucking Google review just to see if it is actually world famous." I'm like, for fuck's sake, man! This joke has gone
The pressure.
too far. This is like cooking for Gordon Ramsay or something, right? I feel like I'm part of like Kitchen Nightmares or something right now. So I'm cooking at Mei Lin's house, and it takes a while to cook lasagna, right? Because it's not like an easy dish. You gotta cook the meat
All the best
sauce. You
things in life are difficult.
gotta layer it up. And I wasn't familiar with Mei Lin's oven. I'd cooked it a bunch of times in my own oven, and the first time I cook it in Mei Lin's oven,
Something that an experienced chef would say.
yeah, I cook it in Mei Lin's oven, and unfortunately, it wasn't hot enough. Her oven didn't go hot enough. So
I liked it.
So you had a crispy lasagna.
yeah, so I cooked it, and
a little al dente lasagna.
yeah, so
Well, that ain't al dente. That's crispy.
What's the crispy one?
Not al dente.
what is al dente?
I don't know. Just say shit.
Al dente means to the bite, right? So it's like just right softness.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Italians, please confirm.
Just say Italian words.
Yeah.
Just say them.
It was definitely
Mamma Mia style.
I cook my lasagna, Mamma Mia.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't fully cooked, but the inside was definitely, as Gordon Ramsay would say, fucking raw.
It's hard. I mean, even if lasagna is like raw, I'm like, this is still pretty fucking.
It's a little. I don't mind my lasagna a little crunchy.
I mean, okay, Connor enjoyed it when I cooked it.
I'm not a picky man with lasagna.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
mainly
As long as
either.
you have all the ingredients in there.
Yeah.
I mean, the meat sauce is pretty good, but Maylin, nothing goes past Maylin.
No.
She takes one bite and she's like, "This is raw. this is raw," and I'm just like,
Without the energy of Gordon Ramsay.
I'm just like, my cooking career is over after one dish. You know, this is it. I'm gonna
sad.
put up my apron now. I'm never gonna cook again.
It was like I got to experience the
Yeah.
Ratatouille movie
Yeah.
in like real time.
And so that was the last time I cooked lasagna for other people to taste.
It actually deterred you.
Yeah. Until this housewarming party
Right.
where Sydney obviously invites, Sydney invites everyone, and she sends people this menu as well of things that we were going to cook. Right. And I'm just like, Sydney, why would you do that? And without my knowledge, she said I would be cooking the world famous lasagna. Literally on the
This
menu,
was like
right?
trying to bring the old man out of retirement. Try and get him back in the game.
And I feel like a retired hero or something. I'm just like, Sydney, I
haven't done that in years.
I'm past my prime now. I can't do it. Sydney. Don't make me do it. She's like, go on, it's out. Maylin's coming. You need to do it, right? And so like I'm like sweating now. So a few days before the lasagna, a few days before the housewarming, I have a practice run.
Oh my god.
I actually got so nervous that I'm just like, I need to practice. I need to get my lasagna making skills are a little rusty. I need to get back on the pedestal. See how it is done again. And so I
Put some oil in these bones.
yeah. So I did my lasagna, and Sydney loves it, but I'm just like, I can do better. I need to do better.
My
And
God.
I make some.
I must go further beyond.
I make some mental notes before the day about about like the small changes I'm going to make to the recipe, like the small changes I'm going to make to the preparation and everything. And so the day comes.
God, it's
and
like you're going to like a bake-off.
it is. This
ain't no joke, Joe.
Like imagine cooking for Maylin, but it's like your own.
I would never dare to think.
But it's your own personal recipe,
Right.
like I think I would actually rather cook for Gordon Ramsay at this point. And so everyone comes, and everyone has all the different side dishes. We have some meatballs, we have some other things, but the lasagna is the main dish.
Yeah.
And like everyone's having a merry time. I'm fucking sweating, not just because of the heat from the oven, but I'm sweating out of nerves,
You
man.
look very nervous. I do remember you looking really like
Yeah, I remember everyone coming in, like Sydney just like greeting everyone. Everyone's being social, and I was just like, "Don't talk to me. I'm making lasagna right now. I'm making lasagna." Connor's like, "Yo, Gun, can I see your office?" And I'm just like, "No, Connor, I'll show you after I finish this fucking lasagna." and then I'll be social and I'll be a good host.
Yeah.
But until the lasagna's done, nothing is happening.
Yeah.
And so I cooked the lasagna. It's an hour after Sydney had said that the lasagna would be finished. I don't care. You can't rush perfection. And then I finish it, and then I take it out. And then this is a really weird experience. People started crowding around this lasagna, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh.
Yeah, people started crowding around this lasagna. And I'm going to say, it looks fucking good. It's like...
I mean, I saw the photos and it looks good.
There was the thing about lasagna, right? That anyone who loves lasagna will understand. Is that the first spatula, the first serving is always the best one.
Yeah,
Because the more people start chunking at that lasagna, the
Yeah.
more sloppy it becomes.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it's not like lasagna is the cleanest thing on earth.
Yeah.
But the first spatula scoop is the best one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
You get the perfect ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, I needed to make sure, like, the cheese was, like, perfectly toasted. Because it can't be, like, raw cheese. And, like, the edges need to be, like, a little bit crispy, a little bit burnt, right? That's to me, that's a good lasagna,
Yeah,
right?
of
You
course,
can't have, like, a completely raw, but not too overburnt lasagna.
Yeah.
And so I remember finishing it. Everyone was taking pictures. I'm like, Maylin, have the first taste. The spotlight comes on. The room is silent, right? I give her the dish. She takes one bite, right? And it's just like the longest fucking few seconds of my life, right? I see her chewing this lasagna, and I'm just like, my life is like flashing before my eyes right now. And she's just like, oh shit, you've leveled up. And I'm just, I can't explain the fucking euphoria that just went over my body, man.
It was very good.
It was literally that Japanese going, ah!
It was good lasagna. It was
Yeah.
very good. I have to say, I can confirm. It was great.
It's
lasagna.
like a Lost Food Wars episode.
It was.
I'll be
It
honest,
was.
I don't remember any of the other food that was there.
Yeah.
I remember the lasagna.
Yeah, it must be good.
And there was sandwiches. Those are the only two things I remember.
Right.
I don't know. What, I don't even. I know there was a menu, but I can't remember anything else on the menu.
I mean, what does it matter when you had the world famous lasagna?
I just wanted mainly
Yeah.
to be like really pretentious
Yeah.
about it, just be like, al dente.
But she had like a childhood flashback. when she ate
Yeah,
it.
maybe I hope so. But like ever since that point, I'm just like, damn, cooking's fun. Cooking for other people can be fun. So
Who would have thought?
Yeah. So ever since then, me and Sunny have been cooking almost like every day. So we used to like Uber Eats almost every day, and a big deal is because we do have a dishwasher now.
Yeah.
So we don't have to wash dishes ourselves anymore, and that takes so much of the effort out in the cooking process because
Right.
you know I find cooking relaxing. You know, I actually find it relaxing to chop up the onions or chop up the vegetables or whatever, prepare the dish, cook the dish. It's the clearing up that is always put me off cooking. And
Right.
ever since I've gotten the dishwasher, cooking has actually been an enjoyable experience for me.
Yeah, I feel the more I'm doing it now, like I used to fucking dread it. Like it was just like stressful. Even like following the menu or the recipe, somehow I fucked it up in some regard. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm following the recipe. How does this taste like shit?
Yeah.
But like now, the more I'm like slowly starting to like help Aki cook and like, you know, trying out like really easy like pastas and like, you know, something that is very difficult to fuck up kind of thing. I'm like, oh, wow, it's kind of fun. The fuck? Is this what it feels like to be like good at something?
Yeah, and it's just like when you see people eating your meal and
Yeah.
they're just enjoying it and feeling happy, I'm like, oh, this is how chefs feel. Oh my god. Oh my god, I think I found like a new hobby or something because
Yeah.
it's genuinely like a good feeling to
Yeah.
cook something that you're proud of and people also enjoy your cooking. I get it now, Mum. I get it. Okay,
I understand.
I get why you was always like eagle-eyed on me whenever I like eat any of your meals. Okay, I get it now.
I like cooking. It's just a lot of work. But
It is.
also, I'm also really bad with portion control.
Right.
When I make food like a lot of
Like a
food.
feast.
Like I used to make a lot of lasagna. But the problem is that I would then eat lasagna.
You make a lot of lasagna. You know, right?
Yeah.
But is it world famous?
Is it
Well,
world
nobody's
famous?
had it. That's
Well, now I'm curious, Connor. Now I'm curious how your
been a very
lasagna.
We're about to
tastes.
have a lasagna off, aren't we?
well, one time I made a lasagna, and I was like, oh, I totally forgot to make the white sauce layer, or whatever.
Right, right.
And I was like, why does this taste like bricks?
Because it
Because
is.
there was like no like white layer, so
Yeah.
balance out the tomato and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when I would make lasagna, I always liked leftover lasagna more than lasagna.
Really?
There's something about lasagna sometimes that like
Right.
the next day when you heat it up, it's like perfect.
Yeah, it's because it's so thick, right?
Yeah, it's so thick it kind of
Yeah.
gets. I don't know. Try it, Garn.
It's
Try
like-
it.
I have tried it. I
It's
don't
like
it.
it's like how leftover deep dish pizza tastes better than the fresh deep
sometimes
dish
yeah,
pizza.
sometimes I don't know why, but at least the lasagna that I made, I don't know. Maybe it was like some.
Are
kind
you
of
talking about
fermenting-
microwaved lasagna, or do you just eat it straight out of the fucking fridge?
No, like properly made lasagna
and then I would like put it back in the
for the
oven.
next day. Yeah,
Or put it back in the oven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It tastes good.
Yeah, I've
I
never
think
done
maybe it's
that
because
before.
like the juices
It would
are
like
seeped in.
coagulate. It would become like
it's-
solid.
It like seeps in, right?
You could, like,
to the
you could like
pasta.
cut through it like a cake.
Yeah.
Whereas normal lasagna, it goes fucking everywhere.
Yeah,
which
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't get me wrong. I generally prefer normal lasagna. There's something about when I used to make it that for some reason I liked it the day after more.
No, I get that.
I don't know why.
I get that.
Yeah, the
Well, it's
problem's
like
up with
curry,
that.
right?
What's up
Like
with that?
the curry the day after tastes just as good as
That's
the,
it, what
the day
the fuck?
before.
No, I've heard that. That's like the biggest fallacy I've ever heard because
Really?
I've had day old curry. It definitely doesn't taste as good as like
What kind of curry?
Indian curry. Right?
Okay.
Good, so I understand why. the
Okay,
argument
Indian
is
curry
made.
may not be the same because with Japanese curry, it's definitely better the day after
Yeah.
because it's taken the time for like everything to like seep in.
Pizza, are you sorry? Okay, go on.
But like, I was talking Japanese curry tastes the same no matter what.
Yeah,
I feel.
true.
I
Do
feel.
you think so?
Yeah,
Generally.
I feel like I've never had bad curry, but I've never had curry that's like made me like fucking amazed about how good it is.
It is the most like 6 out of 10 curry.
There's
Yeah.
some like gourmet ones where they use like really rich stock and they have like really like good quality beef. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's still Japanese.
It's still
Yeah.
Japanese curry.
Yeah, exactly.
With pizza, do you like? I was wondering about this because you know there's people who are like purists. They're like stone baked. Where was it from? Napoli.
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 They're like that's the only style. That's the correct style.
Yeah.
Which type of pizza is your favorite style? I was just curious.
Stone baked.
Stone baked?
Yeah.
I do like stone baked.
Stone baked is the only pizza where I can eat the crust. Okay. because like some like sourdough stone baked pizza. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm a
It's
crust.
great.
I'm a crust hater, but I'm gonna eat that fucking crust,
I'm
and
gonna
I'm
say
gonna
it.
enjoy it. Okay.
American pizza is the best pizza. I think it's
like
the
what
best.
what kind of American pizza?
Like a New York pizza, that's like the best pizza.
To be fair, New York pizza is pretty fucking bomb.
I think American style of making pizza is the best way.
I
love stone bake. I love stone bake. Right? I love it. Don't get me wrong. But like, I don't know what it is about American style pizza.
Italians. I hear you, Italians. I
Listen, right?
a whole generation just like died.
Here's my
right
argument.
here.
Agony.
Here's my argument, right? The thing with stone baked pizza that sometimes kind of pisses me off. Why are they so goddamn light with the toppings? Like they put like one pepperoni on it and call it a day, you know? Which I get it. You don't want to like submerge it, but also everything falls off like immediately as well.
I think it's
like
also
nothing stays in place.
Well,
and
isn't
they
that
put,
isn't that
no
based off
fucking
like
cheese on it.
isn't that based off like it's either Napoli or the other type
Yeah.
of Italian pizza,
Yeah.
but like it's not supposed to be a heavy meal.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be very.
I
very
love
light.
it when it's
I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I love the heaviness of American pizza.
Right.
Like it's all like a nice thing.
By American pizza, what do you mean? Because there's so many different types.
Well,
of
the American
pizzas.
style of making pizza is like from what I understand, like New York, where it's
Like Domino's.
Yeah, it's like perfectly constructed, right? Where it's like this slice that like is very solid on its own. Like when it's cut up, nothing like falls off, nothing like fucking slips off or anything. It's a nice solid bit of pizza. I love it.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I tried, which I thought was going to be disgusting, right? This is vile. I know it sounds gross. Hear me out, right? I had this.
Do you like the grease? Do you like the grease?
Yes. So
Hold on. Wait, I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
okay,
I'm listening.
I tried the hot dog in the crust pizza, and I fucking loved it.
Hot. Oh, like a
They
sausage.
put a hot dog in the crust, and I really enjoyed it.
Do you like cheesy crust?
Yes, but I like the hot dog one more.
Really?
It's
What
like,
about-
it's like an extra meal?
But what if you put the cheese inside of the hot dog and then
now.
you put that in the crust?
Bro, that's
That's just not even a crust anymore. Like whenever people say, "Oh, but do you eat stuffed crust?" Stuffed crust is good. Stuffed crust is what you eat when you don't want to actually eat crust. Okay, it's a mozzarella stick. Okay, and this is just a fucking hot dog. Okay, you're eating a pizza with a hot dog at the end. It's
the
not
hot
the
dog.
crust.
I like the hot dog. You can get it in Japan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Pizza Hut do it.
Oh,
And I ordered it.
You're not going to pretend that this is better than stone baked pizza or like
Honestly,
fresh fucking
yes.
pizza.
Honestly,
but in Japan, right?
No way!
In Japan.
No fucking way am I listening to this right now.
In Japan, there's two types of pizza in Japan, right?
Yeah.
There's pizza and then
Yeah.
there's pizza.
Yeah.
All right, two different things. No, I'm not. You guys
Hold
laugh,
on.
but it is
Can
true.
we got like an hour left on this recording. Can we order a Pizza Hut pizza with sausage in the crust?
I actually want to try it.
I'm just saying we should do it. We should all have a live reaction.
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because I want to see your reaction.
I wanna see your
I've
reaction
had
to it.
hot dog crust pizza. It's a hot dog crust pizza.
on
It's-
camera. Have you had it on?
I've never tried it
Yeah, I want to see.
Wait, how have
Joey's
you never
reaction.
tried it?
because I barely eat cheesy crust. I just want like a regular crust.
I'm pretty sure they have it, man. I'm telling
Why
you.
don't you
yeah.
like cheesy crust?
It's too heavy.
And you want a hot dog crust?
No, honestly, it's so good. It's like a very tight hot dog. It's like wrapped around. It's like a bite-sized hot dog.
It's like a hot
great.
dog burrito.
Bro, it's so good. I
love it.
hope
I
they
need to
have
try
it.
it.
I need to check if they still have
Yeah,
it.
so in Japan, right? There's two types of pizza. There's pizza, which is like stuff like Pizza Hut, Domino's, American pizza, basically.
Right.
And then there's pizza, which is the Italian pizza,
Yeah.
right? So like if you ever go to like an Italian like restaurant or whatever or establishment, you'll be able to know the difference between like the Italian like stone baked stuff that Gaunt likes and then the American stuff that Connor likes. So
Disgusting.
at least Japan has like made a distinction, being like, at least they're not one of those countries that are like,
like-
all pizza is the same.
Like I remember when I first went to New York, right, and I had my first like New York pizza, and the selling point of this pizza was that you could literally
bigger than your
tilt the
face.
you could literally tilt the pizza and you could see the oil dripping off it.
Listen,
and I'm just
I'm not
how is
judging.
this a selling point? You're meant to make this appetizing.
To be fair,
this
though-
is just pure fat that's like rolling off now.
But I went to a place in New York that was like, I guess like kind of famous in New York. I forgot what it was, but like they're famous for like dabbing the oil off the pizza.
Off the pizza.
So it's a
Yeah.
really, really, it's a massive pizza, but it's really thin and really light.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know about like the full or like oil dripping off thing. Like, if that was
Well,
a
no,
selling
but
point, I
like
wouldn't
the,
need it.
But like the point is, you're still dabbing off the oil because there is so much oil on the pizza,
Right,
right?
right.
And to me, that's not appetizing. I don't know. Like when I see that much oil on anything, that just I don't want to eat it. You know,
Yeah.
I can feel my arteries just clogging
I
up.
mean,
just
look,
fucking looking
as
at
much
this.
as like, you know, there's a place called Pizza Slice in Shibuya that's really good. That does New York style pizza. Fucking bomb. I can only go there maybe like once a month though, because my god, after 2 slices, I'm like about to explode.
Look, I get it where, you know, I get that it's a nice fast meal, it feels good, it feels unhealthy. But to say that it is better than stone baked pizza,
It is.
that's where I draw the line, man.
is.
No
It is.
fucking way.
If I had to choose, oh god, so hard. I just like pizza in general.
Yeah.
But
It's all delicious.
it's all delicious.
I'm not saying that stone baked is not delicious.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
extremely delicious.
I'm not saying that New York pizza is not delicious as well in its own way.
Because like both types of
Okay,
pizza
'cause-
have their benefits.
Because like the
One
only
can be an everyday meal.
the only pizza that I'd say the Americans do the best is Chicago pizza. Chicago
deep dish stuff, right?
Deep dish
Yeah.
stuff. But like that's
But
like
just nowhere else
that's
even
not
does
even
it.
that's not even
Nowhere else even does it.
That's
like-
not a
But,
pizza, that's a pie.
No, yeah, exactly. It's
No,
not
no,
a pizza.
I
It's a
knew-
pizza lasagna.
No, but like
it's a
a-
pizza lasagna. That's what Chicago deep dish pizza is, and that's
It's
why
like
it's fucking
Italian
amazing.
squared. This episode is sponsored by Honey.
We all shop online. We've
course.
established that by now.
Yes.
And we've all seen that promo code field taunt us at the checkout.
Every time.
But thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past because Honey is the free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart. Honey supports over 30,000 online stores. They range from sites that have tech, gaming products, to popular fashion brands and even food delivery.
Right, let me tell you how this works. Imagine you're shopping on one of your favorite sites.
Yeah,
okay,
many times.
you're at the checkout once again, and then the Honey button drops down, and all you have to do is click apply coupons. Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for coupons it can find for that site, and if Honey finds a working coupon, you'll watch as the prices drop. Joe, what'd you save in Honey?
So I bought a brand new tripod for my brand new camera,
what'd you save?
and I saved a whopping $35.
Oh, I didn't even know you could save Honey on tripods, Joey.
Oh, go on, it's because Honey can save you money on pretty much anything.
By getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and also supporting this podcast. So, what are you waiting for? Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/trash taste. That's joinhoney.com/trash taste. Joey, with the outro.
Back to the show.
For me, there's something about the fillingness of an American pizza style that I love so much.
Yeah, I get that.
Like I really, really miss Domino's Pizza in the UK. It was so good. I love that pizza.
What's different about it in the UK?
I don't know why it's so good.
I don't know either.
I think it's just bias.
I think it just tastes the same. That's me.
I've had Domino's around like lots of different places, and they all kind of taste the
So
same.
I had Little Caesars Pizza in America,
Right.
and I thought it was delicious.
The mini pizzas?
No, the big ones.
Oh, the big ones.
It's like $5 for like a large,
Right,
and
right,
everyone
right.
was saying like, "Bro, it's like the worst pizza on earth." And
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
not-
I actually like it. I like oven pizza a lot.
It's not really great. I had it in
I
America
liked
as
it.
well.
I liked
I'd
Little
much
Caesars.
rather Domino's than Little
I
Caesars.
like Little Caesars. It was, and also,
I'm just convinced you don't have taste buds.
No,
I'm just
no,
like,
no,
I'm
no.
like the more you talk, the more I'm just like
No, no, no,
like,
because also my enjoyment of it also increases knowing that for all of that for $5, that's insane. What?
That's got
So
nothing
to do with the taste.
The taste is good, and it's only heightened by the fact that it's simply $5 for this massive food. Like this could feed the entire fucking Last Supper. This Little Caesars pizza.
Yeah, because it's not that
incredible.
great.
That doesn't
That's why.
affect the taste.
No, it does. It most. Come on,
Dude,
When you go
okay.
to a place, right? The price affects the way you see the food. It does.
Yes,
like
and,
when you get
and
a
that's
dollar,
exactly why Little Caesars tastes like a $5 pizza.
Like when you
as in,
get
it's not that great.
When you get a dollar slice in New York,
Yeah.
it is foolish of me to act like knowing it was $1 didn't contribute to my enjoyment of that slice.
Yeah, of course, but
It
you
was
don't.
an amazing
You don't
slice.
go to a New York pizza place and be like, "I would like an exquisite meal right now, please." $1? Oh, what a steal! You
Is it
know?
I would
because
say-
stone baked pizzas are not big enough?
That
it?
is one big factor.
Is that it?
Yeah. It's not
Okay,
America
so
size, you know?
hypothetically, if you found a restaurant here in Japan or wherever that does stone baked sourdough pizza, but it was the size of a New York pizza,
But also they skimp out on the toppings a lot, right?
No, I mean,
The problem with stone baked,
in Japan,
In Japan,
they
they
definitely
do.
do.
Yeah.
But
I
if
suppose you wanna have
you've had like stone baked in England, Like
I've
in
had Stone baked
Europe,
in Italy, and a lot of the time they skimp out. They're like,
Really?
I'm like, you don't put enough toppings on. There's like the sauce is generous enough, I'd say, but like
Yeah.
cheese, like come on, man. You
No,
can do-
I had stone
you can
baked in
do way
Italy,
better.
and they stacked
Really?
that shit.
because
They don't
I
ship
haven't
us.
been to Italy, but like the best stone baked pizzas places I go to, they don't skimp out on the cheese, they don't skimp out on the toppings.
Because you're on like a British version of it, so they're like they fix it. They're like they
Well,
don't
no,
want
the one I
British.
had, the one I had in northern Italy was packed.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
like
well,
it was
every
lit-
time I've had one in Italy, it's been like very lacking in toppings.
really.
Yeah, and
I
like-
don't think you're going to the right places.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like and like as the person who is like the biggest simp for bread, like how does that not play a factor in how these pizzas taste?
No, so that's more of a. I would say stone baked in many aspects. In my mind, is more about enjoying the bread than it is about the pizza. Like I don't even consider it like
Right.
like, to a point where I'm like,
It's flavored bread.
I'd rather just get like bread. Like at this point, just give me a real fucking pizza, bro. If it doesn't give me like 5 spots the next day, it isn't a pizza, bro. I want to be fucked up. Fuck me up with this pizza.
You know what? The world's right. British people don't have taste.
No,
I'm just like,
no,
you
that's-
know what?
that's confirmed.
I'm Team America with this one, man. I'm American all the way on this one. Bro, American pizza goes hard. It doesn't
No,
say
okay,
sorry.
look, there's a time and a place for an American pizza.
Every time.
hands down,
Every day.
hands down.
There
Every
is
time.
there is a time
Every
and a
meal.
place for American pizza, but
Every day.
it is not the superior pizza.
It is not the
It
superior.
is not the
It is
superior
superior.
pizza.
America, I salute you with your pizza.
Okay, then,
Your
okay.
pizza slaps. Keep doing it.
Okay,
Keep it up.
okay. Let's see how. Okay, then question: which one's better, Japanese sushi or American sushi?
Right, I'm head out. Well, no, obviously, like Japan does it better.
Well, then,
Sushi.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like, would you if I was to give you a choice of like just standard like Nikon of like just regular tuna that you get at like a cup of sushi
Yeah.
here, or a California roll, which one would you choose?
But I feel like I feel like at the end of the day, a stone baked pizza and a pizza are like the same shit, right?
What you've said,
But
like
But
I
a sushi roll is not even remotely like sushi. Come on, you cannot sit me dead in the eye and
No,
tell me that you think of that.
Okay, Connor, what you've basically said,
Yeah.
like, is basically like, oh yeah, sweet and sour chicken is the best Chinese food. You know,
Orange chicken.
orange chicken
Listen,
is the best. Chicken tikka
I'll die on
masala
this
is
hill.
the best Indian curry in the world.
I will
And I'm
not-
just like, no,
I
Connor,
will-
I
I
am
will-
not going to stand here and listen to this bullshit. Okay.
I've had both pizzas.
I'll become an honorary Italian for like a fucking day.
I don't care.
Just call you out on your fucking
do this for the
bullshit.
rest of the
If I
episode.
lose my Italian fan base for this, so be it, right? You guys have shit pizza compared to the Americans. Come on.
I just can't get over the fact that
Let's trace it back to World War II. I'm kidding. It's like with sushi and stuff like that. There's like a lot of the sushi is not even close. I don't even think that's.
how
even
is it
like-
all close? They
Because
use the same
a
ingredients.
sushi roll. No, it's not.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, the ingredients aren't even similar.
Everything
either.
inside of a California roll they use in regular sushi here.
Do they really?
Just not together.
What's in a California roll?
California. What are the ingredients of a California roll?
Sorry.
It's salmon.
You sounded so confident.
It's salmon, cucumber.
yeah.
Well, rolls in
There's roe at the
But like
top,
a-
right?
yeah, but like
Egg.
rolls in general are like an
so
American
different.
thing.
Yeah, it's so different from sushi.
Because
I wouldn't
like
say stone baked is that far off from.
But
normal
Japan
pizza.
has rolls as well.
Do they really?
Yeah.
no, but they
I've
don't have
never
the
seen
same
it.
kind of rolls.
Not the same kinds
It's
of
not
Yeah,
just
yeah.
fried shit, right?
No,
No, nothing like that.
Like from what I've seen, Japanese rolls are just like one fish in a roll, and
I
that's
feel like
that's it.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a dumb argument, but I'm ready to die for it.
Okay.
That's trash taste, there, right?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
It ain't a food. It ain't trash.
This is a
It's
bad
so
argument.
without a food argument.
I'm watching a man commit suicide, and I'm just like, all right, Connor, you jump off the cliff.
I think.
Don't say I didn't try to like grab you and warn you that this is a cliff you're jumping off, Connor.
I think a lot of the viewers will agree with me that American pizza is better than Italian. First of all, we have American audience.
It's and it's because I guarantee that there are more Americans watching this than Italians, and there are more people who have been to America than Italy.
I've been to both.
yes,
Mr.
yes,
Worldwide.
yes, Ashley, yes.
California roll is not Japanese.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, we know that.
We did-
Well, what are the ingredients?
Is it the?
Imitation crab.
Which they have. Which they have.
You don't get crab on sushi normally, though. You don't really.
Yeah, of course you do.
Not that often.
I get it all the time.
Really? Where? I've never seen.
In any sushi train.
You get like the crab head in the thing, but you never get like crab
No,
on
you
there.
get
Do
you get
really?
crab on it, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Really? I've
Yeah.
never seen this.
This is the man who just said that meat sushi didn't exist, even though he's had it. So, you know.
Yeah, to this day, I still don't view it when I go to get sushi.
Not exactly the most reliable narrator, this man.
It doesn't matter. American pizza's better than stone baked. I'll die on the hill.
Oh my god.
This is just like a bad person making a good argument. Like, people are just going to disagree with me because I'm fucking dumb.
It's not a good argument.
It's a great argument.
It's not a good argument.
It's quite in fact the opposite. You're a good person with a shit argument.
This is a preferential thing. I just think the pizza's better. It's not flat out being wrong.
Okay, look, I'm not saying American pizza is bad. I
No,
love
this,
American
this
pizza.
is not what we are arguing.
Yeah,
By
both
the way.
pizzas are fantastic, right? In their own
But to
unique
act
ways.
like it is so far beyond belief to even insist that American pizza could be interpreted as better than stone baked. You mean like that's just a wild claim? It's not wild. People like American pizza more than stone baked
because they've never had stone baked.
They have had stone baked.
I want to see how many people.
I think you'll be shocked by the amount of viewers that actually think American.
I want to
is better
see
than
how
stone
many
baked.
people, how many of our viewers who have had both can agree with you and say that the American.
Your head's in the cloud.
Would you say Domino's is better than stone baked pizza then?
In my mind, I would rather a Domino's pizza than a stone baked pizza. And I have seen, right? I remember as well. I felt so gratified, like absolutely.
Hey, yo, get this man some taste buds.
I felt so relieved. Who's that guy who has like 1,500 Netflix shows? I think he's a chef from I think Japan, but he's American.
The bearded
He's
guy?
hot. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
There was like one scene, right, where he was doing a whole thing about pizza, and he went around reviewing all different types of pizza. And there's this one scene where he's like, at the end of the day, though, there's just something about a Domino's pizza that it just goes so hard. And I was like, yes.
That's probably a reason why we don't remember his name.
Pretending like Domino's pizza or these like fast food pizzas taste like shit, you just claim.
I never said that.
We never said
that.
It's like saying a McDonald's burger is better than like a gourmet, freshly made burger at a burger joint. You know, like, yes, there's a place for it, but to say that is better is like...
I've had many burgers where I would prefer the McDonald's burger over said burger.
Well, yes, of course.
Because a lot of the time they're just like, let's just get some like good beef. Let's just like not consider the ratios or anything. Let's just put like shit. Let's put like 500 grams of bacon.
But what I'm saying, the argument we're making is think of the best burger you've ever had that wasn't McDonald's, and put that next to a McDonald's burger. Yeah. Which one would you rather?
But I've had a lot of pizza in Italy that wasn't stone baked that I think was much better than stone baked. That was more akin to an American style.
It's
right?
like
it's like the heaviness of it.
Yeah.
Stone baked isn't the only type of pizza, but to me, definitely it is like the pinnacle. I fucking love stone baked.
It's the best bread,
and you know what? It's because it's like the best bread, the best cheese.
This comes from a man who can't appreciate the crust. Like this comes from like I feel like you've already tainted the pizza argument.
It's because I don't eat the crust that I can appreciate a fucking good stone baked, because it's the only pizza that I eat the crust.
I just feel like you have like
it's like watching a vegan eat a chicken wing. It's like, oh my god, there's a monumental. It must be a really fucking good chicken wing.
You don't even appreciate bread, so how can you even have an opinion on what's better pizza? Like. You know what I mean? Like you don't have a core fundamental.
No. It's like I don't appreciate 90% of bread, because to me 90% of bread tastes the fucking same. You know, but it's like when
I'm gonna have to get you to stop right here.
You cannot say that.
I was on your side until you said that.
That's like me going, bro. Every fucking rice and noodle is the fucking same, bro. Like it's like that's just
udon is exactly the same as fucking
noodle shit, bro. It's like no different from instant noodles, bro. It's 90% the same.
Look, it's like 90% of the ramen noodles.
But I didn't think you could be racist towards white people, but in that moment, I think you genuinely were. I think that was actually racist towards white people, bro. That was like
French people clutching their baguettes right now.
French, bro. Germans are losing it right now. That's half of German food, man. Dude, we got to do a trash taste special where we just take Gant to a German bakery and he just is like, what the fuck? I didn't know you could have 15 different types of pretzels.
Are you saying that a pretzel tastes the same as a baguette? Is pretzel bread?
Oh, what? Yes, it's bread. What? Not the little fucking hard, like cookie-esque ones. It's
like pretzels.
A pretzel.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
What are you about to say, God?
I'm gonna be honest. A pretzel to me is just a salted baguette. That's what it tastes like to me. Right? That's kind of what it tastes like to me. Okay. Like to me, bread.
Whoa.
Okay, to me, I can't eat bread.
This is how World War III began.
To me, I can't eat bread by itself a lot of times. It needs to be flavored, okay? It needs to have some butter on it. Like, for example, a baguette, I need some butter with that baguette a lot of the times, okay? Pretzels, they have salt, okay?
No, you can't just eat a baguette, like a good baguette.
With butter?
No, just a baguette.
Just eat it by itself.
I can't fucking eat a baguette by itself. That's just like
You've just lost all
That's
my
way
European
too-
audience this episode, Don. You like won the Italians and then threw them away. What the fuck, Don?
Even the
Are you
Italians,
serious? No.
even the Italians are doing this right
Okay.
now.
You go on a European tour.
No,
where
because,
you, like, fucking actually
because
have
like,
Find
no-
out Europe.
okay, with the crust, with the crust, you're not eating, it's not like you have the pizza part with the cheese and, and the toppings and everything, and then you have the crust part, right? That's a very small ratio to the whole pizza itself. I can't eat a pizza-sized crust, no matter how good, like, the
I
fucking
could-
stone-baked crust
I can
is.
just chow down on a whole baguette, like straight
Oh,
out. When it's
easy.
good quality, like I don't need
Pretzel
anything.
as well.
Yeah,
like
bro.
if it's
Pretzel.
lightly salted, it's don't even need
I
mustard
don't think
with
you've
that.
had good bread, God. Genuinely,
Yeah.
I think if you had fresh bread, like good bread, I think you change your.
Fresh bread is good, but
Not like fucking Tesco bread. For
No.
the fucking bread.
I've had fresh bread, but bread to me
What?
is
What
like
fresh bread. I'm skeptical now. Where have you had this fresh bread?
Okay, so you go.
You
go-
had fresh bread yesterday.
No, that was fucking
Yeah.
great. Could I eat more than just the slice that we got? No. That was too much. And with the slice, I fucking
I could have destroyed that whole plate.
I could have
fuck.
had that.
That's
plate.
like way
Every
too
time I
heavy.
go to an Italian
Okay.
restaurant in
I've
America,
had many meals where
Okay.
I've enjoyed the bread like an amount where honestly, if the rest of my food didn't come out, I would be happy.
yeah,
with
every
the
time I
plate
go
of
to an
bread.
Italian restaurant in America and they always give you that like the plate of bread, I'm just like more. I need
Yeah.
more. This is
Bread-
not going to
okay,
be enough.
Bread to me is a starter. It is a starter. It is not the meal. You can't just have bread as a meal.
This
right?
man would not
I don't
have
know who I'm
survived.
offending with this take right now, but to me, I can't.
the entire Middle Ages.
I can't just have
peasants in the
I can't
1800s.
I can't just have like pure bread as a meal. I'm pretty sure like
If you were born in the 1700s in Europe, you would be so dead.
I didn't think we were gonna have another
You're like
food
bread
episode, but like
for dinner. What the fuck is this?
I feel like, right?
okay.
You guys made such a big fucking deal about this pizza thing that I didn't think it was a big deal. And,
Hey, don't rope me into this shit,
and
bro.
this man walks in here being like, bread is shit.
Okay.
Like straight up. Like what?
Okay.
Like you don't even have like a gluten allergy or something or some shit like that. So like behind
I didn't say bread was shit. I said bread is not a meal.
You said 90% of bread, and I quote, tastes the same.
Okay.
And
Okay, I'm going to go back on that statement. Okay?
You better recant that
90% of bread does not taste the same.
how much
but,
percent?
Huh?
How much percent?
But I mean, like,
Like an 87.
Name a percent, Don.
okay. With bread, I can't have bread as a meal. That's like having pure rice as a meal. Okay.
No, it's
as
totally
as
different.
an
It's
Asian,
different,
I can't just have a rice as a meal. I know people can just have rice as a meal, but you need
No,
some
it's different.
you need
It's
some
different.
fucking seasoning on the rice. You
It's
know, you
so-
need,
it's
you need
so
some
different.
flavoring. You need something to go with the rice.
I can have rice as a meal.
Yeah, I know you can, but
I know you can, but
bread,
would you?
bread doesn't fill the same like role as rice.
It literally does.
No, it doesn't.
It literally
no,
does.
it doesnn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll completely disagree that all bread tastes the same or whatever, but I can agree that all rice tastes the same.
Yes. Okay. I would say most rice. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
That is.
There is different types of rice,
No,
right?
yeah.
But
Yeah.
like
Obviously,
rice,
I can tell the difference between like Japanese rice and like saffron rice.
but there's like rice
Yeah,
pudding and all
obviously.
that shit as well. It's all nonsense. But
I mean, is rice pudding
but-
even
but-
rice
but
at that
I
point?
think comparing the roles that bread and rice fill is like no, it's completely different. It's totally different.
I can't believe you're Japanese, Joey, and
Yeah.
you're going to say that all rice tastes the same. Where a huge part of Japanese cuisine is like the subtle differences in how the rice tastes.
Hey, yo, that's all bullshit, eh? That's all marketing.
I will-
It's
I will-
all marketing,
I will
dude.
agree with,
Every
yeah.
time you go to a fucking ryokan or anything, and you get like the massive meal, and they bring out the fucking bowl of rice, and they're
It's the
like,
same. It's
"This is the top branded rice of this prefecture," and
Yeah,
I take a
it's-
bite, I'm like, "Bro, this tastes."
No,
exactly
you are
the same.
wrong. It does not taste
It
the same.
tastes exactly
You
the
do-
same.
You're chowing down on it too fucking fast to appreciate the
It's
subtle
literally-
fucking
it's
taste.
literally just carbs. It's just.
That's what bread is. That's what bread is. Literally just carbs. It's literally just carbs.
It's so much more than that. Whereas rice is just pure starch, right? Bread has so much more that goes into making a good bread, right? You've got all the different ingredients
I'm like
that
afraid
go
to
into
say
making
anything
it,
anymore.
right? Rice is just like 100% starch, right?
No, because
Bread?
there is subtle differences into how to cook rice.
But no. But like, if we brought out 2 bowls of rice, right, and one was from like fucking Akita Prefecture, and another one
wouldn't
was
tell
from
the difference.
Nagano
You wouldn't tell
Prefecture,
the difference.
I could not tell you the fucking.
No,
difference.
it's not just about the type of rice, it's how you cook it as well, which is why, sushi rice tastes different depending on which sushi place you go to because...
Sushi rice tastes different because it's got vinegar in it.
No, but that it's cooked with vinegar, it's seasoned with vinegar.
Yeah,
right?
obviously.
Yeah, so it's part of the cooking process.
But if
right?
if there was 2 bowls of sushi rice, one from Akita and one from Nagano, you can't tell the difference.
That's like saying if 2 pieces of bread were cooked exactly the same, then they taste the same, which they would because they're cooked exactly the same way. That's.
I feel like both of these arguments are fucking stupid.
Yeah, they are. I just
to make sense of
realized
both arguments here.
I just realized,
I'm losing
yeah.
my mind.
I'm losing my mind in this fucking conversation now.
I think I do agree that rice is less what's the word
Diverse.
diverse than bread. Like the bread has way too many.
I'm saying, like, my core argument is that I can't eat bread as a meal. It's the same
'cause
way
you-
way as eating rice as a meal.
I genuinely believe you haven't had good bread. Like genuinely.
I have had good
I
bread.
don't think you have.
Was the bread we had yesterday good?
That was even compared to German bread. That's mid.
Was it good bread yesterday?
I thought it was kind of good.
It was good. It was good, right? Don't get me wrong. It was good bread. But I'm telling you, man, I've been.
See, I've never been to Germany, so I don't know. Like,
All right, yeah, I spent a lot of my childhood in Germany, and I can tell you, man, it's fucking good. It's so
bet.
good. Like
every time I
the
go to a
fresh-
German restaurant, it's like amazing bread.
because it's like the only thing that Germany does well, right? Is the 3 foods that German like specialize in:
Yeah.
beer, which is food there.
Yeah.
It's not a drink; it's
Yeah.
food. You have bread, and then you have meat. Like just the
Yeah.
meat is good, right?
Sausages.
Right.
Yeah,
fucking
great.
amazing.
Yeah.
Right.
Great sausages.
And there's a reason why they stick to 3 things because they fucking do it amazingly. The bread is insane. Everyone's like French baguettes. No, French baguettes can like fuck themselves, bro. German bread is like 20,000 light years ahead
Right.
of it. It's not even comparable.
So could you? What if you could
just
have
like
bread
it.
as a meal? Why don't you then?
Because so you want variation, right? You want like different things. Like if you just have bread every day, yeah, you'll get bored. But I can easily have bread occasionally as a full meal if I needed to.
Really?
If it was German bread, yeah, no qualms about it.
Yeah, if it was German bread,
Like a fresh pretzel,
yeah. If you give me like 3 pretzels just by itself, not like no mustard or anything.
give me a beer too.
Give me a beer with that? Oh,
I need a stronger taste than just bread. You know.
Because you haven't had good bread.
You haven't had.
I have had good bread.
You haven't had a good pretzel.
No matter how good the bread is, I can't eat a bread as an entire meal.
We're going to Germany.
You know,
We're going to Germany.
Go to Germany, get a good pretzel.
I can appreciate
you'll be
good
alright.
bread. You know, I can appreciate a good slice before the actual meal comes out. Before the actual serving of whatever dish I've ordered comes out. You know, a bread is a good starter. Gets the palate going. But can I eat an entire? If I go to a restaurant and I'm like,
You're lucky we have
waiter,
a Russian, not a German gun. I'll tell you that now.
waiter, I would like to order an entire plate of bread and nothing else. I'm just like, no, I can't do that.
That's why you go to the bakery. You don't go to the restaurant for
Yeah, that's what a bakery. There's a thing called a bakery that serves exclusively bread for a meal.
Make it there too. You'd like cut out the middleman. I don't know.
It's like made for people who want bread as a meal, perhaps. You know. Oh my
All
god.
right.
Fucking God.
You exhausted now, Garn?
I'm exhausted.
I can't wait
after
for this fucking hot dog crust to turn out.
I wanna
go
try
in,
this shit,
bro.
dude.
Yeah,
I really
so
wanna try
good.
this shit. This episode is sponsored by Boxu.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Boxu Christmas, gamers! Here's one for you, Joey. Here's one for you, Garn. Oh my god, it truly is a magical time to be alive.
But Santa, could you explain to us what these Boxus are?
Why, yes, of course, Joey, I can. Boxu is a monthly snack box subscription service that delivers original assortments of premium Japanese snacks and tea pairings.
Boxu makes such a perfect and memorable gift for anyone in your life who appreciates Japanese snacks and culture, especially during a time when people aren't able to travel as easy as they would like.
And something special for all the amazing Boxu customers this holiday season. They will get free tickets to Japan, maybe.
Are you serious?
Maybe. Boxu is having a giveaway where one lucky winner will win a free pair of tickets to Japan. And anyone who is subscribed before December 31st is automatically entered. Links in the description down below so you can check out the terms and conditions and other methods of entry.
Gentlemen, do you like wood?
I do.
Because here's a wooden kiribako boxu just for you guys.
Oh my god!
Look at that. Look how aesthetic this is. From now until December 30th, you can receive your next boxu in a special kiribako wooden box for an additional $50.
So use our code TRASHTASTE10 and the link in the description below to become eligible to win the giveaway by subscribing to Boxu. The code will get you 10% off your subscription. Don't miss out on this unique opportunity available for anyone who subscribes until December 31st. So what are you waiting for? Get yourself or a special loved one a kiribako boxu and check out the link for a chance to win a free trip to Japan.
Back to the episode.
Also, I just want to say, Garn, that you said every beer, even no matter, or beer, bread, where it's like you make it, it'll taste the same even if it has the same ingredients. Actually, it's been proven that when bread rises, the air surrounding it, depending on the region, completely changes the taste. So shut the hell up!
Sydney,
Can we put this in the episode?
Sydney, you're meant to be on my side.
No.
Sydney.
Put it in, Boudin.
And then you put in, and then you
Justice has been
I
served.
can't believe I've been betrayed by this. Sydney, we're meant to be a fucking team.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
No, because then you're also saying, like, you guys saying, like, rice tastes the same. Like, what kind of fucking, like, honestly...
No, rice does taste the same.
Rice does taste the same.
It doesn't taste the same.
Are you thinking there's a complete difference between Thai rice, Japanese rice?
No. But
Thank you.
all Japanese rice tastes the same.
No, but all rice does not taste the
Yeah,
same.
it does. All Japanese rice tastes the same.
Yeah, I'm backing up to
All Japanese rice tastes the same. You guys are fooling yourselves. It all tastes the same. It's all a marketing ploy. Don't believe that shit when they tell you at the Ryokan. They could be giving you fucking 100 yen like microwave packaged rice for all I care.
Yeah, but while we were waiting for the hot dog rice, I do have a story.
Go on.
That finishes the lasagna arc, the lasagna story arc. Well, it's not even like it's like a side story now.
Yeah.
So after our housewarming party, we got pretty merry, and there was one thing I had forgotten about Japan, because in my previous place I lived on like a high enough floor that I didn't need to worry about bugs or wildlife or that kind of thing, because nothing could ever reach the top floor of my apartment at the time. So I forgot that Japan has cockroaches, right?
They sure do, guys.
Most
countries do.
I had completely forgotten that Japan had cockroaches, right? And what we found out was during the party we didn't close one of like our windows fully. So the window was slightly ajar and we had left the food out because unlike in Thailand where we were taught to, clean up everything every day because cockroaches can come.
Yep.
Living in a house, we had forgotten that cockroaches can come because we are living on the bottom floor, where a lot of cockroaches are, unfortunately. I mean, it's a pretty new house, so we didn't have we didn't have to worry about that before.
Yep.
And I didn't notice this, or I didn't know this, until me and Sydney were having dinner the next day. We'd cooked a nice meal. Sydney had cooked a nice meal, and we were enjoying this curry that she had cooked, and we were like chowing down. And then I look over, and in the corner of my eye, I see a black speck move about, right? And I move over, and I look over, and there's a fat fucking cockroach.
How fat are we talking?
It's about that size.
Okay, that's pretty. Okay. That's a decent size.
It's a decent sized cockroach.
Just moved in.
Yeah, I had just moved in, and I literally got PTSD because if you don't remember, I had a previous experience with a cockroach in Thailand.
The famous cockroach story.
Yeah, if you want to check that out, there's a clip where I tell the story. But I had a previous experience with Thailand with a cockroach, and it wasn't a pleasant experience at all.
Right.
And I remember seeing this cockroach, and Sydney was like chatting away to me, and she was like, "Gone," and I was just silent. I was just staring at this cockroach, and then she like starts getting angry. "Gone, listen to me." And she says that, and then she looks over, and then we're just both staring in silence. And then it's as if the cockroach knew that we were looking at it. Yeah. It was flexing because as soon as Sydney looks over, it just crawls away into the air conditioning in one of the holes, and it just disappears. And me and Sydney are just like, fuck. How do we burn this entire house down? We can't burn this entire house down. We just fucking moved into this place, right?
The cockroach literally did an understandable have a nice day to you and just scurried off.
And me and Sydney were just sitting here in silence. We were like war veterans, right? Because we were just like, we literally escaped.
Not this again.
Yeah, we literally escaped this country. We literally escaped Thailand, so we didn't have to experience this again.
Yeah.
And here we are, moved into our new place. We've been here for like a month, and we have a single cockroach in our house.
Right.
Fuck, what do we do? So we sit there for about an hour being like, well, do we move out again? Is that a viable option? Like what does the contract say, right? And then eventually I'm just like, I start going on Amazon and I buy like every cockroach related products I can find in terms of like cockroach traps, cockroach sprays, even though I've had previous experience with cockroach sprays. I start reading like,
some of the fuckers are built like brick shit.
Yeah.
You could put the whole fucking
If Terraformers has
Yeah.
taught us anything, that shit don't work.
Yeah.
They are invincible.
Yeah, so like I started doing research about Japanese cockroaches and if sprays actually work or if traps actually works, because my experience with cockroaches in Thailand is that sprays don't work at fucking all, and it can actually make the situation worse.
Yep.
They just like scream.
Yeah, they just scream.
They go berserk mode.
Yeah. And so I order everything and I just try to forget about the cockroach, but like But like that night, me and Sydney slept with like one eye open. Like we couldn't sleep that night because we were just like, how can we sleep knowing that there is a fucking cockroach downstairs? You know, what happens if I go to the toilet and I see it, or I just hear it scuttling about? You know, like so
in the dark. Right?
Yeah, so in the dark. So we finally go to sleep, and then first thing in the morning, I go downstairs to go to my office because my office is on the bottom floor, and my living room, dining room is on the second floor. And I go downstairs, and what do I see? It's the fucker. It's right in the center of my living room.
It's got a lot of balls.
It has got a lot of balls, and
right on the kitchen.
And I fucking freeze up. I'm just like, fuck. How do I get rid of this cockroach? What do I do now? I don't have my spray. I don't know. I'm kind of scared that it's just gonna like run off. Maybe it's gonna fly and like hit me in the face again, and like maybe it's gonna be a similar experience to what happened in Thailand.
Yeah, I'm getting out the shoe.
Yeah.
I'm getting out. The shoe.
and I'm just like,
heaviest boot you got.
Yeah, I'm like looking around. What do? Do I try and kill it? Do I chase it away? What do I do? And then I like try and like ninja my way down, right? And as soon as I try to do that, it sees me, and then it starts running, right? It starts running, and then I look at it, and I realize, wait a minute, it's running so fucking slowly. Because my experience with Thailand cockroaches is that they're like fucking Sonic. They're like fucking speedy motherfuckers. This cockroach is running at full speed. It was just running like this. And I'm like, and then I corner it so it runs the other way because I'm still afraid that it can fly. Yeah. And I chase it towards the stairs, right? And I assume that it's just going to get to the stairs and fly off. Yeah. It goes to the edge of the stairs, right? And this stupid motherfucker, right? It tries to go on the side of the stairs and it just drops, right? It just drops, right? And I'm just like, wait a minute. These fuckers can't fly. They can't fly and they're slow as fuck. And then suddenly I'm starting to feel myself. I'm like, all right. Maybe I got a chance here. Maybe I don't need the cockroach spray. I can get rid of this by myself. So eventually, the cockroach right now is on the bottom floor. So it's like it's not even flying. It didn't even like fly down. It just walked to the edge of the stairs, stumbled down, like landed on its back, went down the stairs, and they kept going down the stairs. So I run down the stairs. And I go into my office and I try to grab the closest thing I could find to like fucking slam this thing, right? Yeah. And so the closest thing I could find in this rush happened to be a mouse pad, a booby mouse pad, right?
What is that going to do?
Why?
You literally could have got anything else.
I think your fist would have been more of like
okay, because I didn't want to stain myself. Okay, so
you're gonna stain the booby mouse pad?
Yeah. Okay,
weebs are crying right now.
It was the fastest thing I could find in the rush.
Was this the fastest thing you could find?
Do you just have booby mouse pads like on your floor?
No, because I was looking for something like a shoe or something, but everything in my office, like I can't grab.
Isn't your office right next to where you keep your shoes?
So my shoes were like in the cupboard, right? So
what about the slam dunk shoes you used to
I am not going to use my fucking slam dunk. So like most of the things in my office are like figures, or most of the things I can see are like figures or like glass or like solid shit. So the only thing that was like I felt that was the closest thing.
Elasticity.
Yeah, elasticity. The closest thing I could like slam this thing without having to worry about it breaking happened to be the booby mouse pad, right?
What's wrong with you guys? What was that?
I wasn't thinking.
There's nothing else in your room.
Wait, is this the domestic girlfriend one that you got?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So this is me.
A fucking signed piece of memorabilia.
It wasn't signed. It wasn't signed. I have my signed piece of memorabilia.
It was the worst girl.
Yeah. So this was just like I explained this like I thought about this consciously. No, I just ran in my room, just like grabbed this mouse pad. That was the closest thing, and just ran back out. And by instinct, or maybe not by instinct, so I grabbed like the booby side of things, right?
No.
I grabbed the tit side of things, right? But like this mouse pad is like you felt like a booby mouse pad. It's flimsy, but it still has like some weight to it, right? Yeah. So it's not exactly like I'm hitting it with paper. It has like a little bit of weight, but it's like slapping someone like that.
I failed to see how you picked this up. You're like, yes, this is the weapon of my choice. Gans in like the fucking Gladiator Stadium, like Gans, you may choose a weapon of your choice.
Picks up a rock.
Picks up the booby mouse pad. I'm ready.
Look, I had picked it up. I had committed to it because I was scared that I would run back out and the cockroach would be gone. Right. But thankfully I ran back out. It was still there. I'm like, great. I fucking wham it once. Yeah. Okay, we're at full strength. Slap it. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hit it with basically like an air cannon.
Yeah. So I'm just like, wham it once, didn't work. Wham it twice, didn't work. So I'm just like fucking.
It's like a fucking Quentin Tarantino scene.
Honestly, it was like, you know, it was like a scene from a gangster movie or something. It said like, I don't have a hammer, I'm not bashing someone's head in, I'm bashing this fucking cockroach in with a booby mouse pad. And like this thing, okay, so I hit it. It like falls over, runs back again, flips over, runs back again.
What a fucking unit.
But like after about 5 slams, it starts slowing down. This thing was like fucking boss battle. And it had like a fucking health bar, right? But like I could see his health bar like whistling down, right? So he's like, Gun, what's going on? Gun, I don't say anything. I need to concentrate on kick.
All I hear is the boss battle music.
All I hear is the fucking Dark Souls boss battle music. I go for it for another like 3 times. It's like crawling now, but I still can't do the finishing, like I still can't deal the finishing blow. So I'm just like, finally, after it starts crawling, I start using my head. I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't the heavy side.
I thought you meant like literally like. What's harder than a booby mouse pad?
I was like, wait a minute, this isn't the heavy side. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to do the finishing move. I turn the mouse pad over, so it's booby side up. This is where all the weight is, right? I go for one more, fucking wham, direct hit, 1 hit kill. It is dead, right? It is.
He literally went from like he went from dual blade to a broadsword.
I can't believe you're framing this story like some kind of victory. It sounds like the most pathetic thing I've ever heard, Carl.
Because when I saw it belly up, right, I literally was like panting, right?
That's the soft spot.
Yeah. I was like. Sydney runs down, right? She's like panicking because she thought I just fell down the fucking stairs or something. Because all she heard was like wham, wham, and me just like heavy breathing. And all Sydney witnesses is just me standing over the dead corpse of this cockroach with like a booby mouse pad in hand. And I'm just like, in my mind, I was like, do you see what you get? Do you see what you get?
Are you not
gonna mess with the Moria? So like that's how I felt. I never felt so much adrenaline in my life.
I just want to know, why was the cockroach like so? I don't think I've ever heard of a cockroach be that. Maybe it ate too much lasagna.
There are some slow cockroaches.
It ate the lasagna probably.
Maybe, yeah.
I was like, oh fuck, I'm so full. All right, I'm just gonna
I'm
stumble
take
down.
my time. Nice walk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you probably have more.
Huh?
It means you probably have more.
No, I mean we already saw one, and we've only seen.
saw one.
You only saw one, but you know these sneaky motherfuckers. They probably created a colony.
We've got a load of traps out just in case, you know, and.
I've been dealing with a pest of my own.
What?
That sounds like I was going to say like gone.
Yeah.
Well, true, man. Fucking pigeons keep shitting on my balcony.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And because I put like the grass down, they keep shitting on the grass. And it's, do you know how hard it is to clean fake grass?
That's so weird, because like you've seen my balcony,
you
right?
know,
Like,
I was going to ask, how do you not get pigeons shitting on your balcony?
never.
They come here, they chill there. I'll clean it all up, right? It'll take like 30 minutes to clean all this shit up. There's so much crap.
The only place actually that I get pigeons is the window in my office, which is like on the edge of the building.
I think because there's like my balcony is like inward, so it's like there's no like wind or anything.
Right.
So I think it's like nice and cozy for them because they always go for like the corner top, like they nestle in a corner.
Yeah.
And they shit on this thing relentlessly. I'll literally clean it and I'll come back the next day and there'll be like 15 poops. And it's annoying because it's like solidified.
You need to have something to like anti-pigeon.
So now I've started I've gone through like every method in the book. I've got like reflective shit all over my balcony now.
Right.
It's just
You're hanging up
everywhere.
CDs.
Like, stuff that reflects in it. So far,
It's working?
no poop.
Oh, that's good.
So I'm hoping that I don't get any more poop.
God, just remembering that story is just getting me aggy, man. So
I didn't realise how relentless these pigeons could be.
Right.
And they're so noisy too.
Yeah,
I'll
they
be
are.
sleeping, and I got like PTSD, I'll hear them. And I'm like, fucking, oh, get out of here, you damn kids! Like,
Pulls out the shotgun. Off my lawn!
I get Gaunt's M16 from the bigger episode. I'm like, who wants some freedom? Yeah, but I didn't use the M16 on the cockroaches.
the M16's here.
Oh, you should take it out, shouldn't you?
If we ever get a cockroach, we're all good.
One wakes up, cigarette.
Pull out the big
He gets a
guns.
cigarette in his mouth.
Yeah.
M16 resting on his shoulder.
So I dare you. I dare you to
Take
come.
another bite of lasagna, cockroach. I dare you.
No, because after we killed it, or after I killed it, you know, I
This is not a we thing.
No,
Don't
it's not a
include
weird
me.
thing.
Our victory.
After I killed it, you know, after I successfully like slayed this fucking demon, then like
Just fun. You hear like
Yeah.
fucking Lisa playing in the background while John's like, da, 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 da,
yeah,
da.
bonfire. So after I slay this demon, we get this what is it? We get the brush out, we sweep it away, right?
Yeah.
So I take it outside. Lay it out. Turns out the boss had like a second phase. It fucking gets up again, right?
The undead phase.
And then,
The old classic play.
Yeah.
The old classic.
It's so weird because like when we were sweeping it in, no movement, fucking dead. As soon as it goes
That's a pro.
outside,
That's a pro right there.
Yeah.
As soon as it goes outside, turns over, starts scuttling away. So I had to like fucking hit it again.
With what?
Huh? With the broom. Well, with the broom, right?
But if it's outside, then just leave it, right?
It's about
the
sending. It's about
principle.
sending
Yeah.
a message.
You did send a message
What
inside.
if the kids are watching
Yeah,
outside?
yeah.
Oh, literally.
Yeah. But then eventually I'm just like, fuck it, you know? I'm gonna let this one go. I'll be like, tell your friends what happens if you enter this house, you know?
Come again, I dare you. Come again.
That was how Gant became a local hero.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the hot dog pizza has arrived.
Do you know how much it was? Do you have receipts?
About 2,200.
Fuck.
$22 for
Oh
a
my
pizza
God.
this size. Hey,
Look at
it's
this.
Christmas, though.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
it's 50 off though. This was $20.
Thanks, Japan.
Thank you.
Fucking what a joke! Look at that.
Oh my god, it's like actual like sausages.
Yeah, bro. Dig in.
All right,
Dig in, go.
what kind of pizza is it?
Just a normal margarita. No, it looks like pepperoni. Yeah, give me a slice. There we go.
You're not gonna tell me that this is better than Stone Baked.
Oh, there. This is, bro. Look
Well,
at that.
okay. To be fair,
Oh, look
I'm
how moist that.
I'm not
cardboard
a
is.
massive fan of Pizza Hut pizza in Japan.
No, the pizza. It's this. Okay, this one in Japan is weak, bro.
Yeah, not great, but I am curious to see how this how the sausage is going to fare.
That's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
I mean, pizza is pizza, so it's gonna taste good no matter what.
I just love that thick, cheesy taste. You know.
Well, that's thick bread.
I would just eat it.
Audio only listeners, I apologize.
What point were we trying to prove again?
The hot dog. And when you get to it, try it.
Okay.
And then like wrap it up a little bit, get some sauce.
Can I
on
just
it.
eat it first?
No.
I feel like it's gonna taste less good than
Okay.
the pizza side.
I got a bit of sauce left, some cheese on it.
Such
a weird podcast.
It's a hot dog.
I love it.
Okay, I'll fuck with this.
Right? Isn't it good?
It's weirdly good.
Right?
I mean, I've had this before,
It shouldn't be this good.
Like I normally get dip as well.
Oh,
but
the
is
hot
this
dog and
is this
dip,
better than stuffed crust?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's better than stuffed crust.
It's so good. I love that.
I don't like the cheese they use in stuffed crust.
Really?
Yeah, it's too like thick,
Yeah, it's way too
and it's
thick.
like it tastes like very similar. So you just get like a lot of cheese, like way too much.
Oh.
No, yeah, you have to have like the fresh
so
stuffed
good.
crust because when
We
it
will
starts
finish this later.
when it starts
Steph, please try it. Give us your
Staff,
verdict on the hot dog.
Give it a go.
Give us a go.
Sausage. We need a second opinion on this show.
when it starts to harden a bit,
so good.
that's when stuffed crust.
I don't like stuff. Why is it like outside?
Well, normally sometimes it's inside, but I like it. I think it's good.
You tried this.
Yeah. I want Sydney's verdict as an American.
Yeah, Sydney. What's your verdict as an American, Sydney?
Try it. So do I eat the?
Well, just eat it.
Just eat it how you normally would, and then when you get to the crust, just like leave a little bit of the pizza,
Yeah.
and then just go from the side.
John just like left his pizza. Can you believe
Oh, we
it?
did later. I don't.
Fuck it.
I'll finish it later.
Who just leaves a
mine.
pizza for
Not
later?
my American.
I'm not that hungry. I'll be
Not
honest.
in my American.
I'm not American, but goddamn, sometimes I wish I was. Like, maybe that's why I'm so angry about them all the time, because I just want to be an American. Maybe I wish I
He's
was
angry at something he can't be.
I wish I could be American.
Honest opinion? Well, it's an option. I mean, it's fine.
With dip, it's way better.
Maybe okay.
With
Fine.
dip, when you get some dip on it, man, it
Oh yeah.
This is an option.
That's
If,
like
if
actually
you
hot.
put some if you put some ranch on that shit,
Oh
like,
my god, bro,
oh,
it's different.
Oh,
Garlic and
It's
herb
not
dip
stone
or
baked.
something.
It's not stone baked.
you can't
I
put
like
you can't put ranch on stone baked.
No.
What do you
You shouldn't put ranch on stone baked, Joey.
What's the verdict?
I wouldn't dare.
If I was drunk, this would be like heaven.
Yeah, right.
But normally, no. I'd rather cheese in a crust.
Okay.
Yeah, I would prefer cheese in the crust as well.
It's like you get a pizza, and then at the end you're like, oh shit.
You get like a little
Get
meal
a little
at the
hot
end.
dog.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
Like, little
I'd never go to a restaurant and look a waiter in the eye and be like, can I have the option with the hot dog in the crust? But if I can call up a pizza place and tell them, hey, can you send it with the for some reason
I think I've figured out your taste, which is
Bold.
you need some like variety in it. You can't just have like, even if something tastes amazing, you can't just have that same thing.
No, I mean I can eat bread like straight up. Just so that's,
Except for bread, apparently.
Yeah, it's like two ends of the spectrum.
There is-
It's either no
because-
variety
because
or too much
the problem-
variety.
this is where half and half is amazing as well. Like I love half and half. Like, who doesn't want half and half? Like,
I don't want half and
I
half.
don't like half and half.
I don't like
why?
half and
Why
half.
would you not want like two different flavors?
Because
I don't need it.
why not just order the superior flavor?
Yeah.
And just
Well,
stick on
maybe
the
two flavors are amazing, and I want to experience both.
one flavor is always the best, so I order that flavor.
Yeah.
And that's all I need.
I feel like this is a weird
because
taste.
I agree.
Because if you have half
You
and
never
half,
get half and half.
never.
Very rarely.
Never by choice. It's always at a party, right?
Yeah.
Because you need variety at a party, right?
Yeah, but like I often find that halfway through a pizza, especially a heavy one, I kind of need something else to kind of mix it up so that I'm not tasting just the same.
But
Well,
to
that's
me,
what dip is for, right?
Yeah, well, the dip. I mean, I love dip too.
Yeah.
When I have pizza, I want like every dip on the table laid
Yeah.
out, and I'm like, dunk, dunk,
Yeah,
dunk.
exactly.
well, for me, if I have the same thing, but it's an amazing same thing, then I can just eat that endlessly
Yeah,
until
That's
I'm
true,
full.
but because pizza is like that style of pizza we just had is quite heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting 4 or 5 slices of that in, you're like, all right, I need to change.
You know
it
what's
up.
not?
Stone baked.
Stone
yeah.
baked.
Yeah, which is why. Yeah, but
why.
I'm not saying that stone baked is like better.
It's like God was waiting for that.
yeah, but
It's like, now is the time to strike!
that's right. If you fold up a stone baked pizza into one little ball, it's like one slice of a normal American pizza. In
Hey,
depth.
yo, what?
Do you fold up your pizza into a ball? Yo, can we do that? Can we roll up a stone baked pizza into a ball and just like take a bite out of it?
Just like kind of wrap it around.
Yeah,
like this,
yeah.
and just like turn it into like a dim sum.
yeah, like a dim sum.
Yeah, just like wrap it around.
I think I'm just speechless.
I think
now,
I actually
you know?
got the Italian mafia on me for saying that.
You just lost any right to go to Italy.
Yeah, I can't go back to
I think
Italy
we've
anymore.
all lost some sort of right to some sort of.
I have.
I mean, yes, you have.
Yeah.
yes, you have.
Yeah, you have, definitely.
I'm pretty sure you just declared war against Italy.
No, I'm willing to give credit where credit's due to Italy. You know,
Credit when credit is due to Italy.
like
Like they were the ones
kind
that
of-
kind of came in and was like, you guys have it good.
Italy's
but-
all right, right?
Yeah.
It's all right. I mean, we're British men. So hear me out, right? hear me out.
Hear me out. The Italians have got something.
Coffee, they're doing that right.
They got something right, you know.
Pasta, all right, they got that on lockdown. No one can even pretend to have like any claim over.
But like,
pasta.
okay, yeah. So like, okay, for example, right? Like American pasta is like a little bit different to like the standard Italian pasta, right? Like,
Italian pasta is like fucking drenched in. American is like fucking heavy.
It's
got
like
so much
oily.
sauce. Like
Yeah.
it's a lot of oil. Yeah, okay, I don't fuck with that. That's just too much.
Yeah. It has a time and place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a Maggiano's is like every now and then I'll go there if I want to feel like I want to destroy my stomach.
Yeah, like I understand how Olive Garden can do like bottomless of stuff. Like they do bottomless bread, don't they? They don't
Yeah,
do
it's
pasta.
bottomless breadsticks, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is like the breadsticks aren't even that good.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want bottomless of something that's mid.
Would you have an entire meal of breadsticks?
It depends how good the
If
breadsticks
the
are.
breadsticks are good.
Yeah, like, we're talking
Not Olive Garden breadsticks though.
No.
That's just like bread flavored cardboard. Sorry, Olive Garden, but actually,
I'm just wondering, like,
Remember we ordered it was Napoleon style pizza from around not too far away. There's a few chains of them around in Tokyo, and it was awful.
Oh,
We
yeah,
ordered
yeah,
it. It was
yeah.
really shit.
it wasn't that great.
It was so bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Japan, right?
And
Like, it's
I
very
don't even
hit
know
and
that
miss.
that was going for like stone baked, but not stone baked. That was a really weird hybrid. Remember that?
It was like
We
it
ordered
looked
it?
like
Yeah.
it looked like a stone bake, but it didn't taste like it was actually stone baked. You know,
Yeah.
it's like it looks stone baked, but here's an oven.
A lot of pizzas I find don't have a very discernible cheesy taste, and I want to be able to taste the cheese.
Right.
yeah,
You
same.
find that like a lot of pizzas either because that's also when you put too much topping on the pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can't taste anything because you just taste like meat.
It's
You're
just
like
like-
this is too
yeah,
much.
yeah.
I need to taste all the flavors in unison.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
synergy.
there needs to be like a right ratio of like crust,
Yeah.
sauce, and cheese and toppings as well.
Yeah.
right?
So.
Otherwise, there are some pizzas I see where like it's basically just cheesy bread, and I know that's a type of pizza,
Yeah, you can
but
get a pizza that's just cheese, right? Or and you can also get margarita
And cheese
which is just-
pizza.
Yeah, which is just sauce and
Yeah.
no cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Fuck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that.
I don't get that.
I guess that's if you're like, I want to have a pizza, but I don't want to feel too bad about it.
It's like the people who get a pizza and they just scrape the toppings off, right?
That hurts.
is
That
like-
actually
I'm like,
hurts.
what happened to you in your childhood?
Yeah, just
You
like
had to
just
do
get a
that.
pasta.
Sydney does that.
Oh my
and
God.
I die a bit inside every time I see
Just
her
like
do
dunk
that.
your bread in some pasta sauce. Like just bring like just bring like a fucking pasta, like one of those sauce pots with you. Like
Yeah.
why ruin some pizza? Like don't do that. This is not how I intended the new year to start. By the way, I did not think I'd be.
No, I intended it to stop. It's not trash taste without an argument about food.
Like I don't know who had the most clown opinion this
You.
episode.
You.
No,
90% of bread tastes the same.
all rice tastes the same.
Bro, come on.
Italian pizza is
American
worse than
pizza.
American pizza.
Everyone was a clown today, ladies
Listen,
and gentlemen.
we don't-
Everyone was a clown.
I'm glad we called this trash taste. It shields us from a lot of criticism.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
definitely.
just say that
Yeah.
much because we say some fucking.
You can say all you want, guys, but we're trash taste. What did you expect?
I like how we made the name in preparation of us having like shitty anime takes, and like none of us intended to ever talk about
Here's
food
what I hate
at all.
about online, right? Everyone is so scared to give their like genuine opinions on stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking like not just like politics and all that
Yeah.
shit. Whatever. I don't give a fuck about that.
Like unimportant stuff.
Tell me your weird food taste that you have that is really, honestly, it's quite bizarre, but you die by it.
Like it's
Everyone has these things.
yeah. Everyone has a weird
scared
food
to tell
taste
them.
because they were brought up in a certain way, or they're not so familiar with a certain type of cuisine, or sometimes taste buds don't always make sense. You can't
Right.
have there's no such thing as objective taste buds.
One of my favourite dishes as a child. That's the most British thing I'm about to say.
Okay.
My mum would just make mashed potatoes and spam. Just mashed potato in the spam and then just mash it all up and just give it to me. That's it. Like the whole plate is just there.
To be fair, it does sound like
Honestly,
it could be good,
dude,
but
it's really fucking
I don't
good.
think I could eat that like repeatedly.
I can.
Well, yeah,
certainly
of course
can.
you can.
It sounds like something where if you didn't eat it as a kid, but you wouldn't like.
Maybe we should
You couldn't
try
eat
it.
that. At
Well, it's
all.
like me with natto, right? The only reason I like it is because I had it since I was a baby.
Can you convince kids to like any food?
Yeah.
I believe you can.
How do they convince you to like natto, but they can't convince kids to like broccoli and stuff? And
Because the people who don't like broccoli are babies.
they are actually babies.
Yeah, they're actually babies.
They're actually. How can babies like natto?
I don't know. I like
Is
it.
it maybe? Honey, you know what it is? Big brain.
What?
Kids love slime. Kids fucking love slime. Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah.
Every single
Baby
YouTube
food.
channel for kids is slime.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
all slime. It's a conspiracy. Bro, I'm getting the fucking Red Bull. Bro, that's why kids in Japan, that's why they love natto,
Slime,
because
yeah.
it's slime.
I mean, baby food.
I don't know. It's
natto
also-
is baby food with beans in it.
It's slime.
Look, but like you,
It was always the slime. It was
always the
right
slime.
in front of us this whole time.
Right under our nose.
but like maybe broccoli or what were we talking about? Broccoli?
Yeah.
Maybe broccoli just doesn't taste good as like the main part of
Well,
the
no, in the
dish.
case with broccoli, isn't it the
unfortunately.
fact that like because kids' taste buds are more receptive to like bitter flavors as an adult, and then as you get
Do you
older,
like broccoli?
Yeah, I love broccoli.
Do you like like broccoli?
Yeah, I love broccoli.
I love broccoli. You give me like a plate of broccoli and I put some mayo on that shit and I can just eat it.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Wait, you didn't have broccoli with mayo?
What?
That's a very Japanese thing.
What?
I didn't say it to be like controversial. I thought this was like normal.
You just said that like it was like, bro. I just grab the poop out of the toilet and just grab it and I just eat it.
Wait, oh no, it's good. Try it. Get some
I'm down to try this.
get some like steamed broccoli, right? Get some Kewpie mayonnaise and then dip it.
Wait.
It's very common in Japan.
Okay, here's why I recoiled for a moment there. I had an image of you with a bowl of broccoli and just pouring a bunch of mayo. But I've ordered from that chicken and broccoli place that's all over Japan.
Yeah.
It literally gives you, it's awful, it's so bad. It's like non-seasoned boiled chicken
Right.
with boiled broccoli.
Yeah.
And it's all prepared, so they just heat it up and send it to you.
Yeah.
And they charge you like $30.
Yeah.
But one of the dips they give you is low-calorie mayonnaise. And I
Yeah.
got to tell you, it goes hard.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it actually
it's
does go
actually good. Like
I just realized I love
Yeah,
it.
it's
You know what?
amazing.
Actually, friendship again.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
I'm sorry.
World peace
Exactly.
attained
Yeah.
once again.
I think Gant's the weird one.
Yeah, he definitely.
Have you had it?
Huh?
We should have it.
Well, no, he does like condiments.
I will say that.
You like mayo,
okay,
though?
okay, I will,
It's
no,
like, how you
okay,
take
okay,
his
okay.
opinion seriously?
Okay, no, I fucking hate mayo normally, but living in Japan,
Kewpie mayo, right?
like fucking Kewpie mayo fucking is amazing.
Yeah,
and
okay.
like it's because I've just had shitty mayo my entire life.
What do you put it on? What do you eat mayo with?
So whenever it's in a sandwich, right?
Yeah. Okay. Next time you
I
ever
feel, like
have
I'm asking,
steamed,
I feel like I'm asking Mark Zuckerberg, what is being happy? Like, a sandwich.
initiate happy
Yes.
process. No. Okay. Next time
Populous.
you have chicken and broccoli, just get some Kewpie mayo and just like don't even have to drench that shit. Just like a little bit is enough because the mayo is already powerful, right? Of a flavor. Just a little bit.
Wait. When we
Amazing.
get fried chicken, do you not like it with mayo?
No, because I like the taste of fried chicken. I
Mayo
like.
is really good at like kind of combating the oiliness of it and the
Yeah.
heaviness of it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
That's why a
Like
lot
adding,
of
like another oily heavy liquid.
Yeah,
It
go
somehow
figure.
kind of mitigates it.
yeah. That's why like with karaage, for example, you always dip it in mayo, right? And it's fucking tastes
I
amazing.
don't because I like the taste of fried chicken. So
But with the mayo, it's fucking
This kind of is.
amazing.
I don't know. There are some things where I said I just like if it's seasoned correctly, then I enjoy that, right? Because then I enjoy the taste of the seasoning rather than the taste of the condiments.
You can't expect
But
like,
it's like I'll have some of the chicken on its own.
Yeah.
And I'll also have some of it with the mayo.
yeah, just to
It's again,
try
it's
it
like
out,
mixing
right?
it up,
Like, yeah,
getting the palate,
yeah.
getting the palate.
Like I've said, if something tastes fucking good, I can eat that thing infinitely.
That's like
until I
what
get
children
full.
do. Yeah. Children, like a dog, right?
Yeah.
Like a dog. A dog
Yeah.
can. You give a dog.
I used to eat like spaghetti bolognese like
Yeah, every
5
day.
days
Yeah,
a
when I
week.
was in
Yeah,
university, yeah.
I'm sorry, my taste buds actually work on her. So
No. I would argue they don't work because you are able to eat the same thing over and over again.
if it's good, not if it's bad. If something tastes good,
I
then
have
saying
a
you
pl- I
can't
have
eat
plenty
it
of food
over and
that I
over
cannot
again.
eat every day. Like I can't just go back to it. Like
So, like, why do you think it's so easy for me to eat? Like, I can easily eat the same meal every day. Right now, I'm like eating a salad every day, and it's
that's fine.
It's fucking easy because salads taste great. And
Well, salad is like inoffensive. It's like saying, oh, I can have water every day.
I do have water every day.
Yeah, but
I,
that's the
I
same
do
thing.
that.
I have water.
I have water
Oh my
every
God.
day.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not really on board with that argument. I'm going to distance myself from that argument.
It's
That's
a fucking salad. You can't expect like the most like grandiose like combination of flavors unless you like drench that shit in dressing.
well, I mean, I don't know.
Other than that, it's just like standard vegetables.
I can eat. The thing is, I can eat like some foods. Okay, I found this salad place and I really liked it, and I ordered it like maybe 10 days in a row. I want to say the salad, and then now for some reason when I try and eat it, I know it's really good, but I just don't like it anymore. Why is that?
because you got bored of it.
Yeah,
But isn't that sad?
Well, that's why you don't eat the same thing every fucking day.
So damn good.
If it's something that I fucking love, I purposely try not to eat it often.
But the reason I think the reason
Could be
why I
me.
went
Because
Could be
there's
me.
nothing that terrifies me more than one day sitting in front of my favorite meal, having a bite and going, "Fuck, it doesn't taste as good as it used to."
The reason why, right? Here's why. Okay, if it was a pizza, I wouldn't do it every day. You know why? Pizza's bad for you.
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
Salad's good for you. So I was like, don't mind if I do. Round 8, okay. And then I got bored of it. And now I regret it because now I have a harder time finding healthier food that I like eating. So I really fucked myself over.
Yeah,
with that.
that's the real problem when you can't have a salad anymore.
Well, that one type of salad.
That one type of
But
salad. Yeah.
because like my biggest issue is that I have to force myself to have a balanced diet because I can easily eat something the same thing every day if I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's like I could
Lasagna.
fucking
World famous
fucking
Okay,
do it.
legit, no, okay, I can eat lasagna every day.
Yeah. I could
Yeah,
eat-
I could fucking eat lasagna every day.
Garfield
that's what it's a
Garfield had it
Garfield,
right.
I'm not going to say it's healthy or balanced, but I can do it, and I'm going to enjoy
Italians
it.
are like, of course it's healthy.
Of course. If mom made it, of course it's healthy.
Well, Papa John's eats a pizza every day.
He's still alive somehow. He's just the world's most greasiest human being, that's all.
Fucking hell. Oh, what a fucking awful episode.
This has actually been probably the worst episode of Trash Taste in terms of takes.
I hope you guys are ready for 2022 because it might honestly just get worse from here.
Bro, I feel like I've got concrete in my stomach. I don't know what it was from that I've eaten today, but my
It's probably the
stomach
fucking pizza, right?
just- No, it couldn't have been that. That was the best thing I've eaten.
That was the
today.
heaviest slice of pizza I've had in a while.
That was amazing.
It was
I
good
should
though.
order another one.
Yeah.
Can't believe it, but that's the problem in Japan, right? It tastes good, but you got to pay $22 for that tiny
Yeah.
ass
Yeah,
joke.
that's true.
I know. It
It's
sucks.
so offensive.
It's
While
the
Little
biggest-
Caesars out here
I
making
mean, it might
moves.
honestly be a blessing because if it cost the same as an American pizza, I'd be like 500
It's
pounds.
the biggest deterrent in terms. You know what we should do actually. We should make
Trash taste pizza.
we should make a we should make a food 3x3 one of these days, and pick the 9 dishes that we're gonna defend the 9 dishes, and
Alright, let's
that's
go.
going to be
Let's
like the most toxic episode.
4-hour trash taste episode.
That's going
has
to be like
been
the
released.
most toxic episode of Trash Taste that's ever been made.
People skip through that episode and
One,
realize
two,
it's more than
you know
one.
the- you know
We
that-
we picked the 9 dishes that we
No,
couldn't live without.
You know what format is really fucking horrible and
What?
but just leads to people tearing their throats out? They're like where you put stuff in like a tournament bracket that shouldn't be in a tournament bracket.
Oh,
like when they put like
yeah.
video games in a tournament bracket, like the best one goes through, and it was like what was voted the best game? It was like GTA.
It's like God of War, right?
God of War
God
was
of
voted
War
as the best game of
voted
all
as the
time.
best game
What?
of all time.
Yeah, by like IGN's bracket or something. We should do that.
Oh,
with
I
food.
mean, it's fucking IGN,
We should do a
that's
food bracket.
How long would that
A
take?
food tournament arc?
Yeah,
No, okay,
We,
okay.
we come down
Okay.
and we have to agree what is the best food.
Okay. No, I got it. I got it.
Luckily, we're 3, so we'll
Okay.
come.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I've got it. We're gonna make the food 3x3. We're gonna present our favorite foods, and then we are going to have the bracket for the viewers to vote for it, and then we're gonna present the winner, or we're gonna present the tournament results on a live stream or something.
That's
and
perfect.
we're gonna tear each other's throat out.
We'd have to put more food there then, because it'd be like
Yeah, that's true.
But
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
figure it out. Okay?
We'll figure it out.
Sure.
But look forward to that, I guess. In the
Yeah.
meantime, here are the patrons. Look at them all. They love you.
Beautiful patrons.
If they're still here,
I wouldn't be surprised if everyone was like, yo, this ain't worth $5.
Shout out to the Italians who clocked out an hour and a half ago.
I just want to imagine what it's like being an audience member
No.
in this episode to be like,
No.
yeah, he's saying something that makes sense. Oh no,
I love it when
oh,
we
wait.
have like people who are like food scientists watching the
Oh,
videos.
yeah.
You're like, actually, and I'm like, listen,
Like,
I don't give a fuck. Taste buds go bruh. You know what I mean? Like, I ate it.
I mean, they're all
Apparently they
probably
do for you.
They do,
I mean, they're all
yeah.
having an aneurysm in front of their screens right
I
now.
do
I'm
apologize
sure.
for any food experts out there.
Yeah.
I might not be right, but I'm anecdotally correct. So that's all that matters.
Yeah.
And that's why we are in a political situation that no one agrees.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know. At least I may have some clown takes, but at least I'm friends with some fellow clowns, especially this
Exactly.
episode.
This is
so,
this is the circus.
Thank God.
We're all.
This is not trash taste. This is the circus now.
This is the circus. This is the circus. But hey, if you'd like to join the circus, then make sure to go to our Patreon, patreon.com/trashtaste.
Says a lot about society.
Says a lot about the circus, doesn't it? Also follow us on Twitter, send us your memes on the subreddit, and if you head FS, listen to us on Spotify.
I think this is the first time we've literally had every one of our cast members speak out against something we've once
Yeah.
individually said.
Before we wrap this up,
Yeah.
where the fuck is Grindelwald? Where's Grindelwald?
What?
Oh,
Why isn't he on the shelves, bro?
I don't know.
The best figure from the whole
okay.
purchasing?
He's in the corner
I
somewhere.
did it.
Bring him out. Give him out. Give him right there. Come on, let's get him on the table. There we go. Leave him right there.
Oh my God.
All right, there we go.
Good old.
I thought you were talking about Majora's Mask there. I was like, wait, does it
have another name?
Is his name
Alright.
Grindelwald?
Joey, tell him to fuck off.
All right. Fuck off. Bye.
Bye.
Oh crap. I'm back, baby. My full body just like. Alright, Merry Christmas, everybody. Don't have any Christmas themed challenges, but you know what's close? Red and green giant 5-pound gummy bears. I know this actually isn't the world's largest gummy bear. I say that in the title probably because it's clickbaity, but they say it right there. That's not my fault. It's trademarked. It is over 6,000 calories and over 100 grams of protein. Beefy pump day. Woof. Sugar count right there. It's a little tougher to do. So yeah, I did this challenge almost a decade ago, I feel like, back in 2012. My time was a horrible 41 minutes. That took me a long time. Do you remember? Because you were there, you were filming that.
Yeah, it's like I remember first buying into it.
My goal is to beat my old time. Your goal is to finish it.
Beat your old time.
You know it's only 1 year shelf life? It's probably expired.
Alright, so you going with the sour apple or the chicken?
I'll go with sour apple.
With the sour apple, okay, I'll go with the chicken. Alright, so I guess that's it. I'm just gonna break it open.
Yeah, that's not a spicy challenge, so we all good.
It's under 5 pounds. 4 pounds, 9 ounces. Damn, false advertising. It was more than
I got the donk.
4.47 ounces. Look how thick it is. Morgan's in town, so of course we gotta go old school.
Yeah.
Alright guys, here we go. 5-pound Gummy Bear Challenge. I'm rocking the cherry flavor. Morgan's got the sour apple flavor. Challenge starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. God.
Hey, that's good, you know? Actually, sour apple is pretty good, you know?
I'm channeling my inner savage and going for the neck. Alright guys, the head is down. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, dude. My old time is toast. What the hell was I doing back in 2012? Jeez.
That body, though.
Yeah, this is a big bicep.
Little ghost bear.
You did a pretty good job, the whole butt's gone. You ate the entire butt.
Is this the worst shower if you were participated in?
It still tastes good right now.
Feels gross. There's chunks of gummy bear and water floating out right now. Feels really bad. But we're almost there. 6 minutes. I can't stop. I'm not gonna lie. I'm shooting for under 10. It's possible. That's an extra under 10 minutes.
8 minutes, 808.
I'm sure there's something kicking my head. Pretty gross. Wanna go 1 minute?
Come on, 30.
Stuff.
Yeah. Oh. I pushed at the last minute. I'm so nauseous.
Alright, wait a minute. The scrappling's here. Hold on. There's like 1 gummy bear, 2 gummy bears.
That actually is like a gummy bear. Alright guys, 10 minutes on the dot. Under 10 maybe, 10 minutes on the dot. I had the entire gummy bear in my mouth. I don't know what other people do. I'm gonna make a video in the future about my thoughts behind chipmunking versus clear in the mouth at the end of the contest. Because chipmunking is so much more fair and easier to judge. So I'm gonna call it that the chipmunk was under 10 minutes and the clear mouth was under 11. But regardless, killed my own time. Yeah, Morgan's actually doing a good job. Holy crap. We are 15 minutes into this, almost 15 minutes.
Easy. I wonder if like salt water would help.
You want some?
Have a hamburger.
Hamburger.
Yes.
We have hot Cheetos too.
Oh, yes. More.
Big one.
I'm back, baby.
Alright, we just passed 20 minutes. Morgan's picking up a little steam. The Cheetos are helping out.
You going down, boy?
We're back. Short sleeve, Morgan. Round 2. So much action in this video.
Time is moving so slow. Damn, man. It was 20 minutes ago, right? Shit. That wall, yo.
27 minutes. Damn, what are you thinking, Morgan?
Why does it gotta be one flavor?
Oh. Potato chips coming up. Hey, Morgan's digging deep. Gotta respect that. He's giving up.
Yes. Ugh. That's a mean perfume. What is this?
We have just passed 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Get back here, what? I don't think I'll ever eat a sour apple candy again. Yay.
Holy shit. A pretty big bite. Mmm. 33 minutes.
Oh my god, bro. What is this time? My full body just like.
That doesn't sound good.
I can't pick it up. That was good. Oh no!
Damn, it's working.
Come on, baby.
It's working.
Did he start doing?
37 minutes now. 37 minutes.
Okay.
Closing in on my old time. 4 minutes away from my old time.
Cool time.
Alright, let's see that work. Here we go.
Ah. Jeez, man.
You can do it.
Oh. Now we'll cut it at 41.
You're gonna cut it at 41, you sure? Okay.
Got 1 more minute left in.
1 more minute. Gotta pound it for 1 minute. Fast. Here we go. Last minute.
Alright.
Here we go.
Here we go.
How's the movement? Where's the movement?
Let's go.
2, 1, 41 minutes. I got away with that. I think you did pretty good. So. There we go. I'll get that. Alright guys, well that's it. That is the 5-pound gummy bear challenge. My second time attempting it, Morgan's first time attempting the challenge. I'm sure there's other people who've done it. I should have looked up times, but my old time was 41 minutes back in 2012. So needless to say, that time got obliterated. Morgan, on the other hand, didn't finish. But Morgan still has a decent amount of gummy bear. If you guys have any other ideas, like challenges that you can see Morgan and I try together or something, or Morgan try or something, yeah, leave it in the comment box below. These are always fun to do whenever Morgan's in town. But with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next food challenge. All right, here we go. Here's the weight. What is left? Started with 4 pounds, 7 ounces, something like that. I didn't even get half. 2 pounds, 13 ounces left. 1 pound, 10 ounces. 60 minutes. Not bad.
That's brutal.
How the But I also think that I just need to farm more defense artifacts, man. Man, I need to stop doing that. Man, I need to stop doing that.
Don't underestimate the beetle. He can be some of the toughest little guys around.
I really need to stop doing that. And I just... But I also think that I just need to farm more defense artifacts, man.
It's just no blast. What's that?
Man, I need to stop doing that. Man, I need to stop doing that.
Don't underestimate the beetle. He can be some of the toughest little guys around.
I really need to stop doing that.
Without knowing the stats on the artifacts, it's not really much.
Hey Techie, would you ever do a meetup in ATX?
Yes. Literally fucking dead to me. Literally fucking dead to me. Why did I join OTK? Literally, why did I join OTK? Literally for what? Literally for what? Why am I here then? Why am I here? Okay, I guess Canute has more fucking equity than me. Okay, great. No, that's awesome. No, that's alright, dude. That's alright. You know, he has more equity. That's fine. That's fine. Fucking fake rat. Fucking rat, dude. God, I'm fucking sick of it. I'm so fucking sick of it. You know, maybe if I had a pair of tits. Hey, I'll say it, Miz. You've changed since you lost Maya. Maybe Maya's not the only thing you're gonna lose. Because you're thinking, fuck off. Techno, this whole channel's clickbait. Which one? You're a bitch. Fuck off.
Addition to channel, thank you. Let's go.
You're such a bitch, dude.
Somebody did what I wanted to do. Let's go. Somebody did what I wanted. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Favorite food. I've sampled numerous dishes during my time away from the mountains, but the truth is that I don't really remember how they taste. The only dish I can never forget the flavor of is that bowl of noodles I ate at home so long ago. I shouldn't have to remember that. Why do I have to remember that? Osmanthus dick tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Why is there a sink inside Shenhe's? Why is there a little dip in her stomach? Are you telling me this character has a belly button? Sorry. Chinese government here. That's too far. Too far. Not interested? We're going to need to take that away because women cannot show their belly buttons. It's too lewd, even though, like, literally 7 other characters show their fucking belly button. How the fuck is Yai Miko? Oh, dude, look at her, man. She's so fucking hot. She's so fucking hot. I'm thinking Electro Catalyst healer. Yo, what up, YouTube? I'm making this video completely impromptu because I was talking to my chat and I hear about the most egregious mistake that I see thousands, little bit of 6,000 people here all flexing me how they've never spent a crown. Do you have crowns that you don't know what to spend on? I'm gonna break it down for you right now, what you can spend your crowns on, and you will quite literally never regret them. Okay, in case you don't know, if you've ever seen an MTash video, crowns are legit just guaranteed DPS increases. So if you're there and you say, oh, I'm free to play, I was never able to beat this while you're sitting on 10 crowns, you're an idiot. Okay, because I will say this, okay? When people say, oh, I can't beat this because I'm free to play, no. It's because you're free to play and you're fucking dumb, all right? Also, it's my birthday, so be nice to me and press like and subscribe on this video. Now, let me tell you every single thing that you can upgrade with a crown and literally never regret, okay? We're gonna go through every single character. And you can disagree with this if you want. If there's any meta whores watching this on twitch.tv/whatever because you're a dying streamer that has no content and you have to watch my videos on your stream, here, I'll break this out for you dummies so you can put out your moot fucking counterpoints that nobody gives a fuck about in your own echo chamber of a Twitch chat. Here we go. Number 1. You will literally never regret crowning your Ayaka's ultimate. Do you want to know why? Because it's fucking broken. Okay? This ability is fucking broken, and it does so much damage, everything dies anyways. And that's how you'll know you'll never regret it. Because now, on the off chance that something might live, they'll die again. And then they'll go to Planet Namek, gather the Dragon Balls, get revived, and then die again. Number 2, crowning Raiden A's or Raiden Shogun's ultimate. This shit is fucking broken, and honestly, I'd argue you could crown her E as well. They're both fucking incredible abilities. Okay, next up. Crowning your Chi-Ha Yaburu is fucking insane. Same thing with your Kazuha Slash. Both of these are excellent candidates for anybody's crowns, okay? Especially if you like Kazuha. In my opinion, C0, you should crown your Slash. If you have C1, you should crown your Chi-Ha Yaburu, okay? Next up, I honestly think Diona is one of the best characters in the entire game. I genuinely believe that, okay? I think crowning her shield is an excellent choice. Now, I haven't done it, but I would if I had more crowns to spare. But I say if you're a Diana player,
or Diona player, I think crowning either one of these abilities is absolutely fine because she is so goddamn good. Okay. Next up, Arataki Ito. Okay. I think crowning any of this dude's abilities, well, let me rephrase that. His auto attack or his ultimate, both can be crowned, and they are both great choices. This is an incredible character. If you haven't met C0 and you're a bitch, shut the fuck up. This character is absolutely incredible. I love this character so much. I think crowning his auto attack or his ultimate are great choices. Next up, I think crowning Albedo's E is a great idea. Okay? If you like this character and you want to crown his E, go for it. It will provide you so much extra DPS output. This character will most likely never be power crept, and if he does, it'll probably happen in another like 2-3 years. So you'll still get a good 2-3 years out of him. Okay? Next up, I highly recommend any absolute moron who's bad at the game to crown Dominus Lapidus. Okay? If you like not thinking whatsoever in your Genshin Impact, then crown Zhongli's E. Okay? It is stupidly broken. It is so absurdly good. And it takes a broken ability and makes it even more broken if you take it up to 10 or, God forbid, 13. Do not crown a single ability on your Traveler. Let's talk about Zhao. Now, this one is really tough. Okay, and the reason why this is really tough is because all of Zhao's abilities are really good. Okay, so for this one, I don't like speaking out of turn. But I know one of these abilities could be crowned for sure, but I don't know which one would be the best. So I'm going to leave this up to my chat. Mods, can we get a poll? What's the best ability to crown on Zhao? Pick 1, 2, 3, or all of them. Because I know Zhao's broken. A lot of people were saying auto attack because that will increase your plunging damage the most. But a lot of people were also saying Bane of Evil, which I get because that also increases a lot of your damage. It's the reason why it's so hard with Zhao is because he's so goddamn good. It's hard to just pick one. And even at C0 with no talents whatsoever, he's still fucking broken. I'd probably say the one that people wouldn't pick is the E. But at C6, you can argue against them. But we're talking C0s. People are saying majorly Q. So the majority of people are saying to crown your alt. But a lot of other people are also saying auto attack. But I will go with my original thought that I also thought, which was you can crown his ultimate. Okay, Venti, you do not need to crown this character whatsoever. But if you did want to pick one, you could crown his ultimate. The reason why I say you don't need to crown anything because Venti is not used for his damage whatsoever. He's literally just not. He's used for his utility 100%. And with how much utility he has, he amplifies the rest of your damage by a fucking billion. Okay, but if you want to crown any ability, crowning Venti's ultimate is fine. Next up, we have Eula. Crown her ultimate. She's fucking awesome. This is one of the best characters in the entire game. I don't give a fuck what you say. Next up, we have Ganyu. Crown her fucking charge shot. It's fucking broken. It is ludicrously good. Next up, you can crown Mona's ultimate. It's fucking ridiculous. It is ludicrously good. And it's still meta in like 9 different fucking team comps. It is outrageous. If you want to crown Tartaglia, crown his E. It's awesome. If you want to crown Yoimiya, you're probably not, but if you do, you can always crown her auto attacks. But once again, Yoimiya isn't the most meta-pleasing character, but if you like her and you just like using her, then crown her autos. It'll increase her damage by a lot. Now, this is one that I did that a lot of people disagreed with. Now, I crowned my Hu Tao's ultimate because I like seeing big damage numbers, which is really, really, really funny. But this is another one that I'm going to have to go over chat for. Chat, what do y'all think is the best ability to crown on Hu Tao? Okay? Honest question. Because a lot of people say that Hu Tao is one of the few triple crown characters, kind of like Zhao. But then another large majority of the people here also say her E, which I definitely get. But I crowned her ultimate because it was funny and it made good content. And yes, literally 89% of people are saying her E's. That's fair. I don't think you should crown your clay. But if you were to crown your clay, I would say to crown her E. And the reason why is because support clay can be a thing with her E. Okay? And this is the ability that will not get power crept, I think. And it's the funnest one to use because you can use her E as main carry or DPS. But that's just my opinion. I guess you could also crown your Bomb Bomb or your Kaboom, but I prefer her E crown if you're going to crown anything. Diluc, literally, I don't care. I hate this. This is another one that I don't really want to talk about. But I guess for Diluc, I would also say E. Now, MTash would say, oh, just crown all of them. And that's how you quit Genshin Impact, is by triple crowning your Diluc. And that's just the God honest truth. This is one of the most boring, counterintuitive characters on the entire game, where he's a melee character, where his ultimate pushes the enemies out of melee range. I don't know why the fuck anybody would do that. If you want to crown a character on Goro, you can. You can crown his E ability. That's fine. Okay? Now, once again, I would like to say everything that I'm saying is crown these if they are your favorite character. Okay? Sucrose is perfectly fine to crown. It's a great ability. Rosaria, I would say not to crown. Pujo Sora, I would say not to crown. Fish, if you want to crown, I would recommend crowning her E. I kind of want to burn through the rest of these. Beto, you can crown her ultimate. Razor, I would recommend not crowning, but if you did, you could crown your ultimate. Xingqiu, you could crown his ultimate, but I would also not recommend crowning Xingqiu because he's super fucking boring. Crowning Bennett's ult is the greatest thing that you can ever do if you ever just want to say, fuck the difficulty of the game. I am an absolute god. Zhang Ling's ultimate can be crowned, no problem. Gene, I can say you can crown either one of these. You can crown your E if you want more damage. You can crown your ultimate if you want more heals and more damage. This one is, I honestly feel like it's totally fine to do either. Don't crown your Chi-Chi. I would also say don't crown your Ningguang, but if you're going to crown your Ningguang, I would probably crown her ultimate. Chat, would we agree or disagree? It's either ultimate or auto attack. What do you guys think? I think it's normal or alt. Okay, so some people are saying alt, some people are saying auto attack, some people are saying all three. Y'all do whatever you like. Do not crown Sayu. She's a fucking taxi. She doesn't need that. If you want to crown your Kaya, crown his ultimate, okay? Don't crown your fucking Amber. Now, Kaching mains is going to be really upset about this, but I wouldn't crown anything on a Kaching either. And the reason why, maybe you like her and you just want to use her, go for it. But I feel like this is one of the candidates for will most likely be power crept in the near future. Let me phrase that. Power crept even more. Dude, Kaching feels like a literally like unviable unit in current meta. Don't crown your fucking Kokomi. Don't crown your fucking Noelle. Problem is, I've seen like a million people crown Noelle. If you're going to crown Noelle, crown her ultimate, okay? Crown Chongyun's Q if you'd like. Don't crown Lisa. Don't crown Barbara. Yanfei. I know Yanfei has a lot of diehards too. Chat, what do y'all think should be crowned on a Yanfei? People are saying do all of them, and the other people are saying crown her ult or her auto attack. Don't crown Xinyan, don't crown Aloy, don't crown Toma. Those are just my opinions, okay? Those are low-hanging fruit for characters where you can crown them, and if you like them enough, you will never regret it. Okay? It's just guaranteed DPS boost. Just use your goddamn crown. It's really not that hard. Okay, and it'll feel nice when you use it. And then when you have 0, you'll get excited when you get more ones. Dude, a worst outcome, just keep 3 in your inventory at all times and spend the rest. That way, if a new character comes out that you really like, you can triple crown it. Okay, or you can do 6 in case 2 are released at the same time. But if you're struggling in the game and you still have crowns, you have no excuse. Because you're stuck by your own accord because you are not taking a DPS boost that you could otherwise be getting. Okay? Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Chat, use your fucking crowns. Catch you on the next one. Follow me on Twitch. Subscribe to my YouTube. Catch you on the next one. Peace. Okay, boys. We might have to watch this a couple times. Okay? We're going to watch the Shenhe teaser. Let's get into it. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. I'll tell you why I'm nervous is because I really don't want Eula to be dethroned as my #1 waifu. And I don't think that she will be because I like Eula for how she looks as well as how she is. But I'm just nervous because Shenhe looks so goddamn good. Oh my god, no.
I feel like Shenhe is the Kujo Sora of Koryo.
Shenhe? Oh, that's Shenhe? Holy... okay, sorry guys. I really don't want to be another one of those days, but good lord.
Another nightmare. One has told you before. Be not complacent. The ropes are to be worn even while you sleep.
She is the bird! Wait, fuck, no, she's not the bird. She's friends with the bird? Is she friends with the bird? Why is she with the bird? I thought she was the bird, but they're just homies, I guess? They're sisters? Disciple. Her master. Okay. Oh my god, she's beautiful. Oh my god, okay, that clears things up. Or they're dating and they have a really weird dynamic.
Rest, child. No need to train today.
Stop! Stop making me fall in love with the frog! Frog fucking died deluxe for Nintendo Switch. Oh my god, her eyes are beautiful.
Cursed child, and she'll never have contact with it.
Oh my god, is that Ayato's voice line? Let's completely forget about Shendy. I'm assuming there's just some random side character, right? This isn't another case of that's like Grandmaster Barca shit talking on Shendy, and now nobody gives a fuck about her?
I
That's
thought
her
it was
dad?
Mountain Shaper.
Can you play as her dad? Menha? Random parent? Okay, good.
Anyone else?
I swear to God, if they ever tease another character in another character's teaser trailer, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, okay? They did Ito fucking dirty, I promise you. Oh my God. Oh wait, bro, you looking over there? No, not another person part of Aether's harem, man. Bro, I'll say it. Do you know how angry I am that I picked Lumine over Aether? It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. Like, dude, oh God, I had to use Lumine and it irks the fuck out of me. Because in my headcanon, in my brain, in my massive lore gallon of a brain, it makes way more sense to be Aether looking for his sister than Lumine looking for her brother. And it fucks me up, and I wish I could change it. Those are the two things I wish I could change the most. One, I want to swap to Aether. Two, I want to un-C6 my Bennett. If I had that, I would have a perfect account. It frustrates the shit out of me. Oh my God, she's beautiful.
Traveler, we offered so many tasty dishes. We're sure to get Cloud Retainer's attention, right?
Why is there a sink inside Shenhe's? Why is there a little dip in her stomach? Are you telling me this character has a belly button? Sorry, Chinese government here. That's too far. Too far. Not interested. We're going to need to take that away because women cannot show their belly buttons. It's too lewd, even though, like, literally 7 other characters show their fucking belly button. I literally don't get it. So Tartaglia can show his belly button, but Shenhe can't have a belly button through her outfit? Wait, no, really? She has a belly button? Yeah, dude. Well, get this. Shenhe's a fucking human. That's crazy, right? Oh, God, I can see my fucking social credit plummeting.
Right? If she still doesn't want to meet us, then, maybe we can take all the food back.
Dude, fuck, I'm in love. No, don't say it. One more. No pauses. Unless. So this is Shenhe, I'm assuming now. Which I am really confused about. We're allowed to talk about here.
Nightmare. One has told you before. Be not complacent. The ropes are to be worn even while you sleep. Yes, master.
Why a bird talking to her? Why are you talking to a bird?
Rest, child. No need to train today.
I think I was wrong about Shenhe, dude. That's the Adept Cloud Retainer? No, I know that. I just don't know why they're exactly related. I want to know more about what they do for each other.
You are a cursed child and shall never have contact with anyone else.
Because of her spirit. Fuck.
Traveler, we offered so many tasty dishes. We're sure to get Cloud Retainer's attention, right? If she still doesn't want to meet us, then, maybe we can take all the food back.
Okay, dude, I have so many opinions about this shit. Because number one, I don't think there's any girl like Shenhe now. Maybe I'm missing something. But like, rejected from birth. Now, Eula rejected her family. Shenhe was rejected by her family. So it's different. Okay, also, I need to give credit where credit is due. Paimon was used excellently in this trailer. Because that is how Paimon should be used. When things get a little bit too heavy, a little bit too dark and sad, Paimon should be used as a way to cut through that sadness, a way to cut through that darkness and inject some positivity and some hope. Not this whole fucking Mickey Mouse. Do you know what that thing we just talked about? I'm gonna say it again, like we're all fucking morons. Like, Paimon can be used properly. It's just right now that she's just fucking not. She's written horribly. I could write Paimon way better. Like, she should be there to emotionally support the traveler when things are fucking bad, or other people. But Shenhe, man, rejected from birth because she was cursed by that spirit that she has. I thought Shenhe would be like a very dominant force, not a sad, lonesome girl who's been alone her entire life because her own family rejected her and now she has to talk to a bird as her only friend. Beidou was too? Fuck, I need to learn more about Beidou. Yeah, but Beidou solved her issues with alcohol. Whereas Shenhe solves her issues by just being sad and talking to a fucking bird. Dude, that trailer's so good. I cannot wait to pull for this character. If this is a YouTube video and you just watch this, once again, I like to give warnings to, or everybody in my Twitch as well. Make sure you wait a little bit if you're a meta player, if you're pulling for meta. Make sure you wait a little bit, you see your kit, see how it's tested, and then do what you like. But, dude, she looks really good. Her model looks really, really, really good. And, bro, her titties are immaculate. Good morning, the dew is very sweet today. Would you like some? Oh, so she's a gamer girl and obsessed with Mountain Dew. Travelers, we'd like to introduce you to the designer of Clark and Shenhe. Shenhe has spent much time cultivating the isolation of mountains. That is so fucking sad. She has lacked company save for the Adepti and on-passing illuminated beast. The isolation has caused her to grow distant and indifferent. And probably the fact that her parents called her a fucking freak because she's possessed by a spirit. Which, by the way, how the fuck did that happen? I'm getting big Dororo Hyakimaru vibes. That's sick. Which, by the way, that's one of my favorite animes. It's fucking amazing, by the way. He's a fucking stand user, yeah. Trying to literally JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Fuck. Fuck, dude, too true. Basic information. God, she looks so cute. Fuck. She looks like Sephiroth. Cryo, Krista Dolores, Weapon Polearm, affiliation Liu Harbor, birthday March 10th. Oh, cool. ASVA Chelsea Kwaka, JPVA Kawasumi Ayako. Any famous lines? Any famous lines or no? Like is this a famous voice actor? She's the VA of fucking Saber? Oh, dude, that is insane. That is fucking insane. Oh, dude, people are gonna be so fucking stoked. Oh, I'm so happy for people. That's gonna be awesome, man. That's gonna be awesome. Shenhe's a support character. Yeah, that's what I said about God. You know, look where we're at now. We're gonna increase the cryo damage out by all nearby party members. Shenhe can summon a talisman spirit to help her in combat, and her elemental skill grants all nearby party members the icy cool effect that will increase their cryo damage. Shenhe's elemental burst can decrease the cryo and physical res of opponents. I feel like she's not gonna be useful with Eula. I feel like she's gonna be more for like Chongyun, Ayaka, Ganyu. But we'll see. It's just that Eula does like no fucking ice damage, you know what I mean? Like the physical res will be enough, but I don't think it's enough to like enough to like warrant using her with Eula. I can't tell yet, man. Oh, they actually tell you what she needs! Oh, sick! Okay. What the fuck? New boss, Matt. Sick. Who? Wait, are we getting a new boss? I thought the Osio was just an event boss. Is that gonna be like an existing boss? Wait, who?
I think it's gonna be the
Who's the new boss
Encomia
then?
dogs.
Oh, the double fucking Shark Boy and Lava Girl boss fight. That's right. Okay, so I need to farm flowers, Whopper flowers, prosperity, more honey, and dude, fucking Senora mats, man. I don't fucking have any more, man. Come the fuck on, man. All right, normal attack, Dawnstar Piercer. Oh wow, her auto attack advantage. Dude, that spear looks fucking clean. What did that shit do? Good lord, that looks hella clean, man. The pole charge, I was never a fan of. Never a fan of that. Okay, talents. The Frosted Dew, Silvery, and Dead shall exercise all demons. Grants all nearby party members the Icy Cool effect and deals cryo damage in different ways based on whether it's tapped or held, which I love, by the way. I love that shit. Rushes forward together with a Talisman Spirit, dealing cryo damage to opponents along the path. Hold. Commands the Talisman Spirit to deal AoE cryo damage. Okay. Wait, how do they look? One tap. 3 energy particles, that's important. Charge 4 energy particles? Is that consistent? Because that's pretty good. That at least looks pretty good. Okay. So it's a dash back. The tap is clean as fuck. And then the tappy is literally Xiaozi. Okay. That's pretty clean. I wonder what the difference is between the cooldowns. With normal charge and plunging attacks, elemental skills, and elemental burst deal cryo damage to opponents. The damage dealt is increased based on Shenhe's current attack. That means you should be able to Bennett ult, buff her attack up, and then use her because it's current attack, and like double the effectiveness of Bennett's buff. I think. But maybe there'll be better interaction, but that seems pretty fucking good. The Icy Cool's effect will be cleared once its duration ends or after being triggered a certain number of times. The consolation will probably be like, oh, it'll never end. It can be triggered infinitely like they did with Ida, which would be hilarious. When held rather than tapped, the Icy Cool's effect lasts longer and can be triggered more times. When one cryo damage instant strikes multiple opponents, the effect is triggered multiple times based on the number of opponents hit. The number of times the effect is triggered is calculated independently for each party member with the Icy Quill. Bro, my brain hurts. What the fuck? Talents, Divine Maiden's Deliverance. Holy fuck, it looks so cool. That shit is so fucking cool. What the hell, man? What the fuck? That is so fucking cool. Oh my god. Unleash the power of Talisman Spirit, allowing it to roam free in this plane, dealing AoE cryo damage. Holy fuck, I'm getting excited. The Talisman Spirit then creates a field that decreases cryo res and physical res on opponents within it. It also deals periodic cryo damage to opponents within the field. That's so sick. Story. Shani was originally from a branch of family of Exodus, but due to a series of coincidences, she became the disciple of an Adeptus. I want to find out more on why she's being trained by a fucking bird. And what exactly does this Talisman Spirit entail? And why does it choose to stay with her? She is a student solely of Cloud Retainer in name, but her impressive constitution and intelligence quickly won several other Adepti over. She would go on to learn from them all, eventually becoming a master of Adeptal arts in her own right as a mortal. She very much looks the part as her own unique temperament and manner of carrying herself. Indeed, it would be no understatement to name her as a true Adeptus upon meeting her for the first time. However, it is precisely due to the long years of tutelage that she has lacked company. That's so sad. Save for the Adepti and odd passing eliminated beast. Fuck. This isolation has caused her to grow distant and indifferent. She kind of reminds me of Rosaria too. Is this power cup Rosaria, bro? Fuck. Physical res too? Shit, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Can we get some fucking... Bro, she even got bigger milkers than Rosaria, bro. It's fucked up. She's related to Chong Yun? Dead ass? Really? Okay, that sounds sick. The assumption that every person has somewhere to call home is naive. I got used to living in the mountains alongside birds and beasts long ago. Good God, you know she smells like shit. Voiceover. My name is Shenhe. I was born fated to bear the curse of calamity, so I am prone to bring harm to the people around me. The Adepti urge me to bind my soul with red ropes to keep my homicidal nature at bay. Yo, these Hilichurls need to fucking get the fuck out of here, bro. These Hilichurls need to fucking leave, bro. Holy shit. If you were able to walk alongside me without fear, very well, now give me your hand. About us matters. I rarely leave the mountains, so I was never taught proper manners. When a conflict arises, I just take care of it the way that comes naturally to me. But if you don't approve of my methods, please do let me know. Even if I don't fully understand your reasoning, I will always defer to you. Interesting things. Why do I always hear people say the first snow of the season is a sight for sore eyes? We have snow every single day in the mountains, so which instance counts as the first snow? Oh, fuck. I don't understand what they mean. Please explain this to me. Wow, so she's like a fucking idiot, huh? That's kind of hot. I love dumb chicks. Please don't pay any heed to the way most people refer to me. I am not an adeptus and don't possess any divine abilities. I was born in a branch family of clan of exorcists and grew up in mountains far away from Liyue Harbor. I am but an adeptus disciple, nothing more, nothing less. The most important aspect of meditation is stillness. Let go of all agitation and let the air go around you flow into your body. This technique allows me to focus on myself. I heard from my master that after meditating beyond a certain point, there is no need to adopt the meditation posture anymore. I think I can meditate even when standing up. I still have much more to improve on. That is completely fucking true because I also meditate while standing. Favorite food. I've sampled numerous dishes during my time away from the mountains, but the truth is that I don't really remember how they taste. The only dish I can never forget the flavor of is that bowl of noodles I ate at home so long ago. I shouldn't have to remember that. Why do I have to remember that? Osmanthus dick tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Do you prefer the artificial light of the cities and towns or the moonlight in the mountains? Honestly, good luck. Good luck anybody wanting the role, man. She seems like a fucking awesome character. She seems fine. Hey, yo, what up, YouTube? So we got a bunch of new information coming out with Genshin. It's actually so much where I'm pushing back my regular scheduled programming. So really good videos coming out. I'm doing a C6 Ito showcase and a C6 Kokomi showcase. So main DPS Kokomi, mind you, and it's going to be good. But there's so much news, I might have to double or triple upload today because there is actually that much I want to talk about and I want to go in depth on it. So pardon, but if you want to see all that, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. But we got a lot of stuff to start with. We are starting with the Shenhe information because obviously we're all really excited. Later videos today will be Xiao and Ganyu and all that stuff. So let's get into it. And thanks for always clicking my videos.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to go get some food because I'm hungry.
guys. I really appreciate that. Let's jump in. All right. So, first thing that we have here is the Transcendent One returns. Okay? I am a massive fan of this banner. I think this is a, honestly, okay, and you might disagree, I think this is an amazing banner. You might disagree. I think this is super good. One, because it's very generous on putting Yunjin and Shenhe on the same banner, which I'm very glad MiHoYo started to do, because they did some wacky-ass bullshit with the Tomo banner, which I really didn't like, where it was just a new 4-star and not a new 5-star with it. Also, please keep in mind, Shenhe's boobies look even more fantastic on her clone. I honestly can't tell who I think is hotter. Alive Shenhe or dead Shenhe? And that sounds really bad. But I assure you, I much prefer a pulse on all of my women. That's actually my prerequisite, is that they're alive. Okay, let's just fucking get into it. The other thing is that that's Chongyun. Now, Chongyun's really cool because you might be able to do some wacky ass shit because Shenhe enables cryo damage users, okay? Chongyun, his E, makes every person swinging a cryo damage user, at least for their auto attacks and charge attacks, which is super sick. I also think these two are going to be really, 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 really good together if you can make it work. Or maybe even do main DPS Chongyun. I'm not sure. I feel like Shenhe's going to unlock a lot of doors for a lot of characters. I don't know if she's going to be too good with Eula. Fingers crossed, because Eula currently is my favorite character. But I feel like she's going to be better for Ayaka and Ganyu, if I'm going to be completely honest, and maybe even Chongyun. Now, here's Yunjin. Now, Yunjin, from everything that my chat's been saying, is that Yunjin is going to be really good with Yoimiya. I don't know if that's true, but the fact that she's still using a fucking Dragon's Bane polearm really makes you think that MiHoYo wants you to use her as fire users. She's good for Raiden's Q? I don't fucking know. It's just confusing, man. Yunjin possibly has to be one of the most confusing characters I've ever seen, because generally every Geo character is, hey man, use me with as many other fucking Geo rock crack users that are possibly available in the meta, and we'll make them even better. We're stronger in fucking numbers. But Yunjin seems to not want any of that shit and wants to be in rainbow comps. Kind of like my fucking chat here at Twitch.tv/Tecto. Look at how pretty my chat is. That's not intentional. Also, Ningguang, I feel like, is every beginner, like free-to-play mobile user's first main DPS, and I think Ningguang is a fine character. I feel like she's at least B, maybe even low A tier as far as DPS go, because she has a lot of easy use, and you know, she's really nice to use on mobile, which is cool, and she's a little bit safe because she makes so many crystallized, so you always in those cosmic shields in case you're not running a shield or don't have a shield user on your account. And I think she's getting a buff like all the bow users are as well, where they won't auto-target dead bodies, which should be really good. So I think this banner is really good, but we'll talk more in depth on the Constellation a little bit. But I feel like every single unit on this banner is a banger. I feel like there's no bad units on this entire banner, so this is pretty safe if you want any of these characters. I feel like it's going to be good. Okay. Next, I want to talk about the weapon banner. This weapon banner sucks balls. Now let's talk about this, and then we'll come back to the other one, because I don't know how good this polearm is. Now, first of all, keep this in mind. If you're not a whale, you honestly probably should not be rolling on a weapon banner, just as a heads up, in case that wasn't very obvious, okay? These weapon systems are incredibly punishing. They are a incredibly bad business practice. MiHoYo has fixed them a little bit, but I feel like they can go a lot more above and beyond, because MiHoYo, we love your fucking game. Please don't make the players feel like they're getting scammed every single time they work their fucking hardest and save up pretty much for a unit they want and they get fucked, okay? There has to be a happy medium. I really feel like the banner system still needs to be fixed up, but whatever, man. Let's keep talking about it for a little. I don't know, man. I don't like the weapon banners at all. Let's continue. Calamity Queller. Now, first thing I say is this weapon is fucking adorable. Because am I going to R1? I'm going to pull for it, obviously. But for weapons, I don't R5 instantly. I either R1 or R5. I'll tell you how good it is right now. Okay. The base attack is 740? What the fuck? 740? It's got this dinky ass attack percent on it too. Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. Now, the nice thing about the base attack is that's available on R1. What the fuck? That's insane. Holy shit. Okay. Maybe I pull for multiple R1 copies? Let's figure this out real quick. Gain 12%. What? Gain 12% all elemental damage bonus? Obtain consummation. Wait, doesn't consummation mean eating semen? I'm probably not remembering that correctly. Obtain consummation for 20 seconds after using an elemental skill. What does consummation mean? Hold on. Am I just a pervert? Consummation. Doesn't that mean something sexual? Oh, marriage. Yeah, I told you it's sex! I told you it's sex! The action of making your marriage relationship complete by having sexual intercourse. What the fuck type of pole are you selling? Wait. Obtain consummation? What the fuck? Yo, Frame.
Yeah?
Can I fuck Shenny?
Okay.
There's a pretty good pole arm. Hey, this is a pretty good pole arm. I will engage the act of consummation with my Shenhe once I pull her. For once, I'm not the pervert. This is a beautiful day, man. This is a beautiful day. I totally thought I was fucking. I knew it had something to do with sex. I knew it. I knew it. Consummation poggers. Consummation, Eggy Rave. Obtain consummation for 20 seconds after using an elemental skill, causing attack to increase by 3.2 per. Ain't this just fucking Zhao's polearm, you uncreative fucks? Causing attack to increase by 3.2% per second. Wait, what? Obtain consummation for 20 seconds after using an elemental skill, causing attack to increase by 3.2% per second. Oh, but it maxes at 6 stacks. When the character or equipment weapon is not on the field, consummation attack increases fucking doubled? What the fuck? Holy shit. Hey, that's a pretty good weapon. I feel like that's pretty good. All right. Is there somebody else that this polearm might be good on other than Shenhe? Because this looks really fucking good. Am I nuts? Because that's going to be 3.2% times 6, which should be 19.6 times 2 is 38.4? If my memory serves me? Zhang Ling? Wait, we're thinking Zhang Ling and Zhao? Wait, we're thinking this is good for both of them? Seems like a universal weapon to me. Yeah, this weapon seems fucking crazy. What the fuck is that attack? Do I need to pull like an R5 but all separate that way? Each one of my units has an R1 fucking spear? We'll talk more about that later when the weapon actually comes out, but this weapon seems triple S tier. This shit seems really good. Or I'm missing something entirely. This seems incredible. Okay, anywho, the weapon banner. This weapon is obviously very good. This weapon is also very good on Zhao. I believe it's Zhao's best in slot, but this might overtake it. I'm not sure right now. But Favonius Warbow is decent. You can use it on a couple characters. Flute you don't really use. Lithic Spear you don't really use. This Claymore, I don't think you really use it. I've never seen it used. But Winston is a top tier DPS weapon, so good 4-star, good 4-star, the rest trash. I wouldn't recommend rolling on this shit. The Shenhe banner looks really, really, really good. And now, really quick, let's talk about the Constellation. Okay, because a weapon or a character banner, you have to realize, it's not enough to just cover the what characters are on it. You also have to talk about Constellation, because this way, in case you are rolling for Shenhe, you'll see the power of all the dupes. Now, I feel like the dupes are pretty decent for this, especially Chongyun's. Now, sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. I know the best Constellation in the game are probably Xingqiu, probably, and there's also probably another couple ones. I think Zhang Ling Constellations are also pretty decent because every single one is a guaranteed upgrade, and I know the majority of units at 3 and 5 also have a guaranteed upgrade, and pardon, I am stalling a little bit by talking about other units because my game is booting up and my wife is going to edit this, and I want to make sure that this is easy for her to update, but don't worry, we're almost online, we'll be okay. But so far, I think this banner will be okay because every single character that you can pull off the Shenhe banner, or Shenhe, which by the way, Give me a minute. I will pronounce it correctly. And my MTAS is not that hard. Just say Shenhe and not Shenher. Okay? And no, and I'm gonna say this on video, I don't give a shit what players think the character's sexuality is. Until MiHoYo confirms that there's a lesbian, I still love Shenhe. Okay? And if Shenhe has a problem with that, she can tell me. Okay? I don't give a fuck what y'all think. If MiHoYo has not confirmed that she's a lesbian, then she's gonna fit my narrative. Now fuck off. Okay, let's talk about Chongyun real quick. So Chongyun's constellation, the C1 I believe is really fucking good. Yes. So C1 actually enables Chongyun main DPS for any low budget players or free-to-play players that want to use them. You can definitely do that. The time decrease is really good for the C2. C3 is decent. C5 is also decent. Trigger regenerates 1 energy. This is also a decent passive. And this one, which is deals 50% more damage to opponents with a lower percent of their max HP remaining than Chongyun, and additional Spirit Blade. So all of these constellations are really fucking good. They're not game breaking by any means, but I will say C1 enables Chongyun main DPS. So if you do want to main DPS Chongyun, just get a C1 and you should be fine. All right, and then let me move my camera a little bit. Yeah, dude, don't worry. I read it out loud. Okay, you don't need to see the text. I fucking read it. All right, back the fuck up. All right. Also, Ningguang C1 is really good. Okay, I will tell you that. Making her normal attacks just do AoE now is really fucking good. Oh, also Jade Screen's reset is also really nice. Elemental Res doesn't really fucking matter. And the C6 is a huge DPS increase, but the only really game-breaking one is also the C1. So if you are pulling for a Chongyun or Ningguang, I would recommend going to C1. They're both really nice. Yunjin and Shenhe I can't show, but it is what it is. I think the character banner is pretty fucking solid. I feel like the weapon banner is pretty fucking shit, but that new spear looks fucking dope. Anywho, I'm gonna cut this video off here. I'm gonna cover up the other news. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace, boys. YouTube. I already made 3 videos that are setting to post today. This is a surprise breaking news, literally this minute. Yae Miko is now confirmed for Genshin Impact 2.5. This is ridiculous. This video will be 1 man, 1 screenshot, and a dream. And a chat full of people stoked as hell. Yae Miko, we have been waiting for her for so long. Finally, 30 weeks after the release of 2.0, everybody's favorite girl will finally be released. Yae Miko's coming and so am I. Dude, she looks incredible. It is absurd, but here's the thing. Here is the massive moral dilemma that we're all going to have. Shenhe, Zhao, Zhongli, Ganyu, or Yae Miko. And who knows what's going to be rerun with Yae Miko. It could even be Kazuha and like Raiden Shogun rerun. Who knows? 2.5 is already shaping up to release everybody's most anticipated character for Inazuma. I don't think anybody wants Ayato more than Yae Miko, or at least there's no way I fucking do. Yae Miko looks fucking incredible, and here's what we know. Yae Miko, Electro. You can tell by this symbol right here, and also the purple little bullshit in her hair. And here's the other thing. There's no way this character is going to be anything else other than a Catalyst user. There is no way she uses a Claymore. There's no way she's a bow user. Look at every aspect about her. The flowing robes, we've already seen these in other characters. And let me just case in point real quick. This is why I know she's going to be a fucking Catalyst user. Let's go ahead and do the old swippity swap. Literally aesthetic exactly like Kokomi, who's also a Catalyst user. 1 billion% this character is going to be a Catalyst user. Plus everything about Yae Miko's personality also screams like fortune teller, Catalyst user, crystal ball. She's going to be a fucking Catalyst user. But now let's talk about what we think Yae Miko should do. Now, I talk to my chat a lot. Every single day. I talk to my beautiful chat at twitch.tv/Techno, where they all go there and follow and enjoy the beautiful Genshin Impact and variety gameplay, and also participate in many giveaways that you probably know there is. Speaking of which, if you like, comment, and subscribe to this video, you'll be entered in the Yae Miko giveaway. Poggers, I'm also going to hard this real quick. Okay. Now let's talk about what I think Yae Miko is going to be. Now me, I'm not a dreamer. I'm not a leak looker. So when I first saw Yae Miko, I thought she was going to be an electro healer. Okay, a 5-star electro catalyst healer, because that is something that we do not have yet. Okay, we have what? So we have so far, we have Yanfei, which I haven't built. Barbara, we have an we have a water healer. We have Lisa, which is an electro damage dealer. A Geo rock thrower, but for electro, it's just hard to tell, man. We don't have an electro healer right now, but I think that would be cool. But then once again, we also did just get another healer in the form of Kakome. So maybe she won't be. Maybe she'll be a DPS. Now, if she is DPS, there's a lot of options they can do. Now, a lot of people are telling me that they think it would be cool if Yae Miko summoned an electric fox and the electric fox would shoot lightning at the fucking enemies. So here's a little bit of a news flash for you. Do y'all know that fish exist? Because you literally just described fish, but with a fucking fox instead of a bird. There's no fucking way. Okay? Fish doesn't have a fox. Oh, okay. Wow, that's a huge difference. Wow, that's huge. Okay? I feel it would be cool if she either, one, this is my grain of salt one, which is she turns into a fox and she just like lunges and fucking chomps people. Okay? Being able to turn into a lightning fox, like a pink purple lightning fox, and just gnawing the shit out of people would be fucking nuts. But here's what would be even cooler. She changes her catalyst shots into ranged electric foxes. And she throws electric foxes. And once 2 foxes have locked on and sunk their jaws into the enemy's legs, they become paralyzed. And if she throws another attack at a paralyzed unit, a Mega Fox comes out, bites them, a guaranteed critical, and releases them from their shackles after a quick daze. Like every 3 attacks, throw, lock 1, throw, lock 2, throw, mega attack, fucking bite. Dude.
Sushi was good.
But then Genshin would probably have to be a better game to fulfill all of my fantasies. But I think that would be fucking sick. Another idea that I have is there's this character from Murky from Heroes of the Storm, where Yae Miko could like sing a song and like summon an army of a bunch of little baby foxes that would go and consistently damage everything in front of her in a wave. And that way she'd pair really well with Zhongli. So you Zhongli summon a meteor, everything would get stunned, Yae Miko would pull out her catalyst, like play it like a fucking flute, and like a fucking army of fucking lightning foxes would go and just fucking bite the fuck out of people. So now we're gonna check Yae Sakura Honkai. What does she do? Hold up. Yae Sakura Honkai gameplay. I guess I can pull that up. Fuck it. Is she hot as hell? What the fuck? So this is, what the fuck? Holy shit, she's hot as hell. What the wait, she got a bikini skin? Yo, what's she do though in combat though? Yo, what do you do? Okay, Yae Sakura got a sword though, so that's probably not the same. Nah, I don't think she's gonna play anything like this, boys. I feel like Yae Miko is gonna be way fucking different. Nah, Dark Bolt Jonin? Use QTE to apply mark. So much like a big ass fucking wolf? Dude! Plausible? Like marks people with her electro catalyst? Then summons a giant fucking fox, and anything that's targeted then does like extra damage and explodes? So like you can have a fucking regular attack that like hits one thing, but then you activate your fucking E, and then everything you hit actually changes. Everything that gets hit applies a mark, and then when you drop your fucking ult, it cleaves everything that's been marked. That could be sick as fuck, no? Does that sound sick? Fuck it, there's too many fucking ideas going through my head. Regardless, dude, we're getting fucking Yae Miko and Genshin Impact at 2.5. This is fucking awesome. Maybe save your primos if you're fucking excited, but who knows? This is gonna be fucking awesome, man. I would definitely recommend waiting as long as possible as you can to summon for any chance at new Yae Miko information. But I hope you guys enjoyed. This is fucking sick. 4 videos in one day. I am so sorry. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. So as I was about to post this, apparently we have even more information that we're gonna tack on to the end of the video. 3 minutes ago, literally 3 fucking minutes ago, Good God, I'm not posting 5 videos in one day. We have a little bit more information about Yae Miko, so let's see what we got going on here. I have witnessed the Kitsune majesty in the moonlit forest. She has a myriad of forms, revealing the unknown and the unseen. Just as how fate shines on me in the endless world. Raiden A. Yae Miko, astute amusement, Gucci of the Grand Narakumi Shrine, Electro Divina Volpus. The Grand Narakumi Shrine's head shrine maiden and a descendant of Kitsune lineage, Eternity's servant and friend, and the intimidating editor-in-chief of Yae Publishing House, a publisher of light novels. There's no need to uncover her every facet. They are all reflective of Yae Miko, yet all the same. They are not revealing of her true nature. Like fragments of a mirror, each attitude reflects a different version of her. By being enveloped by many identities, she has become a brilliant diamond surrounded by countless mirrors. There are hundreds of facets, solemn or cheerful, sympathetic or aloof. No one knows the truth. This is how easily spot Kitsune brushing past passers-by in mystic woods. But if the Kitsune watches humans, where will her destiny lead? Dude, she's so hot.
She is hot. I will give him that.
Yo, what up, YouTube? So, this should be my second upload for the day. Hopefully you already watched the first one. If you wanted information on Shenhe Banner and all that stuff, you can go back and watch my previous video. And also, I have some really banger videos coming out over the next couple days. C6 Arataki Ito Showcase and also C6 Kokomi Showcase, where Kokomi is main DPS, which I am very proud of those videos. I think they came out really well. I hope you guys will enjoy them. And hopefully we'll have some more 2.4 news later. But right now, the Genshin community feels really good. I don't know about you guys, but if you're ever worried about if I like Genshin or not right now, I mean, I don't think I've been complaining too much. When I only complain when I care, but I'm feeling really good about Genshin. I've been streaming about 11 to 7 hours of Genshin Impact every day on my Twitch because I'm disgusting. But if you want to check it out, go check my link in the description. Go give me a follow on Twitch. I greatly appreciate it. But anywho, we got some news to cover. So we got a new banner, and by the way, it looks terrible. Just being completely honest. Okay. Now this banner does bring good news. Because one, they decided they would not power creep Ganyu's previous best in slot, and also decided to not fix this fucking spear, which is absolutely fucking useless. So I pulled a Vortex Banger for the first time it came around. Would you like to see it? Here it is. Yeah, I still have it at level 1. Because it's just not that good. Like, if you get it, you can probably use it, but it's really not anybody's best in slot. Maybe it's like best in slot for like main DPS Zhongli, but I think I just prefer Homa. So I don't think anybody should be spending their primos on this Vortex Banger at all. But Ammo's bow is really fucking good. It's actually Ganyu's best in slot in my opinion. That's why I have 1 R5 Ammo's bow and 3 extra Ammo's bows for a rainy day. That's the same thing why I have an R5 Skyward Harp and then I have 4 more Skyward Harps. Dude, now that I'm realizing it, that new spear is now the highest base attack weapon in the entire game now, isn't it? Because I believe Skyward Harp was 674, was the previous highest. Is that new spear the newest highest base attack? Yes? Good God. Probably? I think it is. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. Good God, that new spear is so insane. Eula's is the same? Let me check. Eula. 741, so it's tied for first. That's fucking sick. Ammo's bow, really good. If you're like a whale and you want to get that for your Ganyu, I will admit it's very good. If you want to get her an R1 copy, go for it for all you whales. But for any low budget free-to-play banners, I would not recommend banning on this banner due to these facts. Okay? Only one of the premier banners or premium weapons on the banner is a good one, which is Ammo's bow. Sacrificial bow is good. You can use it on a lot of characters. Favonius Codex is good. Favonius Sword is good, but Dragon's Bane and Lithic Claymore are not good. So you have about a 60% chance to get something good, a 40% chance to get something bad. I don't think those odds are worth it personally. I don't like this banner at all. I give this banner a solid 3 out of 10, personally. That's just my opinion. But now let's talk about what everybody else wants to say. And that's Zhongli, Xiao, and Ganyu. Let's talk about which one is the best. Now, this is interesting, because the Xiao banner is also going to have Yunjin on it, which is important that we need to talk about later. So let's get into this real quick. Oh, this makes things way easier. So the 4-star units are entirely the same on the Zhongli banner and the Ganyu banner, And the 4 stars are the same in the Zhao banner and the Shenhe banner. Okay, I already made a video covering these 3 units on my previous video, but real quick, let's cover the other 4 stars real quick. Okay, so Xingqiu, Beidou, Yanfei are all incredible units. I've already talked about this in the previous video again, but I'll touch on it really quick. Xingqiu's talents are really fucking good because they're all guaranteed increase in DPS, but they are not necessary whatsoever. So you don't need to pull for any Xingqiu constellations, but if you do get them, they are guaranteed DPS upgrades. There's not a single wasted constellation here. They are all absolute fucking bangers. It means they're pretty safe to pull for constellation for. Then next, who do we have? Oh yeah, Beidou. Now, Beidou is fucking sick. I believe Beidou's constellations are nuts. Let's go through them one at a time. Oh yeah, so the first one, you get to absorb Electro more effectively, which doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. The next one is Stormbreaker's Arc Lightning can jump to 2 additional targets, which is really fucking good. C3 and C5 are just damage increases. C4 is, upon being attacked, Beidou's normal attack get an additional instance of 20% electro damage for 10 seconds. This is only useful if you plan on main DPSing Beidou, which a lot of people don't really do. And then you have C6, which is, during the duration of Stormbreaker, Electro res shredded by 15%. So really, all of these aren't really necessary. The C1's pretty fucking weak. The C4's pretty useless. But C2 and C6, C3, C5 are all guaranteed DPS increases. They're all pretty nice, but C1, C4, not really doing that much for anybody. So, do you need to pull for Beidou constellations? Not really. She can still get the job done without any of those. Let's talk about Yanfei. Now, Yanfei's a character that I need to build, because I was told that Yanfei is one of the best characters, especially for 4-star options. And I really want to build her in order to showcase there to more of my free-to-play members. So let's see exactly what Yanfei's about real quick. So we have Law Knows No Kind, which is when Yanfei uses her charge deck, each existing of Scarlet Seal additionally reduces the stamina cost of this charge deck by 10% and increases resistance upon interruption during its release. That seems really fucking solid. That seems like an incredibly solid ability. Increases Yanfei's charge deck crit rate by 20% against enemies against 50% HP. That is also incredibly good. C4, when Done Deal is used, creates a shield that absorbs 45% of Yanfei's max HP for 15 seconds, and Pyro absorption better, which is actually really good because Yanfei's a main DPS. I don't think anybody uses support Yanfei. I could be wrong, but I believe she's a main DPS, and by I believe, I know she's a main DPS. C3, C5 are once again just scaling increase, and C6 is increased maximum number of Scarlet Seals by 1. So Yanfei's constellations are actually incredibly fucking strong. She's a support. CN uses support Yanfei. Support Yanfei is becoming meta. I ain't never seen that shit. I ain't never seen that shit. I ain't never heard of that shit. I think she's a main DPS. It's alright. Okay. I think Yanfei's a main DPS, but you know, these fucking psychopaths over here have their own opinions. I feel like Yanfei is a main DPS. Okay. Now, let's talk about each one of these characters. I'm going to say this right now. Zhongli is incredibly good. Xiao is incredibly good. Ganyu is incredibly good. For a free-to-play low-budget spender, I would put it like this. I think Zhongli is the #1 pick, personally. Okay? Personally, especially if you're mobile. Let me rephrase that. Mobile players, I feel like Zhongli is the #1 pick. For PC players, I think Ganyu is the #1 pick. And here's why. Zhongli is really fucking good because you get to ignore all mechanics in the entire game. But with Ganyu, you kill everything in one hit. But if you get hit, you'll die. Okay? True. Zhao, at C0, I find him really boring, but he's still really good. Okay? But the constellation for each one of these characters is insane. So for example, Ganyu is fun as fuck as C6 because you get to instantly cast or charge shots, which do a billion fucking damage. Zhongli's nice because once you get to, I believe it's C2 is Zhongli's big one. Yeah, C2 is really nice because then this actually makes your Zhongli co-op viable. So if you do have a Zhongli and you want to run it with your buddies more, I feel like C2 is the only really big one to pull for that changes his playstyle. So if you do want your Zhongli viable and co-op, definitely go for C2 if you want. But Xiao is perfectly viable at C0. Ganyu is perfectly viable at C0. Zhongli is perfectly viable at C0 just for you, but it becomes even better at C2 for co-op. Okay, every single one of these fucking characters is insane. If you get a Ganyu, congratulations. I know a lot of people are waiting for Ganyu and Xiao, but I'm gonna say this right now. If you're torn between Xiao and Ganyu, I would go for Ganyu from a strictly meta perspective. Okay, if you're pulling just for meta, go for God Yu. But Zhao is still absolutely fucking insane. Okay? Zhongli is incredible. If you're pulling for co-op, go for C2. But every single one of these characters is so fucking good. Congratulations. I'm not going to cover Constellation too much in this video because I don't want to promote that shit, okay? Pulling for above, like, high Constellation 5 stars is really fucked up. And there's no reason to fucking do it. Every single one of these characters is strong enough to carry you to the end of the game, clear all Spiral Abyss and C0. There's no reason to pull for Constellation whatsoever unless you want some co-op viability. But that's just my opinion. I hope you all enjoyed my video. If you do want to know more about my constellations for higher Constellation 5-star units, I will answer them on my Twitch. Link in the pinned comment in the description. Go there, press follow, say, hey, can you talk about the Constellation? And I will. Hope you all enjoyed the video. I'm Detecto. Thanks so much for watching. Catch you on the next one. Peace.
What's this? Working thing.
Yo! YouTube! Again! What's up? 3 videos in one day. Holy shit. There has been a lot of news. Y'all know I never do this, but there is so much shit to cover, and I can say this right now, and I'm turning off the music. This has one of the most important updates out of any update that I've ever seen. Maybe you'll disagree. I don't. We're going to get into this. This news is actually way bigger than I originally thought. This has game-changing, like, repercussions. So, let's get it. Let's cover everything. Let's go. There's a lot of shit to get through, so bear with me here. I'm going to make sure that I get this down as quickly, as concisely as possible, because I don't want to waste your time. But if you want to waste your time, then why don't you like, comment, and subscribe, and follow me on my Twitch, link in the pinned comment in the description. I appreciate this shit out of you, bro. Let's get it. Let's go, 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 go. All right. Number one is kind of more of the same that we've seen earlier, but I'll really quickly summarize it up with some really nice bonuses that we didn't see earlier. So first off, we're getting a free 10 ball. 1, 3, 5, 10. Sweet. We will be getting a free 10 ball, which will be huge for you to use on any of the banners that are releasing earlier. If you don't know what banner you want to summon on, don't worry. I made 2 videos before this covering all of those. So if you want to go check that out, you are more than welcome to go do that yourself. Enjoy. The next thing is we are getting a free Ningguang skin and a 4-star of our choosing. Okay? Solid pick, solid pick, solid pick, solid pick, solid pick, don't pick, solid pick, solid pick. Okay? All of these are good. Just don't fucking pick Xinyan. We got a free one earlier. Xinyan sucks dick. And if the own company in MiHoYo can't be bothered to fix her pre-existing issues, then why the fuck should we play her? That's just my opinion. Next up, we're getting even more summons. We're getting an extra 3, some Fragile Res. It looks really fucking dope. Now, the only thing that's sad about these free 10 pulls is that they're actually going to happen after Shenhe. Or Shenhe. So, that's kind of smooch. But at least you'll have, I think, the Zhao and God Yu banner to roll for, so it's smooch, but it is what it is. Next up, more banner talk that we've already covered in a previous video, and I'm not going to waste your time by recovering those. There is going to be a paid Keqing skin, which I think looks really good. Unfortunately, I wish there was a paid Keqing buff, because goddamn is she not fucking terrible. Next up, we are in fact getting a new Archon quest, which I'm really fucking excited about, man. It's been a pretty decent time since we've gotten one relating to the actual main story of the Archon quest, so maybe this one will see more of our brother, but right now I have no idea what to expect. With Shenhe being the focus, I'm fucking excited. Could be really cool. A lot of people thought that the previous Archon quest was a letdown. I fucking loved it, but hopefully this will show that the last Archon quest wasn't so cut as dry as people thought it was. I feel like this one's going to be a fucking banger, as they always are. There's never been a single bad Archon quest, and I'll die on that hill. Next, we have 2 new Hangout quests with Yunjin and Ningguang. I'm excited as fuck for the Ningguang one, because I'm hoping it's just me being an absolute lowly scum for Ningguang and like bringing her treats and like feeding grapes into her mouth. At least that's my headcanon for what a Ningguang hangout would be. So hopefully she spits on me, treats me like shit, and makes me feed her grapes. Could be bog. Yeah, we're getting a potion event. The Wind Trace event is coming back. Thank fucking God. I'm doing a tournament. No joke. I'm doing a tournament on my Twitch where anybody who follows will be entered into a tournament, right? And whoever wins the Wind Trace tournament will be able to gift one of our viewers a C6 R1 weapon unit of their choosing. So I'm getting a bunch of content creators to chip in to give one viewer a C6 R1 character. So that's going to be more details on that coming later, but I wanted to do something special for the community, and hopefully you guys get stoked with that. Next, we have 8 locales for Mountains and Seas event. I think this is just you take photos of this fucking badger, and then the booster bundles are coming back, which is, you know, y'all don't care, but I'm going to buy them. All right, next up, we have some more things about the potions of the winters that we've already seen. All those are we're going over for. But then we also have a Inazuma diary. Warning, if you're like a 30-year-old woman who is obsessed with cute animals, I would be very worried about what you're about to say. Okay? Because the shit that I'm about to show you is so fucking cute, it should be illegal. I squealed like a fucking schoolgirl when I fucking saw it. And hopefully that won't get clipped on my Clips channel and uploaded, because I feel like a bitch. But if you like cute things, buckle up. So a couple new things for the Inazuma Diary coming up. First off, there's this floating ray. And you're like, oh wow, that looks pretty cool. And then you see its fucking face. Look at him! Look at it, oh god!
Oh gosh, he did still.
Oh my god, they're so cute. And apparently we're gonna be able to fish for these and grab him up, and oh my god, he's so fucking cute. I love him so much, man. We got some Dratinis from Pokemon. We got fucking oranges and grapes and fucking blueberries. We got big-ass sharks with this big-ass schnauzer. Must be an XQC fan. But lots of new enemies to come in to make the place feel right as home. I'm so excited for these fucking floating rays. They're so goddamn cute, it's obnoxious. Next up, we got Enchanting Journey of Snow and Stars. And I feel like it's an event where, like, if you go to the Alps in real life, you get some primo gems. But at the same time, we will draw lucky players souvenir cards and hang them on the top of the Alps. So I'm probably going to go to the Alps too to be there. But we'll see. I'm unathletic as fuck. And then next, we have perhaps the biggest change that I've ever seen for an update ever. Okay? I don't know what the title is, but it's probably some lucrative bullshit, and some of y'all might have thought that you've been clickbaited. I assure you that you've not been clickbaited. The thing that I'm about to show you that I don't think any other content creators are talking about right now have insane repercussions for the game as a whole. If you think that I'm exaggerating, we'll see how you feel in a couple seconds. Okay, so first, some shit that we already know, some compensation when maintenance goes down, so some more free primo gems, some new characters, a new area, which on Konamiya is going to be fucking awesome. New events, the things that we covered earlier, the new rewards, all that bullshit, the new shit, the new weapons, the new outfits, the new main story. We've already talked about those, all new enemies. Now let's talk about the important things, okay? New name cards, new recipes, new achievements, new furnishings, new teapot features, new wildlife, the Unagi and the floating gray, which are capturable, new fishes. Sacred Sakura's favor has been increased to 50, okay? That is its max. And once it's reached its max, Electro Sigils can be exchanged in Itsuke for the no-gen craft shops. So for anybody who's already maxed their Sakura tree, congrats. Congrats, congrats, congrats. But next, more new display of consumable materials. And this is already a huge enough update as it is. We're finally going from 40 to 50. I'm still only at 27 because I take the game very casually for collecting. But I'll be excited to finish it up whenever I do. New display of consumable material, new mailbox, new shortcut wheel, new controller compatibility, new prompts and loading screen, but here's the big one. After completing the story quest Lupus Minor Chapter Act 1, Rifthound whelps will appear in Mondstadt's Wolvendom and its vicinity. The reason why that is absolutely fucking massive is that means that MiHoYo is aware that the pre-existing levels need a revamp, and that they're willing to do so. Mondstadt and Liyue will not be forgotten about. They will not stagnate. They will be getting, I guess what we can now assume, consistent updates to match them with the power scaling of Inazuma. That way it's a more flush experience. But I will warn you, new players, you better pucker up them butt cheeks, because you gonna get fucked up. Those hounds are no fucking joke. So you better get to grinding, because those things are gonna fuck you up harder than your parents did for your mental state. That's big shit, boy. That's big shit. Okay? Spiral Abyss is gonna get up there. This is gonna be amazing for you and Mia. Some more bullshit that we shouldn't care about. We'll just wait. When Spiral Abyss gets here, it gets here. There's gonna be some new gimmicks, which we shouldn't really spoil too much right now. We're getting some character optimizations, like when, when polearm wielding characters take hits to reduce intersped movements. So just some optimizations here, which we don't really gotta bore you from reading, but it should be all good. But I'm excited, man. Knowing that Mondstadt and Liyue aren't gonna be forgotten about is really big. I feel like that's really important. The future of Genshin looks really good. I'm just fucking stoked to be a player, man. So I hope you enjoyed the video. I'll catch you on the next one. This is Daily Upload 3. I will not upload more today, I promise. Feel free to subscribe if you want to see my C6 Arataki Ito video tomorrow. Maybe. And I'll catch you on the next one. Peace, boys.
Alrighty guys, a lot of videos this morning apparently. So we have the brand new shop coming out for, what is it? 2022, the first shop of 2022. And we're gonna talk about the plans they're gonna have, see if there's gonna be anything different. And we'll talk about some of the characters that we use, some of the weapons, and of course, the characters in there, and if you should pick them up in the shop or not. Jump into it. Alrighty, so we actually put out a shop video every single month, and last month we did, of course, the Ito Star Glitter shop, and it was good. But I want to get some feedback from you guys from YouTube. I don't want to always reiterate the same thing every single time I do these videos. Of course, there's a joke on my stream where like the monthly or bi-monthly, Blackcliff review. It's funny, but. If you guys want to know more information or something different on the shop videos, let me know in the comment section below what you want to see in these videos, and of course I will do that and of course help you out as much as I can. And I'll take your feedback and we'll see what we can do for the following video. Alrighty, so for this one, of course, new shop. So we got most likely going to be exactly the same as every other month, but I'm not sure. And the winner is Fischl and Jangling! Even in 2022, they stay exactly the same. All right, so I have a caveat on this Fischl thing, okay? I want to talk about Fischl a little bit. So, MiHoYo right now is doing this thing. And they're doing this thing where they're continuously skipping Fischl. She is basically the longest missed character, even longer than Bennett, even longer than Jangling. She's literally been the longest missed character. And I talk about why in one of my videos before this. There's some issues with the drama on the CN voice actor. If you want to see more information on that, link in the description below to check out the information on that. And in fact, since we know the entire banner setup for 2.4, and we know that she's not going to be on there, and they're actually doing another run of Beidou for this, and we know that Yae Miko is going to be coming out sometime very soon in the next patch, we know that Sarah will most likely be on one of the banners on that time frame. But if Raiden Shogun gets a rerun, most likely Raiden Shogun and Sarah will be paired together. Now, if Raiden and Shogun and Yae Miko are on a similar banner setup, kind of like how Shenhe and Zhao are, and there's another rerun kind of set up just like this right afterward, then potentially Fischl could come then. But the last time we saw Fischl, by the way, was June 9th. It has already been over 6 months since we've seen Fischl. So I'm not going to tell you to pick up Fischl out of the shop, because if she doesn't come anytime soon, that's really weird. And I'm kind of surprised. So I hope Fischl comes soon, but she should be relatively soon. Now, every time there is a new character that comes out, like Bennett, you can see Bennett on the November 1st shop was here and then came out on November 24th. Barbara, came out on the December shop, or sorry, with Kaya. And then we got, of course, down here, Barbara again. We go back to see Razor. Razor is not in the shop bracket, but we had Shinku and Ningguang back in September, and there's Shinku and Ningguang. So I think there's some kind of correlation to the shop right now, and I'm not sure why. But Beidou and Noelle, there's Beidou right there and right after August. And I don't know why they're lining up almost perfectly. Got Zhangling back in June with Fischl. And then right after that, in August, September, we had Zhangling. And we didn't get Fischl. That was just weird. I think this is around the same time the VA stuff was happening in September. So that's probably why this kind of came up. I don't remember what date time frame this was, but that's probably where the CNVA stuff was coming in. So I hope Fischl's coming soon, probably in the next patch or so. But she could come on the exact same banner as Yae Miko. And that could happen. And the reason it could is because we actually had the first banner ever to have 2 of the same elemental typing starting January 5th. So 2022 is where they were first starting double element on banner. So this is the first time ever we have double Geo, so it is definitely possible to have double Electro 4-stars starting from this point. So it could be Sarah and Fischl on the same banner. That is definitely a possibility based upon what they did for Shenhe and Zhao. So back to the game here. Zhangling pickup. So as far as Fischl pickup, make your own decision on this. If you think they're going to rerun Fischl based on the CN controversy and all that there, you could pick this up if you're sure they're not going to rerun her anytime soon, but I think she might be coming relatively soon. Zhangling, we are getting a free leeway character already. And unless you're like at Constellation 2 Zhangling right now, okay, unless you're at Constellation 2 right now and you're going to be picking up Zhangling for free and then buying Zhangling out of the shop, you should probably skip Zhangling here. This is a big mistake, okay? Unless you're at C2 and you're buying both of those, kind of a mistake, because you can already pick up Zhangling for free. Now, let's say there's a case where you're Constellation 3 right now on Zhangling, because the big one you want is Constellation 4, and you wanted to pick up Zhangling out of the shop, and then Yunjin from the free pick. Well, that is a good way to go. That is also another route that you could go, but just know that if you want Zhangling, she is a character that you could acquire at any given time. The real thing is, though, why are you going to be picking up a C0 4-star off of the free pick when every player in Genshin knows that C0 4-stars are kind of tricky when it comes in comparison to higher Constellation 4-stars that you already have? Case in point is a lot of the characters already. The only characters that are kind of exempt from this rule are going to be like Goru, as well as Goru and Rosaria. And both of those characters, a lot of people don't even use Rosaria anymore. We actually saw a Spiral Abyss spreadsheet the other day, and Rosaria's use of Abyss went way effing down. So, and that is probably because of the introduction of other cryo characters in Genshin, and the need of use of the characters way down, because the whole reason to use her is because Raiden Shogun was particle generation, so she would go way down because of that. So that makes sense. But Zhangling as a character is a character that you can again pick up for free next month. So may not want to use the Stellar Glitter right here. All right, now for the monthly Blacklift review. Keck, Blacklift Longsword, great weapon in general. I was asking about this earlier. Blacklift Longsword is technically the current best 4-star weapon for Bennett that you can pick up for free. Unless you want to summon for an Alley Flash, or unless you want to summon for a random weapon, the best 4-star weapon to pick up is Blacklift. The reason it's the best is because it's going to give the highest amount of base attack that you could potentially get from a weapon, which is 565 base attack, and it also has crit damage on the main stat. Base attack is what matters for Bennett, not the total amount of attack percentage. And the fact that the proc doesn't work doesn't even affect you that much, so it's fine. You do need a lot of energy recharge on Bennett, so a lot of people think about Sacrificial or Favonius, but those weapon is extremely low base attack, so they don't provide as much value. So this is the best overall 4-star weapon for Bennett, so if you need a weapon for him, that's what you could do. Not 100% recommending it, it's just like, if you don't have any other option, that's what you do. Okay. Festering Desire, if you have it though, is the way. But if you have Festering, you don't need my advice anyways, because you already know. Okay, next up, Blacklift Polearm. Is it good for Zhao? Yes. Is it good for Shenhe? Yes. Is it going to be best in slot for Shenhe? No, it will not. Lithic Spear will probably be the best for Shenhe, and it's actually been proven that the Lithic Spear is actually a little bit better than Blackcliff Polearm overall for DPS. Blackcliff Polearm is very suspect in terms of Spiral Abyss in a lot of contexts if you're leaving it Refine 1. If you do end up refining it, it's very good for Zhao, but low refines, it's really weak unless you're getting kills, and you don't have to get a lot of kills in sequence to make this weapon work. Refine 1 4-star weapons are a little bit suspect. Same thing goes for Deathmatch, it's kind of suspect at Refine 1, but when you get higher refines of that weapon, it goes crazy. Alright, Blackcliff Slasher, this is kind of a skip weapon now because we have more options for crit damage claymores and things like that. It's not really that great for most characters, but you can pick it up. The Catalyst, nope. And if you're wondering about the Blackcliff Warbow for Ganyu, it's the Flux weapon for her. The Hamayumi was not introduced at the start of the game, so if you are looking for a good weapon for Ganyu, the good all-rounder weapon right now to pick up if you're not going to be using your bow prototypes anywhere else is the Hamayumi. But if you end up wanting to go for a balanced weapon and you actually need a lot of crit damage, but you have a lot of attack percentage already in your build, then the Blackcliff is a good pickup. But I would recommend if you have a lot of bow prototypes, which a lot of people do have, I would recommend going for R5 Hamayumi over going for Blackcliff over in general, and then I would recommend if you're going for a freeze build, prototype Crescent. Because right now, since we have so many more prototypes, it's a lot easier for people to obtain bow prototypes. You get about 3 or 4, I think it's like 3 or 4 refines on your bow instead of going for the Blackcliff. And the difference between this and Zhao is that Zhao doesn't have any other options. And then for next month's shop, it's going to be, of course, a Badudu as well as Noelle. So if you did want to pick up either a Noelle Constellation or Beidou Constellation, they're going to be here. But again, as we know, Beidou is going to be in the banner coming up, and Noelle was out just recently on the Albedo banner. And if you wanted to pick that up, you would have picked it up with either Albedo or Hula for some copies there. Noelle at C6 is pretty strong now with the Redhorn Slasher as well as other things. So just know that if you're saving for that and you just need one more constellation, yes, C6 Noelle is a great boost. It's huge. But pre-C6 Noelle is trash. Beidou gets strong at C2, C5, and C6. Those are the big ones for her. If you you're not going for one of those constellations, it's not really worth it in general to pick up anything in there. As always, pick up your summons and let's see what we get this month. Blamo. Yeah. And some base banner summons. Alright. I'm going to save, right now I'm saving because we just heard about a lot of the new banners, so I'm wondering where we're going to get our monthly 5 summons out of here. I don't think we actually do very many base banner summons in general, right? I haven't seen a lot of them. I think we only do them when we get new characters, level up, or like get some random stuff. Hey, look, a 4-star. What'd we get? EP Welcome Account Summon. A Dragon's Bane. I don't know what I have on refines for Dragon. Let's go check in a minute. But I don't need that weapon at all. That weapon's kind of a trap weapon in general, and I find it only good for like a certain style of Nupcomp or if you're building Hu Tao. And for Zhangling, it's pretty suspect. Let's see. I already have R5. Yeah. R7. Well, that's gonna do it for this video. My name is Tekimogo. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did enjoy the video, of course, like, subscribe, all the fun stuff. And let me know what you guys think about these videos and what you want to see in these videos more in the comment section down below. You have a wonderful... Okay! We got something crazy. MiHoYo, for the first time ever, has released the entire banner setup for the entire patch of 2.4. So we know exactly what it's going to be for both sets of banners in 2.4. I'm excited to talk about it. Let's go ahead and jump into this massive video. So we'll have to go check the tweet. Oh shit, it's in game! Look at that! It is. Oh shit. The banners are fully live. Okay, cool. So the first banner that we got is going to be fully confirmed. We have the Shenhe and Yunjin banners, which are going to be, and the weapon banner too. And we got Shenhe and Yunjin, which will be paired with Ningguang and Xiangyang. Well, I only called Xiang, I didn't call Ning, so I was off by 1, but nice. No, very, very cool. I was really likely to have Xiangyang because of how the interaction between the auto attack character like Yunjin as well as Xiangyang. So that's awesome. Very cool, very cool. And Ningguang did not expect that, but leeway characters kind of make sense. For weapons, Lithic Spear. So next patch is going to be Lithic Blade. Definitely called out that the Jade Spear. Knew that was coming. That was awesome. Favonius, yep, that's on pace. Widzith, I didn't call at all. I was way off on that one. And Favonius, totally saw that coming instead of, but just didn't see the other part coming. Wow. So this is a very interesting setup of banners. Okay, so looking at this weapon banner, I'm not sure if this is a summon. I'm kind of on the fence. I'll think about it for a second. And then the character banner, Man, I feel bad for all the Zhao mains and Shenhe summoners because this banner is really rough to summon on for anybody who's going to be a Zhao main or a Shenhe main. I mean, Xiangyang and maybe Yunjin might pair with it, but I don't know about Ningguang. This is a pretty rough banner, not gonna lie, for Zhao mains. So the current banner right now is, what do we got? Xiangling, Goru, and Barbara. And if you're looking to like if you don't have like C6 Xiangling yet, and you're looking to pick that up, that would be a really, really smart choice to build your pity on this banner a little bit, so that you're not summoning for just these characters. Yunjin would probably be really good to pick up, but like Xiangyang and Ningguang, I don't know. I'm on the fence on those two. Xiangyang hasn't really been seen a lot lately in content, and his overall kit is really, really rough. The only thing I would say that's like super positive about Xiangyang, and I've leveled Xiangyang in all 3 of my accounts and used it for a while. The only thing that's really positive, he's the only cryo auto attack enabler that you can do for any character in the game. And the second is Constellation 6 is pretty big for mad lad damage. So if you're looking for like picking up a constellation or 2 for characters, C6 is a pretty big damage spike, but all the other constellations are pretty light as far as viability. The only other one people talk about is C2 Xiangyang, and that one's pretty light. And these characters are both available for free characters in the free pick. So again, this is a kind of a rough banner for a lot of players. And then for Ningguang, Ningguang as a character, I built out on my whale account, never on my BP Welkin or my HSF account. She is basically a character that if you don't get C6, playing her is extremely difficult late game, and her damage really falls off. C2 is her big constellation for improving damage, but she really just starts to get a lot better at C6 because of how the rotations flow out and the overall damage. So just know that if you're trying to build Ningguang, that's what you're going to need in order to like play her. So if you're building for long-term viability for a character, Ningguang is probably the weakest current Geo character as far as DPS characters go. Even at this point, I believe Noelle at C6 is a little bit better. From what I've heard throughout the people saying. I haven't yet to try it myself, but I've seen a lot of gameplay footage and a lot of people talking about it, and she's even touted to be as strong as C0 Ito apparently at C6. So that's what some people are saying. Again, I can't confirm that, but I can confirm that Ningguang does feel a little bit weaker in most of the recent Abysses except for this one, because the Geo doggos make her a little bit stronger. So I hope she gets more support, because I really like this character and I really like her playstyle, but she does have a lot of quirks and buggy mechanics. And as far as Yunjin goes, she looks pretty good. I was very impressed with what I heard from her in the live stream. I'm excited about that. Let's go ahead and go down to the weapon banner stuff here and talk about that. So the weapon banner, if you're a Zhao man, the Jade Spear, just as a heads up, the Jade Spear is one of those weapons that's extremely hard to build around, because Zhao has a crit chance ascension stat already. And because he has a crit chance ascension stat, you're going to be building for crit chance on weapon and crit chance on that. So then now you need a crit damage headpiece, and then you need a lot of crit damage rolls on your artifacts and very little crit chance rolls. So it does kind of play against you a little bit by getting the Jade Spear versus the Staff of Homa. So if you were wondering if you should get Jade Spear or Staff of Homa, the Homa is more than fine, but it allows it for a little bit better optimization as far as getting artifact rolls for Zhao. Lithic Spear is by the way be really good for both Shenhe and Zhao, so if you want to try that out, it is a very good weapon. I made a video on it a long time ago for Zhao, but the increasing amount of leeway characters and things like that is definitely moving this along to make it easier to use Zhao for this. And Favoni's great sword, not the best. Wids is an insane pickup, so always a good weapon to have. Favoni's bow, actually, it's really good for both Diona as well as Goru, so if you're one of those mains looking for a Refine 5 of this weapon, it definitely gets a lot better at Refine like 3 or so for some of those characters. So just, like, you only need is like R3 for Favoni's bow, but you do get one for free, so Refines are kind of nice for that. And then the Calamity Spear, I'll have to go look at what it does. Oh, look at that! They brought out both of the other banners too! Holy crap! Okay, so I didn't even see this till just now. They brought out the second banner. Holy shit, that's a spice banner. We got Shinku, Yanfei, and Beidou on one banner. Oh my god, what is that? That's a lit banner. I need that banner fierce, dude. I am hard summoning on like all my accounts for that. What is that? Dude, I want to get Beidou maxed out on my free-to-play account. I want to get, like, I'm going to be summoning. Yep, I'm so excited. Yo, on my free-to-play account, I have Zhongli guaranteed, and I am totally getting him. But then after that, because Zhongli and Ganyu are the same on this. Oh my god. Dude, I'm gonna try for Ganyu my free-to-play account. I have Amos Bow already. I'm excited, bro. Holy, that's amazing. That is amazing. And then the second weapon banner has the return of Amos Bow as Vortex Vanquisher. Then we got the Sacrificial Bow, the Lithic Blade, the Favonius Sword, the Favonius Book, and the Dragon's Bane. This weapon banner, hard skip. Hard skip the Amos Bow and Vortex Vanquisher. Trust me here, okay? I will explain why. For the second banner of 2.4, definitely skip this. Amos Bow is a weapon that you can get on the standard banner or any weapon banner, okay? And the only character it's good on currently is Ganyu. So if you are looking for a good pickup for Ganyu, this weapon banner is a fucking trap. Stay away from the weapon banner for Ganyu. Do not go for the Amos Bow. You will be wasting Primo Gems in the long run, and Refines and Amos Bow are not super impactful. You are not going to feel leaps and bounds different from Refine 1, even all the way to Refine 5 Amos Bow, so do not summon on this weapon banner. Vortex Vanquisher, also kind of a bullshit weapon, so don't go for it, and all the 4 stars in this weapon banner are complete dog shit. This is an easy skip. Please stay away from it, even if you want stuff against you. And it's been actually widely corroborated by a lot of YouTubers, as well as streamers, etc., and theory crafters, that the weapons for Ganyu, for 4-star craftable weapons, can even get on par with Amos Bow at Refine 1, so you don't necessarily need it. Also, Skyward Harp does very well as well, so if you end up pulling either of those bows, it's more than fine. So definitely skip the Amos weapon banner for Zhongli and Ganyu. But the other weapon banner with the Calamity Quasar, we'll talk about that in a minute. But the Ganyu and Zhongli banner, 100% fucking must summon. Holy, oh my god. Look at this banner, so juicy. Beidou, by the way, is a character that gets super good after Constellation 2. Insane character after C2. C5, C6 are insane on her. The monster constellation that boosts her ultimate. Shinku is the same exact thing. So he gets good at C2 and then gets exponentially better from C2 on. He's nuts all the way around and one of the best characters in Genshin. Yanfei, I'm sorry, I don't like main DPS Yanfei. However, I don't hate the character. I in fact love the character. But I do not like her as a DPS. I love her as a support. Tank Faye is one of my favorite things to run lately, and I've been running that a lot. And a lot of people that come to the stream love this, and it's one of my favorite things to run. So yes, I do like Yanfei. From everybody who thinks I don't like her, I love her. Okay, but only at C4 as a tank. I love Tank Faye, it's so wonderful. And the fact that she's on the banner with Zhongli allows me to run both on 2 separate sides of things with other teams, which is wonderful, and I love that. So I am 100% something on this banner. This is an insane banner, 100%. For everybody who is going for Zhao, if you have Zhao already, and you're thinking about constellations for Zhao, these only get spikes better at C6. For Shenhe is actually a better character to pick up than Constellation 1 Ganyu. So if you're thinking about picking up, again, Shenhe as a support for your current Ganyu, great decision, okay? You don't necessarily need Shenhe as a primary DPS character. She is not that kind of character, as we saw from yesterday. She is more of like a Kazuha-style character, but only for Cryo. So think of her as more of a Cryo Kazuha. That's a lot easier, okay? And Kazuha being a damage booster for teams, Ganyu can really benefit from that, Ayaka can benefit from that, etc. So that's who kind of she is, okay? So freeze teams get a lot better there. I don't know what this study with potions, but I'll have to check with it, and Wind Trace is cool. But I'm excited, these banners, oh my god, I can't believe we got 4 freaking banners, that's huge. Okay, let me go look at the Calamity Queller. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's the Calamity Queller. This is the new weapon. It's a 741 base attack weapon. So, and it's only got 16.5% attack. So this is a high, super omega high base attack weapon. So what they're doing with this character is they are trying to give this character as much attack as possible. And they're doing the same thing they did with the Eula weapon. So any type of attack percentage boost that you're going to get is going to dramatically impact this character. So that's why the Calamity Queller has so much attack, and so you actually get a ton of it. Okay, the passive on this weapon, let's go check it out, is gain 12% all elemental damage bonus. So you could use this weapon on anyone. It's a universal weapon. That's cool. So if you wanted to use this on Zhao, yes, you could. Sure. It's attack percentage, high base attack, and a lot of other things. Cool. So you can use this on Zhao, yes. Obtain consummation for 20 seconds after using an elemental skill. Cause attack increase by 3.2 per second. This attack stacks up to a maximum 6 attack. This actually does work pretty well with Zhao. So if you missed out on Staff of Homa and you're thinking about this weapon, I can see this weapon doing very well with Zhao. It gives him a total at max stacks with 6 times 30.2. What is that? 18 plus, so 19.4% damage. So the weapon is, wow, that's actually a lot. It is a 31% damage bonus weapon with 16% attack and 741 base. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. For Zhang Ling, this seems okay, but the problem with Zhang Ling is Zhang Ling snapshots on her ability, and you could use this in the second rotation, not so much the first rotation, because it's a ramp up ability, and Zhang, since anything stacks, it would take the initial part of the buff, not the end stack the part of the buff, so it wouldn't work right away, and you have to have perfect frames on the amount of energy, so this could work on Zhang Ling, just not going to be great. What else is there? Rosaria does snapshot, same issue, but Aegis could work on her, sure. Raiden Shogun. This would be incredible on Raiden Shogun. Yes, so this is also a good Raiden Shogun weapon because Raiden Shogun can utilize attack percentage main stat weapons. She gets all elemental damage bonus from this, so that's great. It's an attack percentage boosting weapon. Oh, I'm sorry, I read this wrong. I'll go back. I'm gonna reverse. Okay, so I read this wrong. I thought this said damage increase. It's actually attack percentage increase. So it's 19.4% attack and then a 12% damage bonus. So yeah, no matter what, this is great. Okay, so it's a little bit worse than percent damage bonus, but it's still really good. All right, when the character equipped with this weapon is on the field, consummation attack is not on the field. Consummation attack is doubled. So if you then, use this weapon, you couldn't use this weapon on a character like Zhang Ling because again she snapshots to get the double constellation bonus, so you can't get the 19.4 times 2% attack. That would be almost, let's just say 40% for now, 20 to 40%. Yeah. Okay, so the 40% attack you would basically not be able to get for Zhang Ling. You would be able to get that for Zhao though. So this does work really well with Zhao while off field. So you can get that, but it doesn't actually work while he's off field. So Rosaria, again, wouldn't be able to benefit from that as well because, again, snapshotted ability. Toma could benefit from this, sure. Yeah, Toma, the chat's asking for Toma. Toma could benefit from this. This would ramp Toma's elemental burst damage a little bit, too. So if you wanted more damage on Toma, sure, you could use that. My chat's asking about Zhang Ling, and the answer is no, this is not a Zhang Ling buff. The previous weapons are usually better. Raiden E. Yeah, Raiden E will be double with this. So if you're looking about Raiden elemental skill, this will definitely boost Raiden's elemental skill more. So if you wanted an elemental skill Raiden build, this would definitely work. Dong Zhang? No, Dong Zhang would kind of benefit from this as well because Long Dong Zhang can actually put his elemental skill out and it does pulsate for a long duration, so he would get a damage benefit from this, sure. Hu Tao, you would actually get Blood Blossom damage from this, but again, base attack doesn't really affect Hu Tao that much, and then boosting attack doesn't help as much here, so you're probably going to be better off with Homa. All right, for Yunjin, I don't know. We have not been given the information on how Yunjin scales, even though I don't know it, I swear. So I don't think this is going to be a good Yunjin weapon based upon what they said in the live stream. So I don't think this is going to be a good Yunjin weapon there. So I think this is going to be pretty much best used on characters like Shenhe and Zhongli, I guess. And the other characters that can use it would be Zhang Ling could use it, not to full optimization, just kind of like Homa. Zhao could use this, but again, not to full optimization for the second part of the buff, and other characters can also use it. So it's a universal spear, really good on all characters, but not as good as other weapons. It will be good on everyone. It's just not going to be as good as other weapons. So just know if you are like thinking about Zhang Ling buff, no, this is not a Zhang Ling buff. So if you're looking for the choice between Ganyu, Zhongli, Zhao, and all the characters listed, Ganyu is the primary DPS character, really good. If you're brand new to Genshin, my recommendation, as always, and I've said this many times, Zhongli is probably the best pickup, just if you ever want to be a god in Spiral Abyss. He's really good for that, And if you don't care about Spiral Abyss, or you never want to like do hard content against you, you just want to have easy time and chill out, play the one you want. Doesn't really matter. But if you care about Spiral Abyss and doing really well, he's probably a really good character to have. He's not 100% necessary, but he definitely optimizes your account and makes a lot more teams possible. A big pickup for DPS. Zhao, again, is one of those characters that's really offshoot meta, and a lot of people that do like him to keep playing him. Let me go here. And if you wanted to see some interesting numbers, we got some interesting numbers based upon Spiral Abyss, where from June of 2021 over to December from spiralabyss.net, you can see that this is like the usage rate for Zhongli up here. If we go down here to the 4-star supports, Bennett, of course, still very, very high for 4-star characters. And then 5-star characters, Ganyu actually has dropped down as far as being used all the time. So between June of last year as well as December this year, Ganyu's not being used as much. She's still very relevant. She's just not used as much because people are picking different favorites. And then Zhao, of course, has dropped, of course, a lot in viability since his initial release by about half. But, you know, he's still extremely relevant and still works really well as long as you have good bid for him. Alright, but that's going to do it for this video. My name is Sekapoko. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know what you're summoning for in the comment section down below. This is really exciting to know all the banners all at once. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace.
Starting the video off strong today, 106 Herblore, so I can now.
Don't care for Iron Man videos. What's up, man?
Before I go to Boston for this video here, I'm going to be doing some Tormented Demons, see if we get the Dragon Limbs. Might do 2 hours tonight, but 200 KC exactly. Going to be very easy to track the kills. This is my setup. Gets the job done. I have one Tormented Demon in my player-owned Slayer dungeon, and they respawn so fast. So I'm not even worried about getting a second one. And yeah, hopefully in the 2 hours I get a limb at least. Hey, we got one. Hour and 15 minutes into the 2-hour trip. That was on our 357th kill. 245 kills done. Last one here. Nope. So we'll have to do some more TDs in like a couple days. But yeah, the goal was to get one at least, so I'm happy with that. Can we get back to back Vindy Reaper assignments? Let's see here. Oh, well, yes, we can. We got 10 more to do. Woohoo, more points. See you tomorrow, Vindicta. 272. How many kills do we usually get an hour? Like 8? I'm gonna get 8 items, I think. Only 5 tier 3s. It's beautiful loot though. So much like nice things. Only 44 eggs, but that's okay. Okay, so I mean, it's not a scripture. It's something else, I guess, right? What kill was that on? 404. 2 and 5. I think the examine price on the wrist wraps was like 5 mil. I wonder if that sells at 5 mil or higher. Well, actually, I guess Cinderbands are still superior, right? Soul runes are okay. Adrenaline crystals at 40. Where's the cannonballs at? Ooh, almost 3k cannonballs. I'm getting so lucky with my Reaper's Helmets, honestly. Another half an hour of Indy. 16 kills. Oh, we got over 2k Reaper points from the assignment yesterday. I didn't realize. Death cost info. Oh, was that the stream today? Were they talking about it? Do you want to get a TLDR of it? Rotating free death bosses. Okay. That'd be very nice for me for Raksha and Telos. Okay, then week 2, that's when I have to do some Telos, huh? Caliphate Kane. I could probably do some Caliphate Kane on week 3 then. And then Raksha on week 4. Separated pretty well for me. Like, I could like take advantage of all of those weeks. I mean, it's something instead of nothing. That's how I'm looking at it, so. Rock tails are nice. Ooh, 700 soul runes. Okay, okay. I like that. 1100 calories. Dude, I would have died. See, what's up with this glitch? Now I got a lobby. Didn't pay attention to any of the drops. What is good here? Absolutely nothing. Nothing is good here. There's no ability. But yeah, we got our fancy, you know, festive webcam layout. I know it's top tier, and then we got this Santa hat. Oh my god. I'm in the spirits, chat. See it, how well it stays on my head compared to the party hat. I'm like scared to move my head around. It's actually, it kind of stays on. Imagine if Era caused the book drop. Oh, I got an item. It finally happened. On KC 299. Oh gosh. I mean, at least it wasn't a book Era. My god. Yay. It's also a good item to get too, right? I think so. Yeah. You don't want the gloves and the boots. So. Let's go, man. Awesome. Let's see. What is good apart from the helmet here? I like the rock tails. The eggs are always nice. Are these for super restores? I have no idea. Of course, the soul runes are beautiful. I think that's all I need, right? The flakes? Yes. So it only costs 1,000 flakes. Oh, I thought it was way more than that. I'm thinking about probably Ice Cube with the remnants. I think you have to use a lot of remnants for like the weapons, right? But let's go ahead and make the helmet. Hey. Apparently it's 500 mil, but the GE price is at 20 mil still. And I don't want to wear it right now. I know that's probably weird, but I want to wait until I get the body and then the legs to look badass all at once, you know? Oh my god, no ability codex. I'm quitting the game forever. Nearly 400 solar runes, so I'll take it, I'll take it. An Onyx? I didn't even get like the blue text from it. I mean, I don't really need it anyways. One page, that's huge. Ooh, almost 1,000 soul runes though. That's nice. Only got one cannonball drop. Oh wow, is that like almost the most soul runes I got from an hour of care pack? I feel like it is. 776. I guess even like a lot of coins too. This hit 100,000 views on the stream. Look at that. Thank you, people. It's kind of cool. Yeah, people clap. Yeah. Look at this. The second dragon limbs. Awesome. I am about to leave. 2 minutes left on like the hour and a half. that I've been here, so that literally just like came in clutch right there. So kill count right now, if we take a look real quick, 624, and then on top of that I have 2 pairs of Dragon Claws, I think, in the bank. So in those kills, very, very lucky. Gonna make the Dragon Crossbows now, and then the Ascensions tomorrow on stream. Now let's not mess this up, because you can make the Dragon 2H crossbow. Imagine if I click this and make 2 of them, that would be devastating. So this doesn't even matter, but I'm gonna make one main hand here, and then one offhand. But I think when you make your Ascensions, they both go to main hand, and then you can talk to the person again to make one offhand. But let's see what the prices are. I think they're probably similar, 12.5, and yeah, pretty much the same. It's a nice farming level. I wasn't aware that I was close to one. 4 mil until 111. Alright, let's create the crossbows. Yes, create. Use the main hand. Okay, there we are. How much are these? 215, so it's pretty much the same. And then create the offhand. So I think this is going to convert to a main hand as well. And then I think I just reuse it on him. And convert it. One offhand, one main hand. Let's augment. Big Ranger boy now. I can finally use my Criminal Bullets, man. Maybe even Barrow died with these. Okay, probably not. Look at me. A huge upgrade. It's nice. Who said that in chat? Who was that? I'm trying to find it. You didn't call the crest, but you're saying Lance this kill or whatever. Yeah, Prooks. Is it a 60k elk? Oh, that thing's 45 mil. That's crazy, isn't it? 1743 KC, that is our third one. Nice, nice. Oh, we got another Onyx from this hour. 1,000 soul runes. We finally broke the threshold. We got like a couple in the 900s or something like that, and then some bolt tips, some rock tails, some fungus. Lots of beautiful things here. Only thing I'm really looking at is like the soul runes are good, and then the bolt tips at 74 is decent. I guess the back-to-back effigies was nice, but nothing too crazy that hour. I gotta get a few things done over the weekend here. First things first, since I got the Ascensions, gotta make some bolts now. So I'm gonna make 5k Ruby, Diamond, Hydrix, and Dragonstone bolts. I never used Dragonstone actually on my main account, but I believe those are better than Diamond. So there's a chance that Diamond is kind of obsolete. I used to use those at Nex, and that's the only place I can really think of seeing like other people using those bolts. So I mean, I have a shit ton of diamonds anyways. Like, I think in the bank right now I have like 12k uncut diamonds. It's not really gonna hurt to make some. The big thing now, though, since I have Ascensions, I am prepping for Raksha. And I have about 30 kills on my main account only, so I'm very new to that boss. So it's gonna be pretty interesting to give it a shot on this account with lower gear. And hopefully the kills are smooth. I'm not really confident right now. Next big thing is making some more potions. I am usually always low on like overloads, and since I'm prepping for Raksha, I need to get better overloads besides just the holy ones that I have. I have like maybe 30 Supremes, but that's not gonna last too long. And the last thing, just need to get some more Ripper Demons. I kind of slack on that a lot, to be honest, so maybe tonight's the night that I camp there for a while and just have a good stack so I don't have to worry about it for like the next few weeks. Well, hopefully I get this. Please, please, please! Well, 105 Herblore. So I can make potions of vitality. And then these are made faster. I don't think the runes and stuff are consumed at the same. I think 107 makes it 3 and 3. I think it's still 5 and 5, right? Let's take a sip of our extreme invention, ancient weapon gizmo. Yes. 8 time worn. Is that what? Yeah, that's what it is called. Should be first attempt, right? Yes, nice. And that's for our offhand weapon. Onto main hand, it's 9 historic. Size 5, just not good enough. We'll probably just keep Genocide on it because I mean, whatever. Okay, scary one next. I hope we can just get this out of the way. Budding 4, Undead. This is our first Budding 4 attempt on the account. Ooh. Slightly less than a 50% chance. Ah, always lucky. Nice, that's huge. Now this one's a less than 5% chance. 1 in 20. Relentless 5, Crackling 4. What if we can get this first attempt too? That'd be I'd be hacking. A lot of Relentless 5s. Come on. Yeah. That took what? 12 attempts or something? 13? Wait, I got an invention level from that? Okay. Alright. I'll probably get Crystal Shield, to be honest. Yeah. And we're done with Perkin. On the PVM like wiki page or whatever, it wants you to get impatient for, but I just don't have Zero's components, so this will be fine for Raksha for sure. Feels really nice to have Budding 4 and, you know, I mean, I guess R5 C4 as well. Like, this shit's gonna be epic. Just check real quick. We got a male and a male for both here, so probably just go like one at a time. How does this work? Is it just an egg or okay? It shows you which one you get. A Ripper Dinosaur. There we go. Okay. Female. All right. It's always nice getting some skilling done off stream. 100 archaeology here. So the plans for this skill is slowly but surely, obviously trying to get 120 and, you know, the weapons. But right now I need to try to get Guildmaster. And the other side goal is just disassembling my extra artifacts that I have for like vintage, classic. It was all worth it with one page at least. 150 rocktails, almost 200 fungus, 321 rubies. That's quite a bit actually. It's gonna be nice since I need to make the bolts nowadays, but I guess I have a big stock in the bank anyway. So then 129 eggs for so many potions. Whoa, that looks so cool. Did you see that? That was smooth as cool. So then 129 eggs for so many potions. Whoa, that looks so cool. Did you see that? That was smooth as fuck. I'm really surprised that like no one had that name just to fuck around with people that get sticky fungus, honestly. That's really surprising. Oh my god. Why? Stop. Leave me alone. Wow, we got 2 onyxes as well. That's a crazy 1,000 soul runes. This was actually a crazy hour. 250 rock tails, almost 300 fungus, 140 eggs. Just a lot of stuff this hour. Wow. 2 hours of Raksha was a success, of course, in the process. Died a few times here and there, but I double checked on my main account. 23 kills on there, and they were all on day 1. So I haven't been here for quite a bit of time, and it wasn't really that bad. I think it took me about 30 minutes to get my first kill. I can already tell that this is going to be a fun grind because this boss is just a big DPS dummy, besides like the first part of P3, which, by the way, sucks with mechanized Chinchampos. That's all I got right now. Of course, I didn't get any lacerations for my Dinosaur Slayer tasks. I think I had almost 1k kills, and the drop rate is like a 1 in 2k. Ended up getting 30 Raksha kills for this video. I didn't end up streaming 2 days throughout the week here, so the amount of PVM that I did in this video isn't too much, which I apologize for. It just happens sometimes. I had the worst migraine, by the way. I'm including a full Raksha kill towards the end of this video too, by the way, so you can obviously click off the video when that happens or watch how I am currently killing it. Even me looking back at my PR, which is the one I'm showing you later on, there's a lot of improvements I can do on the P3 and P4, and I can easily get a better PR. Just like when I get more kills under my belt, that's when, you know, you get those like little improvements here and there, and like the time really does start to add up once you get comfortable. First kill on stream, PR. By 4 seconds. Yeah, we got a PR though, even though I kind of goofed that up a little bit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, a 12-second PR too. Yeah, that P3 was just really good. Even the P4 was not that bad either. I think overall that was just pretty decent. Ooh, PR. 11 seconds, 607. Yeah, we can easily get a sub 6, man. This is the full kill I want to show everybody on YouTube. So if you don't want to watch this full kill, thank you for watching as always. And if you do, feel free to let me know in the comments of anything to improve on. Even though this video is like 5 days behind my streams on Twitch, at this point I am getting better each and every hour. And like I said earlier, like even watch my P3s and P4s, I know what I am doing poorly at, and there could be some other like mini things that I am not paying attention to that I just didn't do right at all in this video. And yeah, you can let me know in the comments. Other than that, I'm gonna let this whole clip play out. I don't talk too much throughout it, just considering the fact that I'm trying to learn this boss still, and trying to look at Twitch chat and learn a boss at the same time is very hard to do. So thank you guys for watching this video here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Two onyxes, oh my gosh. 15 mil. 400 fungus, 585 solar runes, 250 rock tails, 227 eggs, 1.3k magic logs, 78 hydric bolt tips. Oh, got a drop though. We got the torch. Nice. That's a big one too. We're getting good drops. Book, helmet, torch. Nice. That was on what, Casey, here? 348. Is our luck turning around here? 2 pages. 1,000 solar rooms. Only 97 rocktail. Only 40 eggs. But I mean, obviously the torch kind of makes up for everything. Oh, they're right here. I think it's 2,500, right? Yes. All right. Make the torch. And there we go. 116 mil for this guy. And 6% increase to woodcutting success rate. 20% chance to cut an extra log when woodcutting. And then you have a chance to receive splintering arrow tips. Sheesh. Yeah, 2 pages again. Effigy. Same amount of rock tails, pretty much. Fungus, soul runes, nice. What else is looking beautiful? I guess the roots are okay. I think I'm good on those though for quite a while. And then 49 of the Dren crystals too. Another 2 pages. I think for the last 3 hours, including this one, I think it's always been 2 pages. So at least that's like, seems to be better with the slight increase for the drop rates. And then 1.1k soul runes, beautiful. 400 fungus, almost 300 rock tails. I just love it. 243 eggs. So much crap, but I love it. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna have to restart here, folks. I don't know what I pressed, but I pressed stuff. Woo, a PR! 543. We love the Stone Spirits too, by the way. Back-to-back PRs. The 529 beat it by 14 seconds. Okay, I'm getting used to this boss. Okay, this is a really nice hour so far. A 518 beat it by 11 seconds there. I don't think I've ever gotten one of these. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's my first one. That's cool. I just don't have the Slayer points for it. I think you need to buy it or whatever, right? See if we can get a care pack assignment. Haha, easy game. So we got 16, and I think what I'm gonna do for the 2 hours of care pack that I'm planning to do today, I'm gonna be using range. And you guys know me, I usually just stick with one combat style at one boss when I like learn it, right? Effigy, hello. How's it going? We'll take ya. Another Effigy. Had to get some Carapac kills in this video here, so left side is the first hour, second hour is on the right, and to be honest, I am really bored of this boss. I think it's because I did so many kills in one of my Iron Man episodes here that I just do not want to kill this boss. And I'll try my best to maybe do 1 or 2 hours per video, and if I'm just not feeling it, then I'm just not gonna go, but I still want to get the ability codex through normal mode and not hard mode. I think that's also the reason why I'm bored here, is just because I'm still stuck in normal mode, and I just don't have the gear yet for hard mode, but it is what it is. And the one weird thing that I noticed while looking at this is that I got no cannonballs at all in the first hour, which is pretty interesting because you usually at least get one, but I didn't. But I guess the second hour kind of made up for it, considering the fact that I got over 3k cannonballs there. Hour 1 of 2 today done. 15 kill streak, 158 in rage, 16.5 mil right now. The salvage is quite nice, but no core, what the hell? Okay, 2 hours done. What are we gonna get? Crystal keys. Not bad with the bolt tips and the high Alex. 41.8 mil in the 2 hours, which is quite a bit. But yeah, no core, no pages. Quick, quick. Can't miss 100. I think the recorder's on. Big milestone. 1.4 mil to 101. It's gonna take me about 5 more years to get 120, I think. Okay. Is my recorder on for this one? I didn't know I was that close. 101 archaeology. What the hell is going on right now? That's cool. Wow. Amazing gameplay. Oh, look at that certificate. Beautiful. All right. So what do I get first? Is it the Matic? Let's just see how many chronotes I have a second. It's like 140k, I think. 126k. Oh, that's 200. I thought it was 150k. Man. Doing some good old questing today, so I'm trying to get the quest done for the Hard Desert Diaries. So contact is finished. Yay, much excite. There's a handful of quests in RuneScape that just absolutely suck. And this is one of them. Thank goodness that I am done with it. I did not enjoy this at all. Last quest requirement is finished. Do no evil. Did not enjoy this quest as well. Anyways, I just needed to do some more Dominion Tower kills, and I have the Hard Desert achievements finished. This is the last special mode boss I had to kill, so I think I just unlocked Dominion Mines now, I believe, right? If I can move, there you go. Yep, looks like I can claim some. Let's just buy 100, I suppose. Yeah, so that's huge, obviously. Can use them at a lot of places. Now I just need to get 450 kills. I'm probably like 415, if I had to guess. Let's just see real quick. We're at 410, so that's gonna take like, what, 15 minutes or something, so nothing too bad. Easy kill here for 450. So I think it said like I need to do 25 climber or endurance or something like that. I really hope it counts before 450 because I definitely did that. Oh wait, I need to spectate a match, I think. I'm gonna spectate a match a second and see if that's the only thing that I need to unlock. It does say 0 out of 25 for the climber mode, and I'm gonna spectate this guy. I don't know who he is. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, is 475 kills good enough for you, game? Please? Thank you. Give me my dread nips, dog. Finally, now I just have to literally use one on a Catholic Queen or something for the Desert Heart Diary. Desert Heart Diaries completed. Got the amulet 3. And I think I'm pretty much all ready for KK now because the Karis is better there. And I just need to, I think, just get better perks on my melee armor. And hopefully it goes well.
Alright, I need to use the bathroom and then I'll be back in a bit for Genshin Impact on the roof today. So BRB.
Monsters live inside our souls, waiting to come alive, turning our hearts cold. My blood is black, it seeps through the cracks. If I could take it back, if I could, fighting love that runs through our veins is an empty space. A lonely game. dagger deep, blood ran over me. Every melody you ever sung to me floods my memory. I can't breathe. I vow to right this wrong. I promise here and now. I loved you all along. I threw away my crown. I lost my sanity.
Might be logging in a little early because of the time. I was logged in yesterday, but well.
More speed.
I think the full 6 day for our Kitchen content is. The biggest surprise of today's video was the update was so I get the soccer. And here's more things. Shop is gonna have one of them.
Freeze to the core. I condemn you. More speed. This is a new one. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. More speed.
You've got it! You got it! Paimon thinks you've earned yourself a new title! Favonius Fish Catching Extraordinaire!
Shudder! The hunt is on! Ever seen one of these? Beg for mercy. More speed. Crush! Shudder! Got something for you. You're stuck now. Crush. Freeze to the core. Rack and ruin. Shudder. is a new one. Shudder. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Ever seen one of these? Shudder. You're stuck now. Beg for mercy. Rack and ruin. More speed. Crush. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Now the
This'll pack a punch. Wind, hear me. This is a new one. Shudder. Crush. Shudder. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Rack and ruin. Shudder. Beg for mercy.
The one before. Ah.
Elfin Hound, Azure Crane, of Tiger Strike.
This realm is true. If you ever have...
Monsters live inside our souls, waiting to come alive, turning our hearts cold. My blood is black. It seems
It's really interesting to see how different monster is going to be with all of the creatures there.
I'm out of here!
Reptile invasion.
More speed.
That's what I call it.
Barbados. Shut up. Got something for ya. The hunt is on. Crush.
I think I've seen one of those. That's pretty cool.
Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Beg for mercy. I condemn you.
How that works, I have no clue. But it does.
I vow to right this wrong. I promise here and now. I loved you all along. I threw away my crown. I lost my sanity. You're my king.
More speed. Crush. Breathe to the core. More speed. Got something for ya. You're stuck now. Go and fly. Shut up. Crush.
Touch the sky, a stars that shine down, long after it dies. Oh.
More speed.
I go to sleep, open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I'll turn around. See your face, not one stop. Whenever he's calling, baby, you know I'll turn around.
More speed.
Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I'll turn around. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I'll turn around.
More speed. Crush. Beg for mercy. This'll pack a punch. The hunt is on. Beg for mercy. Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now. Crush. Let it frost.
How did I build this sword up that much and only get 25,000? More speed. Beg for mercy.
mercy. The hunt is on. Crush. Vengeance will be mine. Got something for ya. You're stuck now. Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Eye for an eye.
But I just gotta know one thing. Are you ready? No! I said, are you
More speed. Crush. Beg for mercy.
I wasn't done. Another test
Freeze
subject.
to the core. I condemn you. More speed. More speed.
Out it.
Shut up! Shut up, Frost! Rack and ruin! More speed.
Oh yeah, this is gonna do wonders for my win ratio.
is on! Beg for mercy. I condemn you. More speed. More speed. More speed. Crush! The hunt is on! Vengeance will be mine! Beg for mercy! Touché! Crush! I swear by my sword! More speed. This will pack a punch. Beg for mercy. Shudder.
Can't touch me.
Crush. Freeze to the core. Rack and ruin.
When the time comes, be ready. Don't
More
you
speed.
hesitate. There's nobody left in the world who could ever shake my faith. Holding me back, holding this back, don't you see?
More speed.
You can count on me, put it down on me. Now it's all on me. When the time comes, be ready. Don't you hesitate. There's nobody left in the world who could ever shake my faith. Holding me back, holding this back, don't you see? You can count on me, put it down on me, 'cause now it's all on me.
More speed. More speed. More speed. Time to scout. Shudder. More speed. More speed. Time to scout. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. More speed. Beg for mercy. More speed. Eye for an eye. Leave it to me. Let the show begin. Shut up. Crush.
dance. Go, Barbara, go! Go, Barbara, go! Bet you can't keep up with me! More speed.
Got something for you. This is a new one. Blood of frost. Rack and ruin. Ever seen one of these? Crush! You're stuck now! Beg for mercy. Eye for an eye. More speed.
All you got. You can't run. Looks like I went too far.
Ready, I go!
I miscalculated.
Freeze to the core.
Let me amuse myself. Look at me. Just once.
More speed. More speed. Crush. Got something for you. Beg for mercy. More speed. Shudder. Beg for mercy. Shudder. Under the umbrella, or you'll get soaked. You can't risk catching cold, because it will turn into something more serious. And if that happens, well, I can't go avenging my clan by picking on the sick now, can I?
Love it when the weather's just keeps you warmer. Clothes off. Quick, under the umbrella, or you'll get soaked. You can't risk catching a cold, because it might turn into something more serious. And if that happens, well, I can't go avenging my clan by picking on the sick now, can I? Got something for ya. Crush. More speed. More speed. Time to scout. Crush! Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now! Wait, hear me! No? Winter shall be This'll pack a punch. The hunt is on. Shudder.
More speed. More speed.
No, start running faster.
Quick, under the umbrella, or you'll get soaked. You can't risk catching a cold, because it might turn into something more serious. And if that happens, well, I can't go avenging my clan by picking on the sick now, can I?
Make my escape.
There's no place and no moment in history where I could stand and say, oh, it begins here now.
Got something for you.
Ninjutsu! And that's me!
Barbados! Goodness! Crush! Shudder! Eye for an eye! More speed. Beg for mercy.
Wait. What? I thought it was a week.
More speed.
Oh, I probably just got the spot.
Choose love and not to fear. And now where I stand, mountains are built looking up into more speed. Crush! Shudder! Hello. More speed. Hello.
More speed. More speed. Hello. Time to scout. More speed. More speed. Beg for mercy. Shut up! Beg for mercy. More speed. Shut up! Beg for mercy. Shut up! Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now! So is blood! Crush! More speed. More speed. for mercy.
I wasn't done.
More speed.
It creeps in there through colored glass, through colored glass. I'll paint out the sun again to see I wouldn't change a thing.
I'm out of here.
I wouldn't change a thing.
More speed. More speed. More speed. More speed. Beg for mercy.
I'm here once again. And I'm deep and I'm free and I'm pain. Someone takes the fall again. Come with
More speed.
Come with me.
Time to scout. More speed.
Alright, listen up, merchers. I mean, welcome to the discontinued tradable rares tier list. I'll be using this tier list to determine which rares are truly insane and which rares are total garbage. As per usual, my tier list represents 100% fact and cannot be argued with. Whenever you're ready, sit back, panic sell your party ads, and merch. Before I get into the video, I'd like to mention two different things. Some items on this tier list may come back in the future, but for now, they seem discontinued. I'm not entirely sure which items have been confirmed truly to be discontinued, so just keep that in mind. I'd also like to apologize for the crackling noises you may hear every now and then when using headphones. I'm not sure where that came from, but it seems to occur when I record audio live. Alright, the Disc of Returning, one of the oldest rares in RuneScape, which only used to cost about 10 GP. I believe it was used to exit the black hole, which was created because players wanted to go in there, which is something related to getting players banned. And this is all the way back from RuneScape Classic, so this is a very old item, and nowadays it's really expensive. The only problem with this item is that it pretty much offers you nothing. You can own the item, but you can't show it off to other players unless you're trading with them, and for that reason, despite it being one of the older rares, I'm going to place it in B tier. This shouldn't be confused with the Disc of Returning, which is a login lockout item, by the way, which allows you to go to that black hole place and then teleport back to the game, which is really cool, by the way, and is something not every player owns. Next up is the Pet of Seasons. Now, the Pet of Seasons is an item that goes back to 2015, I believe. I remember actually trying to get it through the event, but I didn't manage to actually finish my own, and I didn't think it was worth the money back then. However, nowadays it's fairly expensive, and I don't see many people running around with this pet. If you like the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, this is probably going to be your favorite pet, and it would be up in S tier. However, I'm not the biggest fan of Groot. Sure, it was a cool character, but I don't think this item is very special, so I'm going to put it down in C tier. Next up, the half full wine jug. Now, if you own this item, you're bad at both merching and drinking, and the same can be said for whoever drank the first half of this jug of wine. Who the hell pays 100,000 times the price for half the amount of alcohol? D tier. The Christmas Cracker, an item that will give you one of the 6 original party hats, aka the most expensive loot box in RuneScape. Now RuneScape has a love and hate relationship with loot boxes and gambling, so I put it in B tier for balanced as all things should be. Next up, the Christmas Scythe, not to be confused with the gift wrap scythe, which looks really similar. Now this is one of the holiday items I really like the look of, and for that reason it's going straight into A tier. We then have the Crab Hat, which is a tradable hat that quite literally allows you to have a crab on your head. S tier. The Outfit of Seasons. Now this is a 5-part item set, and honestly it looks really good, especially if you pick the winter version. However, I don't think the rare is that special, so I'm going to put it in B tier as well with the Christmas Cracker and Disc of Returning. We then have the Christmas Tree Hat, an item I've actually owned 2 of on my accounts, but I've sold them, which obviously I now regret. This is an item that was discontinued back in 2012, and while it does sound cool, it doesn't look very good if you actually own it and put it on your character's head. C tier. The Cloak of Seasons is a nice looking cape, although it doesn't fit with very many outfits, and for that reason I'm going to place it in C, no actually in B tier as well. The Crown of Seasons is by far the best looking rare item in the game that's discontinued, and in my opinion I would absolutely put it up in S tier. The only issue with this item is that Jagex gave out the coronets, which are the parts that were used to create this item, to every player for free back in 2018, and for that reason it isn't very special, so I'm going to put it in A tier, just below the Christmas sign. Next up we have the Easter egg. Now this is an item that was dropped during the 2002 Easter event, and they are edible items, but the only problem with these items, including the other eatable items on this list, is that you can't really show them off to other players, and for that reason they don't have that much novelty in my opinion, and I'm just going to go ahead and place it in D tier. We then have the Barrel of Monkeys, which according to the wiki is a discontinued item that was awarded randomly while skilling or as a drop from Claudia during the Summer Beach parties from 2015 to 2018. Now this item is an item that no one wanted. It was basically trash. Everyone got a bunch of them and they were dropped on the floor, traded to other players, or sold for 1 GP each on the Grand Exchange. But nowadays they seem to be about 3,000 or 4,000 GP, which is surprising given that these items were trash and no one really wanted them. Now realistically, the Barrel of Monkeys should be placed at D tier, but my inner Homo sapiens sapiens says S tier. It's a difficult decision. Now let's put it down here. Next up we have the Holly Reef. Now this is an item from the 2014 Christmas event, and it actually is very expensive, beyond max cash as well. And I would say this item looks fairly decent, and for that reason I'm just going to go ahead and place it in B tier. There we go. Next up is the Fish Mask, originating from the Squeal of Fortune back in 2012. Now this item is so ugly that no one wanted to buy it until it started going up in value. In fact, the Fish Mask is such a hideous item it's used as a form of punishment for YouTube challenges. Yes, I'm looking at you, Ryan. Very cool idea, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and put it in S tier. I'm kidding, guys, I'm kidding. I'm going to put it in D tier, unsurprisingly. Next up, we have the gem tokens, which are really expensive and don't look very good, actually. We have the gem sack, gem necklace, gem cape, and gem crown. And these items all look like very cheap Solomon's items. The only one that looks kind of decent is the gem cape, I'm going to go ahead and put it in C tier. The rest of the items, straight D tier. I don't like them very much. We then have an item that may not deserve to be here, but according to the wiki it's discontinued. I doubt it though. The Glacial Shield Bow. This is a cosmetic override and it doesn't look very bad at all. But I'm going to go ahead and put it in C tier. I just realized I made a mistake. This is the Reef Crown and this is the Holly Reef. The Reef Crown actually looks far more ugly, which places it down at C tier, and the Holly Reef should be right there in B tier. Sorry about that, guys. Next up we have the Magical Bunny, Magical Lamb, and Magical Chick eggs, which you also have enchanted versions of. Now the regular versions can be eaten and they can be traded, however not on the Grand Exchange. The enchanted versions are untradeable. I actually have one of the enchanted versions on an alt account, Now this was from the 2014 and 2015 Easter promotion from Treasure Hunter, I believe, and they're discontinued. Now the tradable eatable versions again are a consumable rare, so I don't think they're very special. The enchanted versions are kind of cool, but since they're not really part of this tier list, I can't include them. D tier. The pumpkin from the Halloween event in 2001. This item is an edible, so again, while it is pretty cool to have, you can't show it off and it just doesn't have that novelty of being a wearable rare item. D tier. We then have a wearable item being the Halloween masks, and these do look really good. However, if you look at them just as a Halloween mask, I don't really like the look of them. However, in game, combined with the right outfit, they look really, really good. And these are from the 2002 Halloween event. I would go ahead and put all three of these in B tier, with the red one looking the best. We then have the Snow Cape token, which I'm actually surprised is a discontinued rare. It doesn't even look very good. And while I do have it myself, I'm going to go ahead and put this in D tier as well, because it just doesn't look very special. We then have the 3 balloons from the beach event, from those piñatas back in 2016, I believe. And the only reason the much rarer Seahorse follower token isn't on here is because it was available through the Oddment store, aka not discontinued. Let's start off with the pufferfish, and this guy's going straight into S tier because just look at his face. Barry has been smoking some stuff, he picked the wrong Renars, and he just looks like that now, permanently. We then have the Seahorse. Now, if I was a girl, I would have probably put this in S tier, but I'm not, so I'm going to put it in C tier. And then the Starfish Balloon, which, if this is your favorite, I know which of the 2 holes you like most. D tier. We then have the Summer Prize token. Now this is an item I really do like because it was from the first beach event back in 2015. This item unlocked the Sand Cape, the Loop Beam, and the Winston Pet, which is extremely cute. And I made a lot of money merching these tokens. Yes, I actually merched these tokens. I believe I was buying them for like 200k in the GE for anyone panic selling, and then selling them back to people for 1 mil each. And I think I did that like 70 or 80 times in a single day, or maybe a few days. I don't remember. There was a buy limit. I bought them from players, sold them in the G, and so on. And I made a lot of money from these. Now these are discontinued for sure because we haven't seen these since the original 2015 beach event. Just because the pet is really cool, I'm going to go ahead and put this bad boy into A tier. We then have the 9 parasols, which can be combined into this black version here from the beach event in 2016. Now while I do like these aren't very special rare items, and you can't really keepsake them, I believe. So for that reason, they're not going to go very high on this tier list, and I'm going to place most of them in D tier. Let's be honest, you wear these items as if you were actually going to go outside into the sun. And then we arrive at the big boy rare, the Santa hat. Now I'm going to go ahead and say, for full disclosure, the green Santa hat is confirmed not to be discontinued, but I just couldn't leave it out of this list. Now the black Santa hat, in my opinion, is one of the best looking rare items, simply because it fits with everything, or almost everything, and it's going to go straight into S tier with the pufferfish balloon and crab hat. We then have the green Santa hat. Now the green Santa hat looks slightly different than the red one, the original Santa hat, and I'll be honest, when I think of a Santa hat, I don't think of a green one. It does look alright, and with the right outfit it can look good, but I'm still going to go ahead and place it in B tier. We then have the regular Santa hat. Now this is an item that looks really good in any game where you can wear a Santa hat, and when you think of a Santa hat, you think of a red and white Santa hat, and that's exactly what this is. The Santa hat deserves no other place than S tier. Alright, let's rank the party hats, and I'm sure this is going to piss a lot of people off, but here we go. In my opinion, the white party hat is the most versatile rare in the game, and it will fit with pretty much anything. It's going straight into S tier. We then have the blue party hat, which looks almost as good, but I would probably prefer a black Santa hat over the blue party hat. So it's going to go in between there. We then have the red party hat, which in my opinion, it's alright, but I'm going to go ahead and put it there. We then have the green party hat, and green is a really good looking color in game, at least this type of green does. but I don't think it looks better than the blue or white, so I'm going to go ahead and place it over here. The yellow party hat, in my opinion, does not look very good, and I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off, but I just don't think the yellow party hat looks very good. I'm going to go ahead and place it over there. And then we have the purple party hat, which is supposedly the most rare party hat in the game. Well, I think it deserves a good spot right over there. And then finally we have the golden party hat, which I would place in B tier. Now this might surprise some people, but the golden party hat just doesn't look very good in max graphics. The gold looks a little bit weird, and it doesn't fit with very many outfits. Taking a look at the tier list as a whole, I do believe the Pet of Seasons and Christmas Tree hat deserve to be in B tier and not in C tier. If you're wondering about the meditation rest animation token, which you can see at the bottom of D tier, it shouldn't actually be in this tier list because it was available for oddments at a certain point and probably will return in the future. And so that concludes my tradable rares tier list. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like down below and maybe even consider subscribing, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace.
Well, there's Roots. Where's... Oh, it was Sprout. Sprout was the pet now. That's what it was.
YouTube Francs, welcome back to another video. I have a feeling that some of your primos might be screaming with the fat unload of banners from the 2.4 livestream. With Shenhe being newly released and popular characters coming back for a rerun, one of them for a second time, we're going to have a bunch of choices but not enough summons. While I won't be discussing Shenhe here, I will be covering my breakdowns on YouTube Francs, welcome back to another video. I have a feeling that some of your primos might be screaming with the fat unload of banners from the 2.4 livestream. With Shenhe being newly released and popular characters coming back for a rerun, one of them for a second time, we're going to have a bunch of choices but not enough summons. While I won't be discussing Shenhe here, I will be covering my breakdowns on each of the rerun characters and in what situations they can benefit the most gameplay wise. Even though I'll be discussing gameplay benefits, please prioritize characters that you like the most. And as a small reminder, I stream later every day on Twitch if you want to check me out there. Link in the description. Let's begin. Compositions. In my opinion, this is the most important factor to building around a character. Both Xiao and Ganyu I would consider DPS carries, and Zhongli I would consider the safest survivability support. Breakdown of Xiao first. In my opinion, Xiao composition-wise is the most restrictive of the three reruns. He's the only Anemo main DPS carry that doesn't scale heavily off of Elemental Mastery and is reliant on his burst. So his composition is generally unique, incentivizing double Anemo for battery, but not abusing EM or scroll damage. Maximizing Anemo damage and doubling up on survivability really wants to make use of Zhongli for his shield and crowd control, and the 20% resist shred for physical elemental from his Jade shield that includes Anemo. So a composition like this is to maximize his personal damage, since his innate kit is greedy on field and his burst uptime is 15 seconds with an 18-second cooldown. With the right investment and support utility, he can be the forefront of the team's DPS entirely, with the rest of the team providing off-field support. Other team compositions surrounding Xiao that do not involve a double Anemo plus Zhongli are viable but not optimal. The purpose of this section is to educate where Xiao would have the most impact if you are considering his rerun among the other three. Next up, let's break down Ganyu. So I would consider her to have an incredibly flexible rotation of compositions. Not only can she pivot between a melt-based Wanderer's build and a freeze-based Blizzard build, but she also has an alternative burst-based playstyle if you don't prefer charge shots. Now I know a lot of people find her charge shot playstyle very clunky and often annoying due to the high chance of interruption. This is only removed with C6, but well yeah, you need C6 to do quickscope Ganyu. Those who find charge shot playstyle very clunky can just default to spamming burst in a freeze comp and look pretty while everything is frozen around you. That being said though, her charge shot multiplier and double reverse melt built-in tech is the reason her DPS reaches unfair levels. For Melt Wanderer's Ganyu gamer, she's going to want to steal Bennett and Xiangling from the national team. Bennett provides necessary buffing, Xiangling provides the most consistent pyro application to set up melts for Ganyu, and they both provide pyro resonance for the additional attack percent. This last slot is usually reserved for an elemental mastery based buffing support like Sucrose or Kazuha to maximize damage. If you find the lack of survivability annoying running the Glass Cannon team comp, swapping the Anemo for a shielder like Zhongli may help. For Freeze Blizzard Ganyu gamers, as long as you have Kokomi, Mona, or Xingqiu for the consistent Hydro application, and any other cryo for double resonance makes this a staple comp. The standard Morgana comp involving Ganyu that's most well known uses Mona, Diona, and Venti. This is the safest one, where Mona provides the glue for the team, Diona provides shielding and healing, and Venti provides the crowd control and grouping. Running Kokomi instead of Mona here allows for maximized DPS with Ganyu, plus, for example, Ayaka and Venti. Venti is interchangeable with Kazuha or Sucrose. Sucrose, I would say, is less incentivized since her Elemental Mastery transfer does nothing for this freeze composition. Kazuha is different and can be built a different way than just Elemental Mastery buffing, which is sub-DPS Kazuha. And I suppose I should mention that if you aren't going for one of those two builds, but plan on running support Ganyu for other main DPS, I mean, as long as you're enjoying life, man. Alright, last rerun banner, Zhongli. So, here's the thing about Zhongli. He's like the Genshin dad who raises and protects the kids, and then when they're graduated and strong, they no longer need that reliance anymore. That's literally him. So he can fit on literally any team in the game as a standalone shield protector, meatball throwing Archon. He won't necessarily speed up your clears, helping you get faster and higher start clears, but he prevents your team from dying. It's what I would call the king of lazy playing. If you want to master dodge mechanics and like analyzing enemy attack patterns, Zhongli is not your character, because you're going to forget what all of that is and just face tank with him. Yep. Okay, on to weapons and artifacts. So this is also super important for character investment, especially DPS ones. Some super strong choices are locked behind Battle Pass or gacha pulling, so depending on what you have, it makes investment into these characters much easier. This is less important than team compositions, since at the bare minimum they can still work with budget weapon options and generic 2-piece DPS artifacts with good substats. So for Xiao, his choices are actually fairly limited. For the polearm roster, no 3-star weapons or 4-star craftable weapons really suit his kit and playstyle. I would say that the easiest budget option is the Blacklift Pole, and this still costs 24 star glitter. The other alternative is locked behind Battle Pass, which is the Deathmatch. And if you played back in 1.3 but didn't get Xiao then and want him now and have a random 4-star spear that's great on him, Lithic Spear. Or 5-star weapons, Jade Spear and Staff of Homa are the only ones worth considering. Skyward is definitely not worth if you're on the fence for his rerun. Engulfing Lightning just doesn't work for him. For Ganyu, she has choices that fit on either build path. So the 4-star Prototype Crescent. This works very well on both Melt and Freeze post the passive proc. Freeze enables the headshot very easily, and Melt you want the headshot anyway for the guaranteed crits. Freeze Ganyu can use either the Stringless Bow or the Moon's Bow for burst damage bonus. I have no idea how to pronounce this, I just said Moons. Not gonna lie, I forgot this Moon's Bow existed, but after looking at it, it's better than the Stringless for burst damage at the same refinement. At refinement 1, this is only 40%. At R5, it's 80%. Stringless R5 is 48% and has Elemental Mastery, which this is a useless stat for Freeze. Moon's Bow grants attack percent for the secondary. Alright, then for 5-star weapons, obviously we know this. Almost Bow is best in slot for the Charge Shot build. This passive is straight up broken for the Bloom after the Charge Shot procs because the distance for the Bloom extends this passive. I would say that Polar Star and Skyward are the great other alternatives for either path. They're a crit rate, crit damage stat stick, or Polar Star just a massive crit rate stat stick with a skill and burst damage boost, as well as granting even more attack percent. And I suppose, might as well include the Elegy for the end because I mentioned support Ganyu gamers. And if you run this type of build, you really better be enjoying life. And then Zhongli's last. So he is super easy to invest in. Black Tassel for a 3-star weapon, grants him a crap ton of HP percent. Vonius Lance for the recharge and the team utility. Deathmatch for just a great crit rate stat stick if you want to burst damage Zhongli. And then 5-star, honestly, anything that you have that's not being used by someone else works for him. Staff of Homa is obviously his best choice. So weapons and units can't be farmed like artifacts can, so it's a lot more difficult to build around if you don't have some of the previously mentioned ones. Okay, so final section on artifacts. This is more on resin usage and how much you're willing to sacrifice if you didn't prepare. So for Xiao, probably only need to prepare the 2-piece Viridescent at the worst. Emblem Dungeon has probably enabled some Solace 2-piece Shimanawa's artifacts for that 2-piece set, or you might have a godly 2-piece Gladiator already. The only problem is that Viridescent 2-piece is an isolated artifact to farm for. The Maiden's counterpart from that dungeon is basically a dead set with a clam set in the game now. But this is definitely easier to farm for than most now, since he's not restricted to a specific 4-piece set for maximum potential. For Ganyu, we have 2 choices for her. Either you're slowly strongboxing for the most cracked 4-piece Wanderer's Troop pieces for Melt Ganyu, or you already have a 4-piece Blizzard set for Freeze Ganyu. We've had so many cryo-based units that I'm sure that most of you guys have at least somewhat of a 4-piece Blizzard set built. Either way, resin usage for Ganyu I would say is pretty efficient since the Strongbox is just using your generally trash artifacts, and the Blizzard Dungeon farms for both Hydro and Cryo pieces for a Freeze team comp. Unfortunately though, Art of Death, which is the Hydro set for supports, has been outscaled by the Emblem set, so the resin efficiency for the Freeze is no longer as good as it was before. And finally, Noblesse pieces are also good for freeze-based Ganyu if you're having trouble with grabbing all 4 pieces of Blizzard. You can run like a 2-piece Blizzard, 2-piece Noblesse. So, Zhongli, the easiest and least investment build is just triple HP for the beefiest shield. Triple HP, I mean that HP main stat, HP main stat, HP main stat. Extremely low investment with a triple HP and Black Tassel weapon equates to about a 50,000 HP Zhongli. Besides that, there's no better set than a Tenacity-based build for Zhongli. Either 4-piece Tenacity for the buffing, or 2-piece with something random also works. Honestly, Zhongli isn't really picky, and you can protect with even the randomest HP build. And that should wrap it up. Hopefully this gives you insight on where these characters land in the current state of the game and how easily they can be incorporated into your roster if you have certain pieces. If this vid helped you out, consider liking and subscribing to the channel for those algo points. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next video. Take care.
Freaking morning, everybody! Oh my god, good morning. Hold on. All right, ready? Good morning, YouTube. Today is amazing. We had some great news last night for Insane Banners for 2.4, but just to make sure that we don't spend all our money, MiHoYo is giving us something insane to look forward to. Let's jump into it. The first thing that you need to know about 2.4 is this waifu, Yae Miko. She is coming to the game in 2.5. Holy freaking crap, finally. And she, as you can see, is an Electro character. Now, this character, I have heard many rumors about. I am not going to drop leaks for you today. But I'm excited as hell for this character because she has been really exciting to see in the storyline. She was really funny at the initial parts of the Goru hangout. If you haven't played it, it was actually very entertaining to see the teasing there. So if you haven't checked it out, if you like that kind of content, it's fun. For Yae Miko, what I can see about her is that there is a lot of things about what her weapon type and things like that is. Most characters in their initial picture have a weapon. They have a claymore. They got something else going on. And there's no bow. There's nothing going on here. So we can assume, based upon that information, that she is going to be, I believe, is she the first Catalyst, the first 5-star Catalyst character that came out ever? Is she the first one? Oh no, Kokomi. Yeah. The first real 5-star Catalyst, right? Okay, so she's gonna be a 5-star Catalyst character that we can see here because she doesn't have a weapon, and most characters in this have a weapon. So I'm assuming she is a Catalyst character. But Kokomi and Klee, yeah. So Klee and Kokomi. I forgot about these two. I'm still waking up. I've only been awake for about an hour, so I'm excited and I'm just rambling now. So. That's insane. Very much enjoy that, and I cannot wait to play her. She looks incredible. As far as the animation sets goes, I am wondering if she's going to be kind of a support character or a main character. But we haven't really had too many new support characters for Electro. But I assume because she's an Electro character and she's so widely wanted that she's probably going to be some kind of main DPS. And the reason I think she's going to be a main DPS is we only have a few ranged main DPS in the game right now. There's Yoimiya, Ganyu, Kokomi. What else is there? You can kind of say Klee. Is there anybody else? That's pretty much it, right? Is there anybody else? Tartaglia's not a ranged DPS. Don't lie to yourself. That's it. So those are the only ranged DPS that we really have for newer signature characters. Now you can say anything about the 4-star characters and the original 5 stars. Those can be in there in the mix for like Mona and stuff, but this is going to be like one of the very few ranged characters. And I assume because it's a ranged character, we're going to get another ranged DPS. And she's an Electro character, most likely going to be a Catalyst character based on this imagery. That's going to be very fun. And I cannot wait to play that kind of character because we try Lisa out. Lisa as a character as a main is not really that great, but I assume Yae Miko might be pretty good there. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this in yesterday's video. There's also there's even more summons that we thought about. So there is 10 free summons that we get for 7 days of login in 2.4. Also the free 4-star pickup, but in addition to that, they're also between February 9th and February 13th giving us an additional 3 free summons and 2 fragile resins. So just know that is happening
I didn't hear about that in the live stream. I think I missed that, but that is happening. Where's the other one? All right, so this is the only non-leaked information that we have currently. Now, with 2.4, we have 3 rerun banners happening right now. And the first one that I want to talk about, which is the most important, is the Daddy Zhongli. And because Daddy Zhongli is coming out right now, there is an idea that could be happening for Archon reruns. And usually, somebody mentioned this a while back to me, that Archons apparently re-release like every 4 months or so, just to be on pace. Let's go look. So original Archon was for Venti on September 28th. Then there was December 2nd for Zhongli. And then after that, so December 2nd going to, well, wouldn't that be March 2nd? No, so March 17th was Venti, so 4.5 months. And then there was again, Zhongli right here. So it looks like the split between them is pretty consistent. Not like super consistent. It's like 5-6 months maybe. So then the next Zhongli rerun, again in December, so that would be what? The next character for an Archon is 6 months after that. And there hasn't been another Archon till here. Then there's a split for Yae Miko, kind of like what they do here between these two. So potentially either Raiden Shogun could be coming back in 2.5, or on the other side of things, it could be Venti. Because there is the Windbloom Festival that could be happening at that time frame, because last year the Windbloom Festival was there, but that all kind of lines up. Now there is another rerun that a lot of people want to see, and it kind of lines up with the time frame of the Eula banner, as well as having Ayaka and Yoimiya come back. So that could be the Kazuha banner. So 2.4 might be shaping up to be a great banner set already with insane stuff, but in 2.5, potentially there could be other Archons being rerun on split banners, kind of the similar way that they did the Tartaglia rerun and Venti rerun right this. So that could happen, and I think that if that does happen, if they have another set split like this, and they either do a Venti rerun or a Raiden Shogun rerun sometime soon, that would be the best time frame to do it. They could even do all 3. Currently, we have the we have the Shenhe, Zhongli, Ganyu, and Zhao reruns. So if we're going to be having another setup of triple rerun banners, and they're going to speed up the progress of rerun banners, we could even see Venti as well as Yae Miko, Kazuha, and Raiden Shogun at the same time. But they could be super dick about it and then just like give us, Yoimiya, even though she's one of my faves, but they could do that. But I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna release all the Inazuma characters like Ayaka, Yoimiya, and Kokomi in potentially 2.6 for a triple setup of rerun banners, while also having Raiden Shogun on the previous rerun banner. So if you had already signed on Raiden Shogun, then you would have another time frame to summon after that, and people would have the opportunity to summon for either Ayaka, Yoimiya, or Kokomi at that time frame, and whatever the new character in 2.6 would most likely maybe potentially be Ayato, because they've been one of the characters that a lot of people have talked about for his Ayaka's brother, so that could happen in 2.6. So I'm not sure what the best banner is to summon it on anymore, but I do know that if you are a new player and you are not having Zhongli, he is an incredible character to pick up. If Raiden Shogun does come next patch, she does look like a great character to pick up as well. So hopefully you get the primos to say both if you're completely free to play, but if not, personally, Raiden Shogun is an incredible option, great for helping your team's compositions, but you know what? The character that kind of make or breaks team compositions more so is going to be Zhongli, even though Raiden Shogun is a top tier DPS and pickup. As far as more Yae Miko information, we don't have anything as of yet. I hope they release more information soon, but she does look like she's going to be really, really fun to play, and I hope she's going to be awesome. I was not expecting to make a YouTube video this early in the morning. What was that about? But that's going to do it for this video. My name's Psychopoko. Thank you so much for watching. If you guys enjoyed this video, if you guys enjoyed the video, of course, like, subscribe, all the fun stuff, and you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Alright guys, 2.4 is just around the corner, and I don't know about you, but I am hyped. Lantern Rite last year was a pretty simple event consisting of a simple story about Xiao and a whole lot of fetch quests, and since then, Genshin Impact has exploded in terms of player base and revenue, and miHoYo has done a fantastic job with making each event a little bit better than the last.
This year's Lantern Rite looks to be no exception, which is awesome. Couple that with the release of the highly anticipated region of Enkonomiya, and you have the makings of a phenomenal version update. So with only 1 week to go, I thought now would be the great time to do a little pre-release analysis and speculation of all the information we have about 2.4 so far. Well, okay, maybe not all of it, but like most of it, at least what's in the live stream. I went through a lot of the stuff on like the, pages and things like that, and there's nothing really additionally new there, so don't worry about that. Anyway, let's get into it. So, Lantern Rite is the first event, and it looks centered around the reconstruction of the Jade Chamber. I do wonder how they'll tie that into things for players that end up missing this event, like whether or not the Jade Chamber will just magically be reconstructed after Ningguang yeets it at Osail once they clear the story quest. I'm guessing that since MiHoYo is going out of their way to bring it back, we'll be able to actually go there whenever we want to after this event. I don't know, but I really do hope that's the case. Now, last year, the big lantern for Lantern Rite was a deer, but this year it seems to be a pair of goldfish. This is probably a nod to Enkonomiya coming out during this update as well, and if you've completed the world quest, the Moonbathed Deep, you'll remember that a lot of these stone statues in this quest look just like these lanterns. Since you must complete this world quest in order to get the key to go to Enkonomiya, I think this hypothesis at least has some merit. Of course, we are finally getting more skins. I've said this on stream a couple of times, but this is a sign of a lot more skins to come, and quick. Reason being is that the dev cycle for new content getting added into pre-existing timelines and workflows appears to be around 6 months, which sounds right to my developer brain. That means if MiHoYo wants to test something, like skins, even though they're really simple, and that something does well, and they did do really well, then it'll be about 6 months before we'll actually see it come back again. Pretty much exactly 6 months ago, we got Jean and Barbara's summer skins, so this checks out so far. This also means that we should be able to be expecting around 2 new skins per patch, 1 free, 1 premium, for every patch from here on out. I'm pretty confident in saying this since we've now, gotten the skins and the time lines up with my predictions, and we're also getting these really cool preview videos. It's like a Barbie fashion show, but like with cooler characters than Barbie. As an aside, you can also take this 6-month rule and apply it to rerun events and potential additions to new endgame modes. And yeah, we should probably talk about that at some point. And of course, we have 2 new characters, Yunjin and Shenhe. And I'm so sorry I'm going to butcher her name multiple times, but I am trying to say it right. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. But Yunjin's appearance is really interesting here because if memory serves, her family owns mines within the chasm, and we've theorized for a while now that the chasm is a precursor area to Sumeru, so that could be soon-ish. I say ish because I'm thinking like May, which is still like 5 months away, but that's only like 3 version updates, I think. But anyway, from what I can tell, Yunjin will be trying to put together an opera performance based on the story of Shenhe, who doesn't appear to be all that important at first glance, but I want to just point out that Shenhe's quest is not a story quest, but instead an Archon quest. And that's kind of a big deal. The last time we got an Archon quest like this was with Kazuha, and he was a precursor to Inazuma. Again, more evidence that we're starting to move towards the next region. I'm not totally sure what I think her quest will be about, since Zhongli is on the rerun in the second half. I'm gonna just assume we're gonna be looking at the continuation of Zhongli's battle against Osail, and that somehow Shenhe is mixed up in all of that. Oh, yeah, Osail does appear to be the boss here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Osail. Last time we saw him, Childe kind of like half undid the seal, so Osail wasn't fully reformed, so I'm thinking this must be what his real body looks like. I don't think that this is tied with Enkonomiya because, well, if you go to the version 2.4 preview page, the boss information is listed with all of the other Lantern Rite events rather than the rest of the Enkonomiya stuff. Hence, Osail. I don't think this is an event boss. At least I hope it's not, even though it kind of looks like it probably will be. It's just such a shame that if this was the only time we actually get to fight them and it's, in an event that people can miss. It's like fighting A in the Archon quest and then never getting to do that ever again. It's just sad. I want to do that again. Like, come on, give me a second shot. I want a rematch. Come on, let me fight her with Ito, please. Please. Oh, and Shenhe appears to be related to Chongyun in some way. They're both from exorcist families. They both have similar vibes, similar talisman magic-y kinds of things, and I'm not sure if she's a sister or a cousin or like a second cousin from a branch family if you go into that whole thing, but I'm assuming she's at least blood related. She apparently dislikes Xingqiu, who doesn't understand why, but Xingqiu also likes to prank Chongyun, and Chongyun has a line about Shenhe that we can't see because it's locked until we complete the Archon quest. So it'd be kind of interesting if they ended up with like a protective big sister dynamic there. Incidentally, Chongyun is a character who has massive yang energy, which means he's full of such positivity, for lack of a better term, that he kind of like repels negative events, including ghosts and demons, which frustrates him as an exorcist, and yeah, I get that.
Does that mean
But
that
Shenhe appears to have the exact opposite issue. It looks like she's basically pure yin energy, right? Which means that she would be attracting disasters and cataclysms and everything else to herself. So she does the exact opposite of Chongyun. They're like the opposite ends of a magnet, but like cut down the middle, so they never actually got the balance. Right, so one repels, one attracts. It's kind of, anyway. I digress. I just thought it was kind of interesting. And I do think that whole, like, pure yin energy thing is her reference to her homicidal nature. She doesn't seem to be someone who's just going to, like, turn into a serial killer. That's a weird translation choice, I'm just saying. Anywho, it's interesting to me that Xiao and Ganyu are featured alongside Shenhe on the version update artwork specifically, because usually that, you know, has the focus on the characters that are actually going to be prevalent in a story if there's going to be a story. So, you know, guessing those two are going to play some kind of role, and that's part of the reason why I think, you know, Shenhe and Ganyu and Xiao and Zhongli are all going to be kind of like, you know, reliving the battle against Osial in his true form. Which is great, because I think that means it's part of the Archon quest and not part of the Lantern Rite event. And it's really hard to distinguish which is which here, and I just don't know. I don't know which is which. It might be one of those scenarios where, like, with Albedo's first story quest and also the first Dragonspine event with the Festering Desire Sword, it might be one of those things where, like, the two events and the story quest kind of, like, weave into each other, but like if you miss the event later on, you can just get part of the story but not like all of this auxiliary stuff. I'm hoping that's kind of more what it is, but it's still a shame that some of that's going to be locked away. Other than all of that, we've got a new spear, 2 new hangouts, and some events where we get to make fireworks, play with some shadow puppets, photograph some tanuki, do some boat races, play some hide and seek with friends, snag ourselves a shiny free 4-star unit, engine included, and a bunch of free currency and materials, and then we're getting the Study in Potions event, which in my opinion looks like another test run of potential endgame content, which is fantastic. I mean, not the potion bit, but the fact that the floors within this event get progressively harder, and units used on previous floors go on cooldown after you complete a floor, so you can't use the same teams over and over again. That really encourages a balanced and well-built roster, which is key for endgame content and a gacha, in my opinion. I'm really happy to see this kind of creative thinking, and I think it'll get put to good use later on, although it might be farther out than I think most people would be excited about, you know, just a little bit more farther away than we think it is. Anyway, that's it for the appetizers, and now we get to the entree. We are getting the entire region of Enkanomiya. Now, it's not stated in the live stream whether we'll get access to Enkanomiya straight away when the update drops, or if it'll be available after Lantern Rite ends, but I'm thinking it'll probably be right away. Reason being is that Shenhe is being released first, and she's going to require new boss materials as per her little preview page thing here. There are 2 new bosses revealed in this update, and I'm thinking Shenhe might require Bishop drops more than Osial drops. I don't think he'll actually drop anything, because he's kind of seeming more and more event exclusive, and I'm still kind of about that. But anyway. A little backstory on Enkanomiya for those of you who aren't familiar. The region of Enkanomiya was apparently a normal island at one point, located directly below the current Watatsumi Island. At some point within the last 1,000 years, it sank below the sea and left the people stranded there down in the dark, in the pitch black, under the water, in a big cavern. That sounds scary. Sorry. At some point, a man named Abe Yoshihisa created an artificial star and brought light to the entire region. Rumor has it that Yoshihisa was only able to do this because he received knowledge from a supposed god that existed with Enkanomiya, which has remained unnamed, and so we know very little to nothing about it. And it's also just a rumor in a book. So there's that. Anywho, this star light kept a horrible creature known as the Dragonair at bay, since the Dragonair hated light. With the light protecting their city, the Dragonair was unable to freely eat them as it pleased, because that's apparently what it did. It would just kind of like snack on humans that it would find in the dark, like nom. The people then, after they had this light protection kind of thing, they elected someone known as Sunchild to rule as their king, and the Sunchild turned out to be a pretty horrible boss. He's pretty tyrannical. Not a good person to work for, or live under, any of that. Terrible landlord. Years and years and years and years later, no one knows how long, a child who made a bet with his peers ventured beyond the city borders in search of something called the Dragonborn Flower, which we know nothing about, and the reasons for finding this flower are not stated anywhere. But instead of finding this flower, this kid found Orobashi, who had fled to this area during the Archon War and was hiding in a cave somewhere. So the kid then requested that Orobashi become the god of Enkanomiya, and Orobashi agreed for some unknown reason. Together, the child and Orobashi confronted and apparently overturned the Sunchild's rule, and then defeated the Dragonair, and eventually they returned to Teyvat, where Orobashi constructed the Isle of Watatsumi from undersea coral and maybe some other things. Depends. We'll see. What's kind of funny about this story is that it actually parallels Venti and the Unknown Bard and their fight against Decarabia. I think that's really cool, but it's essentially the same thing that happened. The same thing happens in Enkanomiya that happened in Old Mondstadt. And easy to remember, right? Yeah. Big snake saves people. Now it's God. So this is the story of Enkanomiya as told in the book The Serpent Drake of Tokoyo no Kuni. So it's likely not completely accurate. It's important to remember that in Genshin, every book is told from the perspective of an unreliable narrator. Some information is truthful and some is not, and everything contains the author's bias, which makes finding information in this game a lore hunter's nightmare. I just gotta say, it's awful. It's horrible. I hate it. Someone help me. That said, I do have some fun tidbits to add to this story. You'll notice that although this book is about Enkanomiya, the name of the book calls it Tokoyo no Kuni. Tokoyo no Kuni is one of the names for the Japanese underworld, underworld as in land of the dead. The name literally means the world after death or the world after eternity, which is kind of a funny pun here, because Inazuma, Nation of Eternity, yeah, okay. This netherworld connection is further emphasized by the fact that the river that runs through Enkanomiya is quite literally named the River Styx, which in Greek mythology was the river you had to cross to reach the underworld. It's very subtle. Traditionally, Tokoyo no Kuni is also a land where it is always night, but it's sometimes referred to as a utopia, which is interesting, and its name has been used to describe the Dragon Palace in tales like Manyoshu. The Dragon Palace associations feel extremely appropriate in light of characters like Kokomi, just saying. Because, she's called the Sleeping Dragon, Dragon made to... Anyway, I have a video on this you can watch. It's a theory. It might come in handy. We'll see. Fun fact, Tokoyo no Kuni is also referred to in the game by several other names. Byakuya no Kuni and Enkanomiya are the most obvious ones, but there's also the name that I am absolutely going to butcher, Immernachtreich. If you're official fam, you'll recognize this word because she cites it as the land she hails from, and the best part is that all of these names mean the exact same thing. The land of eternal night, or the land of the moonless night, or in the case of the Immernachtreich, it's more like a kingdom of endless night, but come on, it's all the same thing. Land of, kingdom of, whatever. Further digging reveals that there are mentions of such a place in the book Hex and Hound, Flowers for Princess Fischl, also in the Electro Abyss Lector's description, and in the Mitternacht's Waltz. The implications of this are that underground regions of Tevat are in fact considered the land of the dead, not just Enkanomiya, since I don't think Fischl really has any connection here and is referring to another underground region entirely that's like this one, but also not this one, you know? Like, if the underground itself is called the Land of Eternal Night, then Enkanomiya is like a city within it, you know? It's kind of like that. So by that logic, I think that Conria might also follow this pattern, as it was said to not have much in the way of natural light. That checks out with the Land of Eternal Night, right? Now, what's really cool about this is that it plays into the world structure I outlined in another video, link in the description if you're interested, which means that basically any region that's deep underground should exist within something called the Sheol, which I probably also butchered the pronunciation of, so sorry, I'm trying. Incidentally, since the term abyss is used quite often here, and we're starting to see abyss lectors and heralds in the underworld, it may be that these two areas overlap, the abyss and the underworld, like the abyss and the Sheol, or they might be the same thing. We know from Child that time doesn't pass the same way in the abyss as it does in Tevat, and that might be because it's the land of the dead. Time doesn't need to pass for spirits, you know? For all we know, 3,000 years could have passed in Enkanomiya, while only 500 years did in Inazuma. So that's a possibility. Oh, also, fun thing, they did mention we're going to be able to talk to remnants of people from Enkanomiya, so I'm guessing we're going to get more ghosts like we did on Surumi Island. I'm super hyped for that. I want to talk to the dead people. I really want to talk to the dead people. Who doesn't want to talk to dead people? I totally want to talk to dead people. Okay. Sorry. That's enough of that for now. I'm sure we'll be able to expand on this way more later on. Trust me, there will be videos. Many videos. Oh dear. Visually, anyway, Enkanomiya seems to be less underwater and more in an underwater cavern, which is great because I like breathing air, and I'm sure everyone else here does too. I've also noticed that the whole area feels kind of less like a normal map and more like a domain. The area around the tower especially has that cubic debris that's floating away but also frozen in place, and you don't really get that outside of domains, so I don't really know what that means. One big thing, however, that caught my attention is the connection here that's emphasized between the artificial star and the reconstruction of objects. Notice that as you switch from White Knight to Evernight, objects will reconstruct themselves as if they were never damaged. This is kind of bizarre, and it's almost like light is reversing time itself, or that light is revealing the memories of how things once were and then manifesting them somehow, like reconstructing. I don't know. I really just don't know what to make of this yet, but it feels really important. I also think it's interesting that Vishops are getting more and more focus ever since Ajdaha was released. It's starting to feel like Vishops and dragons are inextricably linked, and in an important way. I just can't really put my finger on it yet. Dragons apparently manifest out of raw elemental energy and rival the power of the Archons, so if Vishops are related to this, then I don't know. I just know there's something there. I mean, there's a Dragonair in Enkanomiya, right? So what if it's some massive overgrown Vishop? Or what if Vishop spawned from it? I mean, it's a dragon air thing. It's eating people, but Dvalin doesn't eat people, but Durin didn't, but could have, maybe. I guess that's debatable. I don't know. There's just so much. There's so much stuff. There's so much little tiny details, and I could probably sit and talk about this all day. But like, I pretty much covered all the important things. I think for now. You know, I think that's all of it. I think that's everything. So I'll leave it here. If you guys noticed anything in the trailer or in the preview pages that I didn't mention here that you thought were really cool or that you have additional thoughts on, please leave them down in the comments. I am super excited to read them, to see them, to just think about the possibilities. You know, I want to think about possibilities. I want to speculate. I want to see things. I want to read some books. There's apparently a lot of books in this update, which I'm very excited about. Except also books, unreliable narrators. questionable information. We're going to be sifting through this for forever, I can tell. But that means we'll probably do a lot more videos on it, and I'll probably start a whole new video series, which is also cool. But anyway, I'm gonna go now, like outside, and wait. I'm just gonna sit and wait for the new year and the new update. So I'll see you guys then. Okay, see you. Bye. 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 Bye.
Each of the 7 elements in Genshin Impact have their own distinct interactions and properties, which lay down the foundation for the essential experience of the game's combat. The characters are then given an individual element to their name in the form of a vision, and all their powers are tied to the creation or manipulation of said element. Currently, the only one that has not yet fielded a playable unit is Dendro, leaving us with 6 functional elements: Pyro, Hydro, Anemo, Electro, Cryo, and Geo, or in layman's terms, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Ice, and Earth. True to their archetypes, each element represents a facet of the game's combat. Pyro places great emphasis on offense, with its reactions all coming in the form of increased damage. Its characters are known for their aggression in battle and wide area coverage. Hydro's fluidity allows it to adapt to a wide variety of situations, from increased damage to crowd control, and many of its characters have healing properties within their kits. Much like how Wind works in other games and, real life, Anemo is all about spread, assimilating whatever element is within reach and throwing it around everywhere. Same goes to the characters, who have very large area coverage and displacement tools. Cryo shares a lot of the same attributes as Hydro, being frozen water and all, and like Ice in other games, there's a theme of inhibiting enemy movements. Fittingly, Cryo has 2 of its reactions benefiting those with physical attacks. As I'm sure you all know, the colder something is, the more brittle it is. Geo is the element of substance, the most defensive and solid element of the 7. Its one reaction is predicated on protecting allies, and Geo characters are all known for manifesting tangible constructs that can change the terrain of the battlefield in their favor. This leaves us with just one element left, Electro, and the way Genshin represents it is rather odd to say the least. The consensus around Electro as an element is that it's one of the weaker ones out there, if not the weakest. There's been discussion over the effectiveness of Electro characters being reduced by the lack of decent elemental reactions outside of very select use cases like Eula with Superconduct, but Eula's not Electro, and as of right now, almost every Electro unit is rated much lower in value than similar units bearing different elements, with the only one ranked at the top being the almighty Shogun herself. Yet even though she's supposed to be the paragon of her element, her incredible power stems almost entirely from her own merits as a character and from virtually no backing by Electro itself. For those of you who are new to my channel, my favorite character of all time is Keqing. She was my first ever 5-star when I first started out, and the only 5-star I have Constellation 6 on. I love her design, the way her attacks string together, and even her workaholic personality, since I myself am a workaholic for better or worse. But my bias towards her doesn't blind me from the fact that performatively, she's one of the weaker 5-stars in Genshin, a lot of that being the result of Electro not doing anything for her, and by extension, the rest of the cast. I thought about it for a while and was like, you know what, let's dive into some theory crafting and figure out what we can do to improve Electro as an element. I don't necessarily think we should make it a carbon copy of Pyro where all its reactions just do crazy damage, since from a design standpoint, redundancy should be avoided as much as humanly possible, especially in class-based games. And it also gives me an excuse to make a non-Why No One Plays video because I don't want to upload 3 episodes back to back, just so you don't get bored. But yeah, let's begin. Unlike other conventional elements, there's no clear way for how lightning is portrayed in video games. Despite being part of the holy trinity of fire, ice, and lightning that you see very often, the actual physical properties of lightning aren't established that much. So, what I think we should do first is see how it's done in popular titles with an element system. For example, the way Pokemon likes to demonstrate this through electric type is centered around speed and power. The vast majority of electric types are known to hit you hard and or fast. There's one category of Pokemon with incredibly high speed stats, almost guaranteeing they'll be the fastest one on your team. The other category consists of electric Pokemon who spec all their points into power, specifically special attack. As for their type's innate properties, many electric moves have the potential to paralyze their opponent, greatly reducing their speed and having the chance to fully stagger them for that turn, preventing them from doing anything. The electric type is one of the most popular for both casual and competitive players due to excelling at both offensive fields, speed and power, while having surprisingly great debuffing capabilities. Thematically, its super effective damage against flying and water makes a lot of sense. Water conducts electricity, and lightning strikes have probably killed a lot of birds. Diablo 2 has 3 elements: fire, cold, and lightning, cold obviously being ice. Fire deals the most consistent damage, ice is known for its incapacitating properties, and lightning potentially has the highest damage, but also potentially the lowest, once again making sense as lightning is very volatile, it's erratic, but extremely deadly. Fire Emblem is another franchise with a pronounced lightning element. In a lot of titles, there are 3 types of anima magic: fire, wind, and lightning, with ice tomes belonging to wind magic to maintain the trinity. Fire magic has great power, wind magic has the highest accuracy, and lightning has moderate power and low accuracy but a high crit rate. So just like in Diablo 2, it can potentially inflict devastating amounts of pain or completely whiff. So trying to figure out what lightning represents from a thematic standpoint, I compared it to fire. Both are destructive and hard to contain or control. Fire can easily spread and cover a large area, which burns everything in its path, while lightning is precise and concentrated, focusing a large amount of energy into a single point. Genshin's already taken care of one side of the equation. The Pyro element is well known for being the keystone offensive element. Vaporize and Melt are the strongest reactions in the game based on pure damage, and most Pyro units are known for their wide area coverage. All things considered, Pyro was designed pretty well. Electro is supposed to be the other offensive element, but what causes it to be vastly overshadowed by Pyro are 2 problems. Firstly, Electro doesn't have anything particularly special about it that you can't accomplish through other means. Even if we were to acknowledge the importance of Superconduct on physical attackers, that represents an infinitesimal portion of the cast, and elemental reactions are supposed to account for everyone within that element in some way, shape, or form. Overloaded is merely a burst of pyro damage that doesn't scale in any way. Electrocharged is electro damage over time, which by the way should really be renamed to Electrocute, but that's a nitpick on my part. Electro-infused Swirl can do that just as easily since Venti, Kazuha, and Sucrose's ultimates are damage over time in a wide area. This means the only thing Electro has to its name that's unique and valuable is useful to only about 5 to 10% of the entire roster. Secondly, beyond reactions, Electro doesn't specialize in anything among its characters as well, at the moment anyway. If you remember at the beginning when I went through each element, I talked about how they have a playstyle or function that may not be exclusive only to them, but is definitely prevalent within their rosters. Hydro has a lot of healers, Animo has a lot of crowd control, Geo has terrain manipulation, Cryo slows down attack and movement speed, Pyro is widespread damage. Electro doesn't really have anything amongst his characters. Beidou is the counterpunch attacker, Sada and Fischl are backline utility while Razor and Kuxing are rushdown attackers, and lastly Electro Traveler and Shogun are energy-based users. There needs to be some semblance of uniformity through Electro's characters, and right now there isn't one. Having said all that, I spent a good deal of time looking at what we have to work with, the design constraints imposed on Genshin and the philosophy MiHoYo had when approaching each character. Based on how other games have tried different approaches for the element of lightning, there are about 3 different avenues for reworking or fixing Electro, so let's go through each one of them at a time. Option 1 is probably my favorite. If Pyro is meant to be the straightforward damage element, Electro should be the breaker element. We don't really have a dedicated debuffer element in the game, only spread across a few characters or the Animo artifact set. So, instead of increasing your attack power the way Hu Tao, Bennett, and Xiangling do, we should give Electro and his characters a way to break through enemy defenses. This is already present in a couple Electro units. Razor's Constellation 4 reduces enemy defense by 15% for 7 seconds, and Beidou's Constellation 6 reduces enemy Electro res by 15% while Stormbreaker is active. It can either be done through their passive and active talents or through elemental reactions. As we know, Superconduct breaks enemy resistance to physical attacks by 40%. And to my knowledge, at some point during the beta version, it was originally going to reduce flat defense, so it would apply to all elements and attacks, not just physical. There's also the option for Electro to break through shields faster than other elements. I'm not talking about actual shields those big hill trolls carry, rather the elemental shields that you see on those Abyss Mages, Lectors, Heralds, the Fatui agents, or the Pyrohypostasis. Technically, they already have shield weaknesses in the form of your respective elements, but if Overload Explosion, for instance, dealt bonus damage to shields regardless of the element, that could increase the viability of Electro in areas where there's a lot of enemies with shields. One other possibility would be to have Electro play off the paralysis debuff from Pokemon. Electro Charge deals damage over time, with every tick also causing you to flinch. Thing is, this only really works against the player, not so much the enemies. If there was a way you can consistently stagger enemies or hypothetically bosses, Electro would be a fantastic element for sub-DPS units, which currently comprises more than half of the available characters. Option number 2 is to double down on the speed aspect of lightning. While Pyro characters prefer to destroy clusters of enemies with one powerful shot, Electro units are more in tune with rapid attacks in quick succession. Not saying there aren't one-hit burst attacks, Shogun's ultimate hits like a truck, but if we want to create a second DPS element without completely emulating Pyro, the only choice other than power is speed. Keqing's popularity is a result of her fluidity. Her attack animations, skill, and burst feature very rapid strikes. In the early months of Genshin's release, Razor's cult following was founded on his rapid attack speed the longer he stayed in combat. Fischl has a physical DPS build affectionately coined Machine Gun Fischl because of the mountain of on-hit effects tied to her kit. Even Shogun's elemental skill grants her party proc-based electro damage, and when she draws her Booba sword, she attacks in a rapid flurry of hits just like Keqing. Taking a page out of Razor's book, Electro's passive element could come in the form of increased attack speed, movement speed, and or decreased stamina cost, as in every application of Electro raises your attack speed by 3% up to a cap of 30. Elemental reactions can increase your movement speed and reduce stamina cost, so you can use charge attacks and sprint around much more frequently. Will this mean Electro characters are on par with Pyro? Not necessarily. However, if this were to happen, you can't compare the two anymore. Electro will be consistent DPS while Pyro will be burst oriented. Depending on who you're up against, you might need one character with high solo uptime or you need a tactical nuke. It opens up the door for personal preference. Option 3 is my least favorite compared to the previous two as it's the least creative, but it's still worth explaining. Lightning magic in Fire Emblem has a high crit rate, which means it can potentially deal more damage than fire since it's concentrated at a single point. If Pyro covers a large area, Electro should focus on one enemy. So here's what we can do. All three Electro elements have the potential to deal AoE damage, but we can add a condition to where if you proc Overload, Electro Charge, or Superconduct on a single enemy, any damage within 1 second of the reaction will be converted to true damage. True damage is a term from League of Legends used to describe any damage that completely ignores damage reduction, defense, and resistances. I say 1 second to account for Electro units with multi-hits. And for added measure, we can have it bypass shields if the target has one up. Shogun's Constellation 2 has her elemental burst and subsequent attacks do partial true damage already, ignoring 60% of the target's defense. If in the foreseeable future Genshin releases bosses with very high base defense, Electro would be more effective in those situations. Of course, balance will require further testing, maybe ignoring 100% of the enemy defense is too much and it should only be half, but all of this is conceptual and conjecture anyway, so we don't need to get into the details too much. When I first started playing Genshin, my favorite element was Electro because the insignia looked really cool and intimidating with its razor edges contrasting from the more mellow aesthetic of even Pyro. That and Keqing was my first 5-star. I believe there's a lot of potential for Electro to be a really powerful element while being unique, and not a one-to-one replica of Pyro. A while ago, MiHoYo did release a statement, I think around version 1.6 when the summer event was teased, that they were going to buff Electro, but I don't think those changes were ever implemented. Though if the possibility still exists, I don't think it would be wise to change elemental reactions to deal multiplicative damage and not flat, because that would make Electro and Pyro the same, which we don't want. There may be characters from different elements that have similar abilities like Ganyu and Amber's Flower and Bunny respectively, but the 7 elements have established themselves as unique entities with their own interactions and synergies. That's what I love the most about Genshin Impact. A lot of games have classes such as Warrior, Mage, Archer, and Rogue, but Genshin has elements, and the different reactions they have together make the combat really entertaining. It's just a shame that they didn't get creative with Electro considering it's the most wildcard element, not just in this game but any other. With that said, I think we'll end it off here. I think I'm losing my voice. So what do you guys think of my proposed changes? Do you have something else in mind? If you do, let me know in the comments down below. For now, if you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate it if you hit that like button and subscribe. Check out my main channel Vars if you play League of Legends by any chance. I do discussion content on there as well. Aside from that, feel free to follow me on Twitter, join my Discord server, and check out my other videos if you haven't already. But until next time, thank you all so much for watching. I'm pretty sure by the time you see the next video, it will already be 2022, so Happy New Year's to everybody in advance, and I look forward to seeing you again soon for another year. Take care.
Hi Moglets! Today we are finally building our clam Kokomi. I've been wanting to do this for a while, never got around to it, but I did also have a thought to use it on another character, not necessarily strictly a healer, but I thought it might be pretty interesting. I always have timestamps in my videos. If you just want to see what that character is and spoil it for yourself, then go ahead. But yeah, first of all, we're going to start with Kokomi here. I'm probably going to build her as close as I can to how she already is. So healing bonus, hydro damage, and HP. Although perhaps hydro damage, we could think about just going more HP to, really bump up the clam set. We'll quickly go over what that does. So of course the 2-piece is 15% healing bonus. And then the 4-piece doesn't even fit on screen. Yeah, they're getting pretty crazy with the artifact sets and weapon passives and all of that, but yeah. But in a nutshell, the 4-piece set will essentially produce an attack, depending on how much healing is actually being done, and at the end of a short duration, I think it's like 3 seconds, yeah, then it'll explode and do damage. That's basically it. We're gonna get more into the nitty-gritty once we actually equip a set here. We should actually have quite a few of them. We have 106 to choose from here. Let's first check if we have a healing bonus circlet. We do, as a matter of fact, we have 2. Obviously, Kokomi being Kokomi, we don't want crit rate or crit damage because it's useless for her. Oh yeah, I did already raise an HP sans for her. Let's just equip that. But yeah, mostly we're just trying to get HP and energy recharge on the substats here, so that's all we're going to be looking for. This was the only flower we had with HP and energy recharge. The third stat was flat HP. I think we're just going to go for it. Unfortunately, we have no fodder at all, no 4 stars, so we're just going to have to dump some 5 stars in here, I guess. And then again, for the other hero, I want to try this set on. Creating crit damage would be useful, so dang, I don't know. In fact, I think this one here would actually be perfect. Create HP energy recharge, and then crit damage. Dang, that's a nice artifact. Just so unfortunate that it's not going to be great for Kokomi. Well, it still does have 10 HP and 10 energy recharge, and we could use it for this other character as well. You know, I like to be efficient. Oh no. This one unfortunately did not roll a lot into HP, just once it looks like. I kind of want to go off-piece for healing bonus because this one Kea has on is so good. HP percent, 22 energy recharge. I think we're going to go ahead and switch to that. And then I haven't totally decided if we're going to go HP percent. Well, I mean, we already have 37k HP, so I don't know if we really need more HP on the goblet. So I think we will try and go hydro damage. We should have at least 1 here. It's unfortunately crit damage, attack, and death. Well, let's enhance it and see how it goes. It did get energy recharge, and then it went into energy recharge, so I think that's not bad. I would obviously prefer HP percent somewhere in there, but I guess you can't have everything. God, more crit damage. And this piece I definitely can't give to the other character, because they're not a hydro character, so I was really just a shame there. Another energy recharge bump, alright. And last one was an attack bump. I mean, I guess it could have been a little worse, but not by much. I think that's it. I think she's done, actually. 4-piece clam set. I think the attributes are... Yeah, she has a little less HP now at 35k. I think it'll still be fine. If not, then we can always give her an HP goblet instead. We are also rocking 100% crit damage. That does absolutely nothing, so that's cool. But yeah, I guess first of all, let's just see what happens. Oh, I think there he is. Yeah, there's the little explodey dude. Dang, that's a lot faster than it seems. Pop. Alright, so I kind of get how it works. Let's just go try it in a battle real quick. Probably not doing anything else but just looking at it. We'll go ahead and get Zhongli Shield as well, just because. Does it have AoE? I don't remember. It does have AoE though. There actually is quite a lot of damage in there. Like 10k for doing basically nothing. You just need to stay within the radius. There also was some pretty funky stuff with how it scales damage and everything, so I probably need to give that a closer look. So let's just try Zhongli Shield here. We're healing as usual. Yeah, so it is pretty consistently 11k with just Kokomi and Zhongli Shield. There are some more Hilichurls over there. Let's give it another look just with Kokomi here. Yeah, now it's 10k, so it seems like the damage could be increased with various things. It also does appear to be physical damage. I'm not sure why I was expecting it to be hydro, but yeah, it's definitely physical and definitely basically the same amount of damage unless I have Zhongli Shield. So I guess it does count as physical damage. To make totally sure, we can superconduct an enemy and see if it does a lot more. I know Chi-Chi's healing can be totally insane as well, so I did kind of want to try it on her. She wasn't actually the one that I was planning on from the beginning though. Well, this ley line just contained this big dude, so we're gonna have to do another like sort of baseline test here. Just let's see. See, that only does 6,700 now. So he must have some pretty big physical resistance. Let's see if that goes up dramatically with Superconduct though. That was a Superconduct I saw at proc. Another Superconduct just to refresh it. Alright, here we go. 8,600. Yeah, I think it definitely does. Yeah, now that Superconduct is gone, we're looking at 4,800 again. Just kind of surprising that a literal ball of water exploding counts as physical damage, but okay. So yeah, I think I'm just going to more or less play this ley line normally. Just do her E and burst and just try and heal as much as possible whilst trying to stay decently close as well to them. So let's go over to this. Yeah, I saw like an 18k there. 21k. All right, yeah. So when you're actually playing, it's way more impressive. It looks like, and actually the fact it's physical is pretty cool because Kokomi is, you know, can only do Hydro. So it's like, yeah, she can kill Hydro slimes now. I'm sure there would be a way to like get the full 30k or whatever, or I guess 90% of 30k. Just to wrap up the Clam Kokomi, we're going to fight a Masanori battle. Going to go ahead and get Fischl out here as well as Chi-Chi, and then start her off. I know you can be outside the field as well. It's a little hard to see with all this stuff going on. Oh, I saw a 25k there. That's the highest I've seen so far. Alright. Right now we're just trying to get, like, I don't know, the most possible in a way, which we would probably need to use her EN burst at the same time, more or less. And of course, Superconduct, Zhongli shield, all that good stuff. Alright, here we go. Let's try this again. Just all together now. Yeah, we got a 19k in there. 37! We got a 37. Okay, nice. I think that'll pretty much do it for Kokomi. Happy with a 37. That's honestly a lot of damage for just being a 4-piece set, right? I mean, I guess this team is built around it with Superconducts and all. Typically, you wouldn't do that. So, a little less, but still really good damage, honestly. The other character I wanted to try this on, and may actually keep this as a permanent thing, is Benny. He heals a lot. The one thing I'm worried about is that since he can only heal to 70%, I'm not sure if that would count as overflow healing or not. Obviously, we just gotta try it out and see. Right now, my Benny is just in a 2-piece Gladiator, 2-piece Crimson, so having him in 4-piece Clam wouldn't really mess anything up, honestly. A little bit less Pyro, a little bit less attack, it doesn't really matter. Even if we built him like a healer, lots of HP, healing bonus, whatever, that won't even affect his attack boost, since that's only scales off of his base attack here of 799, which is only affected by his weapon and level. So, his artifacts don't play any sort of role in his attack boost, which means we can do whatever we want and he'll still give the same attack boost. So with that being said, let's take this pretty nice crit rate, crit damage stuff here. This is basically a perfect artifact for Benny because HP, he needs that for his healing. You know, all the other offensive stuff is generally kind of cool to do more damage because Benny can actually crit, unlike Kokomi. And then this one as well, kind of the same story. Good amount of crit rate and crit damage, but also HP and energy recharge. Basically perfect artifacts for him. And this is why I kind of raised them, because Kokomi, I don't see myself using that often, but Benny I'm always using. And, you know, if this turns out pretty well, I'm still banking on the fact that it will still count as overflow healing. You know, I think we're just going to give all pieces, well, except, of course, for the this, because it's Hydro damage. But we'll come back to that later. I still would like Benny himself to do a decent amount of damage, not just giving an attack boost and healing. So we might still try and go Pyro damage if we have a good Pyro damage on the Clam set. It looks like we only have one here with attack percent and energy recharge. So not the best, obviously, but we'll get it up to 4 and see how it rolls. Well, we did get a crit damage there. Still, though, I'm not really sure about it, but forget it. Let's go ahead. So we just bursted it to 19. We got a crit damage, an attack, and a flat dev boost, so all of them pretty equally, except energy recharge. Would also be interesting to see if those little explosions can crit. I would assume they can, like, you know, all those other passive physical damages, like from some of the catalysts. I forgot what they're called right now, but they can crit. So I would assume this can, but we'll see. 2x. And we got some more attack. Whatever. I think that'll be fine. So he should be in 4-piece Clam now. You know, healing bonus, just going to basically take this off of Kokomi. And there we go. He does have quite a bit less HP than Kokomi. Kokomi at 35, he has 27k. Crit damage is obviously not great. Going healing bonus, but if it can crit, we might swap the healing bonus for crit rate, because Benny heals so dang fast, especially now that he's built like a healer. It's going to be insane. I honestly just want to look at how much he is healing before going into battle, now that he's built like this. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. 7,600. I mean, that's a 35k HP Hu Tao down there, and she got, you know, up to 70% in 3 ticks. That is crazy. Now, unfortunately, we do have to get his burst back, but we should be able to get the maximum 30k in those 3 seconds, I would say. Well, what was that? I mean, that was almost 30k right there in those 3 seconds. So we did go and get Zhongli shield, and then we're going to go ahead and see how this works. Obviously, overflow healing. Wait a minute. I don't see the little thing popping up at all. Oh no. Oh no! Is it really like that? Ah, jeez. Wait. I definitely have 4-piece clam, so it might really be that, he just stops healing at 70%. Oh my lord, okay, so, yeah, that's really unfortunate. I mean, since we already built him, we're going to get, well, our Hu Tao actually has more HP, so we're just going to have our Hu Tao get hit a bit. Alright, that should be enough. Let's go ahead and do Benny's Burst and then go to Hu Tao. Yeah, now it pops up because she's actually healing. 24k. Well, let's try it again. I still want to see if it can crit. It's really not looking like it right now, honestly. I mean, I know he only has 20% crit rate, but we probably would have seen one by now. Well, I'm still not seeing any criticals. Just to make absolutely sure, we're going to pump his crit rate up a lot. Basically, just going to give him Primordial Jade Cutter. That should actually be enough. 60%, whatever. We'll also change this to crit rate. There. 91 should be enough to see it within a few ticks at most. Alright, let's give this a look-see here. That was no crit? I don't think that was either. Nah, pretty sure it just can't crit. I'm essentially just looking for the bigger number, because I can't keep track of how much this should be doing, if it's critically or not. Let's take a look here again. No, it just definitely can't crit. So Benny is unfortunately a bust. My idea was just to use him regularly as I use Benny and just have a nice little explosion, nice little AoE, you know, 20, 30, 40k physical damage explosion every 3 seconds during his burst. But since he actually just straight up stops healing at 70%, that doesn't work. In hindsight, I should have just known that and not even bothered, but what can you do? I like to make sure. For Kokomi though, absolutely pog. She heals a ton, more than anyone could need, which is why this set was probably made for her. It's just unfortunate I did decide to go for the crit rate, crit damage pieces, because I wanted to try them on Benny, and they're kind of useless for her. So eventually I'll probably swap these out. It's just, yeah, I don't use Kokomi a ton. Maybe sometimes in Abyss, and it's just like, and yeah, I'm not sure if it's super necessary. Like, she already had a dedicated set because she has to be built pretty weird, you know, absolutely no crit rate or crit damage. And then building a second one is kind of like, for a character I don't use that much. So yeah, I guess I will give Benny his stuff back at least. And there we go, as he was. And I guess Kokomi will just still be in this not perfect clam set. I still think it's better than whatever I had on her before. I think it was 2-piece. Well, it was supposed to be 4-piece Heart of Depth, but I guess I stole one piece eventually. But I guess I won't be stealing any pieces from her anymore. So when I do need to use her, she does have her Everlasting Moon Glow. She'll definitely be a very solid healer for whatever I need her for. And I don't need to worry about if she is, you know, built or not. So that's kind of cool. She'll definitely just keep this stuff, and no one would want to take it from her anyway. But yeah, you know, I guess that'll pretty much do it. All around, as expected, very good set for her. I'm a little bit sad it doesn't work as well for Benny. Built as a healer, he can heal insane amounts in a short time, of course, as well as, you know, attack boost, all that good stuff. So I thought it would have been really nice for him. But yeah, probably would have been too OP then. Make sure to tell me what you think in the comments down below. Dropping a like or subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed the content is always greatly appreciated. Thanks, as always, for watching, and until next time.
What's killing me there?
So many regrets.
The shockwaves. When they blow up? Is that what that is? Oh, this is the content you want, right? I like how people ask that as if, like, they're like, gotcha, I gotcha. Like, oh, this is the content you wanted, right? It's like you're trying to, like, I gotcha. Haha, you can't beat it. Look, is this what you wanted? Oh, is this the hard content? Like, shut the f up. Like, yeah, it is actually. I genuinely do want this. I want to see how hard it is. I want to know if it's any fun.
Why do they never Minnie's adventure team?
What the fuck? Wow! Wow! Getting 8k points in this is harder than 36 star in the abyss? Oh, it is. 100% it is.
I will have order.
No, my sword. I am outplayed.
Oh my god.
You should
Oh, holy shit! I'm dead. I'm not dead. I am dead.
This is just my...
Wow!
Everybody stand back. Couldn't break the curse.
If you can beat this with all 8,000 points, you've got a cracked account. If you can beat it, I mean, you know what? Maybe there's some other comp that I could use that's better. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb about this.
Witness the power of Gurwa's reign outlines your fate.
I will have order. Gather.
No, my sword. Let me lead you. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Pay for that. Solidify.
Witness the power of Gurwa's reign outlines your fate.
Order guides you.
Did I kill it?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Healed.
Stabilize.
Ring cutter. Huh? Let's light it up.
Big Shincho attack.
Reign
Huge
outlines
damage.
your fate. Witness the power.
Beautiful. Alright, we got it.
Stabilize.
Messed up a few times. Had to use food buffs. I don't think I could do it without food buffs. I couldn't do it without food buffs. There we go, 8,000. Wow, that is tough though. That took me a lot of tries. I think the biggest thing is just energy recharge and like not going in when you don't have your abilities. Because a couple times I dove in and I'm like, haha! And then I didn't have my burst ability. And then I just got shit on. Because you can use iframes with your burst ability, right? Or I'd go in and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna Shincho ult, I'm gonna Bennett ult, and I'm gonna mess them up. And I'd have a sliver missing. And then I'd just die. All right, what do we got for enemies in the second tier here? I'm just gonna go into this and see what happens.
This is just my...
Why are you doing this with a scuffed team? Because if I can do this with a scuffed team, isn't that amazing?
But this is just my...
The bleed applies to everyone, and I just got shit on, baby.
Down into the stars. Fading.
Okay. I mean, if my Mona had an upgraded basic attack instead of like level 6.
Let me scry. Destiny cannot be denied.
Maybe with Bennett there, I would have had that.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. This realm is no home for a princess.
Maybe I was slow. Maybe that was bad rotations.
Everybody stand back. This was not foretold. Leave my face.
Stop! I'm getting juggled!
It's fine. Then my reckoning.
Ah!
Into the wind. Teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go.
Fräulein.
Yeah! I'm gonna try Shangling and see what happens. Fischl's cool. I'll tell you what my issue is with Fischl. Her burst ability is like a non-factor. It's fine, but it's just not feeling very impactful. I'm gonna go like this.
Just sharpen my spear.
I'm gonna go like this, and it's gonna give me more pyro damage. The other thing too is I need to swap to Mona and stay on Mona because she's getting her Widsith proc, and I'm not staying on her like an idiot.
Everybody stand back! Shadows of fate, decided by destiny.
Did I get it? No! I'm like 1 second off! I'm like 1 second off!
Adventure time.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night into the wind.
Let me scry. Fate is upon you.
The wind knows.
Nice and spicy. Written in the stars.
One with nature.
Delves into destiny. Going in. Let's light it up.
Clouds high, the birds call, the wind knows.
Shadows of fate. Decided by destiny. Get them. Let's light it up.
Into the wind.
Let me scry. Teamwork is dreamwork. Adventure time.
One with nature. One with wind and cloud.
Written in the stars. I'm going in. Let's light it up. My vision is clouded. Shadows of fate.
Just standing in that mark.
The wind knows.
Let's light it up. Nice and spicy.
Can I beat this?
Let's light it up.
Into the wind.
We got teamwork is dreamwork. Eat this. Booba, get them. Delved into destiny. Decided by destiny.
The wind knows. I think I got it. The birds call. With lots of time left. Shang Ling is so gross. Holy cow. I think if I played it perfectly, we could do it official. Kind of a beefy Mona. 20, almost 2200 attack, 70% crit rate, 183% crit damage. That's kind of a beefy Mona. Is the last one tough?
Shadows of fate.
This is actually toxic. One with nature. This is actually f***ing toxic.
Destiny cannot be.
Oh my god, that is shit.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Nice and spicy.
Did you actually just run away? Did you actually run into the middle? Did you actually just run into the middle? Did you teleport into the middle? Are you happy that it's this hard? It's kind of fun. I mean, this one is kind of a troll, but it's a good time. I'm gonna do it a few more times and just see. It's a bit of a troll. Ah!
Everybody stand back. Touchy. I must press.
I must remain calm into the wind. So many. I just botched the shit out of this. Stop! Oh my god.
Must press.
Ah! My fucking fingers are slipping all over the keyboard. I actually had it so easy, dude.
Adventure time. Teamwork is dream. Get them. Access the must.
Are you kidding me? Oh my fucking god! One with nature. Please stop this! Oh, this is probably impossible without Ganyu free to play.
nature.
Everybody stand back! Eat this! Nice and spicy! For Rex Lepus!
Next on the agenda.
The wind knows.
We're way behind schedule.
One with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn my...
I don't think it's happening, boys. Come here.
No! Just my...
Born of ice and frost. Did I miscalculate?
Let's go! I did it! I did it without Bennett! I won the DPS race with the heal. If I didn't swap to Kazuha there, I don't think I won. Because he had cryo on him, so I was like, if I melt this, then I'm not gonna shred his defense, and I'm not gonna boost my cryo damage. Because I hadn't swirled in a long time, so I swapped back to Kazuha. I swirled for the elemental damage bonus and the shred, then Shangling, then Ganyu. Damn, dude, we actually did it. We actually did all three of them as 8,000. Even though Bennett died. That was tough. That was tough.
Well, it's December 31st, which means that today is the statistically deadliest day of the year, or as my family insists I call it, New Year's Eve. All around the world, those of us who survived will be counting down the minutes and seconds until a completely arbitrary moment we've all collectively agreed is midnight. But that got me thinking. Who decides that that moment is midnight, and not, say, 3 seconds earlier or half a millisecond later, and how do they keep the entire world in perfect sync? Well, time as we know it actually started on October 22nd, 1884, and because that sentence sounds like the opening of a particularly awful episode of The Twilight Zone, let me back up a little bit. For most of human history, timekeeping wasn't standardized at all. In fact, it wasn't even tracked in any sort of consistent or precise way. Telling an early medieval peasant that you wasted, quote, 4 minutes and 25 seconds of your life watching a, quote, stupid video about timekeeping because you, quote, unsubscribed from Half as Interesting would have confused them for every reason, but especially because of the idea that your day could be broken into minutes and seconds. Hours weren't even invented until the 13th century, and seconds didn't catch on until hundreds of years after that. But even after we popularized mechanical clocks during the Renaissance, there was still a second problem. Those clocks didn't always line up. If your pocket watch was a few minutes ahead of your friend's pocket watch, it was hard to know whose watch was more right. Some people managed to turn this confusion into a business, like a 19th century English woman named Ruth Belville who made her living selling people the correct time. If that sounds stupid to you, just wait until Jeff Bezos buys up all the world's clocks and launches a service called Primetime. With no official way to standardize time, there also weren't any formal time zones. This wasn't a big deal for most people, since communication and transportation were so slow that you couldn't really interact with people who would be in a different time zone anyway. If you were living in ye olde London, you didn't need to know what time it was in Berlin, just like how you, the viewer, don't need to know what time it is in places like Jupiter or Rhode Island. Time was a local thing, with towns or companies setting the time for people nearby. But as trains became more common and going from one town to another didn't take 16 days and 3 amputations, having 100 tiny time zones along your train route became, to use an industry term, very, very annoying. Here's a table of East Coast time zones in 1857. When it was noon in DC, it was 12:012 in Baltimore, 12:08 in Philly, and 12:12 in New York. If this is already giving you a headache, just try to imagine feeling that all the time, plus whatever it feels like to have cholera, and boom, that's what being a 19th century train conductor was like. Eventually, the railroads, at least in America, got so fed up that they said, hey guys, guess what? We control time now, and broke the US and Canada into 5 time zones. Not wanting to be upstaged by a bunch of professional train geeks, US President Chester A. Arthur said, wait a minute, I'm the gosh darn president of the United States, gosh darn it. I should be the one who decides what gosh darn time it is. And so he summoned an international conference of 26 countries, specifically these ones, to finally create standardized time zones across the globe. The only question was, where should the time zones start? At the time, maps used lots of different reference lines for their meridian, like Paris, Cadiz, Oslo, and even the Canary Islands, but a sizable majority used the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England, so that's ultimately what they voted for. On October 22nd, 1884, the world was put on Greenwich Mean Time with 24 time zones in 1-hour deviations from whatever the clock said at the Royal Observatory. And of course, all the countries in the world joined hands and said, great, we love England. They're our best friends in the whole world and have never tried to kill everyone in our country for some nutmeg. Let's totally schedule our daily lives around one of their clocks. But plot twist, that didn't happen at all. It actually took years for Greenwich Mean Time to be accepted internationally. France stayed 9 minutes and 21 seconds ahead until 1911, Ireland stayed 25 minutes and 21 seconds behind until 1916, and some countries still use non-standard time zones to this very day. Nepal stays 45 minutes ahead, opting to base their time around the sun's position over this mountain. Venezuela has moved their time backwards and forwards a half hour for energy-related reasons, and China erased 4 of their 5 time zones as an epic prank on the region of Xinjiang. So, one answer to the question of who decides what time it is countries, because countries have guns and clocks don't. But assuming you live in a country that caved to those British time fascists and adopted Greenwich Mean Time, is the time on your phone or laptop or fancy toaster still based on the sun's position in Greenwich? Well, no, not technically. And that's because, in the 1960s, Greenwich Mean Time got phased out for Coordinated Universal Time, which is effectively the same as Greenwich Mean Time, but with a little hat on it that says science. You see, as the world began to use things like GPS satellites that require time measurements down to the billionths of a second, the Royal Observatory's royal observations just wouldn't cut it anymore. Instead, the Coordinated Universal Time is tracked with an atomic clock, which I do a pretty bad job of explaining in this video if you want a pretty bad explanation of atomic clocks, but the basic idea is they are very accurate and consistent and use atoms. So, which atomic clock is Coordinated Universal Time based on? Well, it's actually calculated using a weighted average of more than 400 atomic clocks in laboratories around the world, plus or minus a few leap seconds, which I also explained in that last video. All of this is organized by the International Telecommunications Union, part of the United Nations, based in Geneva. So that's your culprit, folks. The people who technically decide what time it is, a relatively unknown group of Swiss people who work for the UN. Of course, the impending new year means now's the season when people arbitrarily use the 4th digit ticking over to motivate themselves into improving themselves, but of course, it rarely works. The problem is that people try to motivate themselves to do something they don't want to do, rather than making time for something they enjoy that also works as self-improvement simultaneously. That's why I think Brilliant so great. I find their courses super interesting, engaging, and an enjoyable way to pass free time. A lot of the reason that is because Brilliant helps me learn STEM concepts that I just could not grasp in high school. I was notoriously bad at math, but I can finally start to grasp calculus thanks to their Road to Calculus courses. They also have courses on concepts that you probably never approached in school, like quantum computing, machine learning, and logic. Brilliant doesn't focus on making sure the info you need for a subject is just in the course. They focus on designing their course so the way in which they feed you the information means you can genuinely actually grasp the concepts when complete. So click the button on screen or head to brilliant.org/HAI to sign up, and if you're in the first 200, you'll get 20% off.
In 1901, this ancient Greek artifact was discovered in a shipwreck off the island of Antikythera. 3D X-ray scans have revealed it contains 37 interlocking bronze gears, allowing it to model the motions of the sun and moon and predict eclipses decades in advance. Constructed around 100 or 200 BC, the Antikythera mechanism represents a sophisticated early computer, the likes of which would not be seen again for at least 1,000 years. Now, of course, this computer didn't work like modern digital computers. It works by analogy. The gears were constructed in such a way that the motions of certain dials are analogous to the motion of the sun and moon. It is an analog computer. Here is a simple analog computer for adding two numbers together. If you turn the black wheel some amount, and then turn this white wheel a different amount, the gray wheel shows the sum of the two rotations. In contrast, this is a digital mechanical computer where you can add two single-bit numbers. So 0 plus 0 equals 0, 0 plus 1 equals 1, and 1 plus 1 equals 2. These two devices illustrate the differences between analog and digital computers. Analog computers have a continuous range of inputs and outputs, whereas digital only works with discrete values. With analog computers, the quantities of interest are actually represented by something physical, like the amount a wheel has turned, whereas digital computers work on symbols, like zeros and ones. If the answer is, say, 2, there is nothing in the computer that is twice as much as a 1. In analog computers, there is. For thousands of years, people used analog devices like the Antikythera mechanism or slide rules alongside digital devices like abacuses. And up until the 1960s, the most powerful computers on the planet were actually analog. Digital computers exploded onto the scene with the advent of solid-state transistors. And now, almost everything is digital. Most people have never even heard of analog computers. But today, that may all be changing. Moore's law, the idea that you can double the number of transistors on a chip every 2 years, it's reaching its limit because transistors are nearly the same size as atoms. Simultaneously, advancements in machine learning are straining the capabilities of digital computers. The solution to these challenges may well be a new generation of analog computers. One of the most important problems humans have faced for millennia is predicting the tides. Napoleon and his men nearly died crossing the Red Sea due to a miscalculation of the rising tide. And sailors routinely needed to know the tides to bring their ships into port without running aground. Most coastal locations on Earth experience too high and too low tides per day, but their exact timing varies, as does their magnitude. And this is partly caused by local factors like the depth of the seabed and the shape of the shoreline. In the late 1700s, to describe the tidal flow of the oceans, Pierre-Simon Laplace derived a set of complicated differential equations. They had no analytical solution, so at the time they were basically useless. But in the process of deriving his equations, Laplace made a key finding. Tides are driven at only a few specific astronomical frequencies, including the moon, the sun, and the eccentricity of the lunar orbit. Each one of these factors contributes a sine wave of a particular amplitude and phase to the total tide curve. If someone could figure out how to correctly combine these frequency components, well, the tides could finally be predicted. It took nearly a century, but in the 1860s, William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, took up the challenge. Having completed several voyages to lay the first transatlantic telegraph cable, he developed a fascination with the sea, and subsequently he threw his full scientific effort into measuring and predicting the tides. Tide gauges at the time used a buoy to record the height of the sea onto a paper roll. Kelvin set out to determine how sine waves with the frequencies identified by Laplace could add together to produce the observed tidal curve. The key was to apply the work of French mathematician Joseph Fourier, who had shown how to decompose any function into a sum of sine waves. Most English scientists were skeptical of the work, but Thomson was enthralled by it. His first paper, published at 17, was a defense of Fourier. While it was straightforward to apply Fourier's analysis to tidal curves, the computation required was enormous. First, divide the tide curve up into short time intervals, and for each interval, multiply the tide level by a sine wave with the frequency of interest. Add up the area of all these rectangles and divide by the total time, and this gives you a single coefficient, the amplitude of the sine wave with this frequency. Then you have to repeat the process for a cosine function with the same frequency. Kelvin found that to make accurate predictions, he actually needed 10 different frequency components. So that is a lot of multiplication and addition to characterize the tides at just one location. For each additional location, you have to perform this analysis all over again. And this is only half the problem. Once you have the amplitudes and phases of the sine functions, you have to add them up to predict future tides. Lord Kelvin spent years analyzing and predicting tides by hand. Then he had a stroke of inspiration. Could you design a machine to carry out these calculations automatically? In Kelvin's words, to substitute brass for brains? The resulting analog computers were in use for nearly a century. They even played a critical role in the outcome of World War II. Kelvin started with the problem of prediction, adding the sine waves together given you know their amplitudes and phases. He knew he could create sinusoidal motion with a device called a Scotch yoke. It extracts one dimension from uniform circular motion. But to make a tide prediction, he needed a way to combine 10 sine waves together. He needed a mechanical analog for addition. Stuck on this problem in 1872, Kelvin boarded a train for a meeting with the main sponsor of his tidal research, the British Association. On the train, Kelvin bumped into a friend, inventor Beauchamp Tower, to whom he explained his dilemma. Tower suggested he use Wheatstone's plan of a chain passing round a number of pulleys, and this was exactly the addition mechanism Kelvin was looking for. By attaching a pulley to each Scotch yoke and running a weighted cord around them, he could mechanically add all of their contributions at once. He scribbled down the entire plan for this predictor machine by the end of the train ride. He pitched it to the British Association and secured funding to build it, all before he returned home. If you knew the relative contributions of different frequency components, Kelvin now had a machine to automate the tedious task of predicting future tides. This was a great leap forward. 4 hours of cranking the handle yielded a full year of tidal predictions. But for many years, the harder half of the problem was still done by hand, breaking apart an existing tide curve into its component frequencies. To automate this step, Kelvin needed a machine capable of multiplying the tide curve times a sine wave, and then taking its integral. What would such a device even look like? With his older brother, James Thomson, Kelvin came up with a mechanical integrator. It consists of a ball on a rotating disc. Due to the rotation of the disc, the further the ball is from the center, the faster it spins. If the ball is at the very center of the disc, it doesn't turn at all. And if it's on the left side, it turns in the opposite direction. Now, the motion of the ball is converted into an output via a roller, which moves a pen up or down on the output graph paper. So the way it works is you trace the function you want to integrate with a stylus, and the stylus controls the position of the ball on the disk, and hence its speed of rotation. This is transferred through the roller to the output, which plots the integral of the original function. Now, to decompose a tide curve, we don't just want to integrate the function, we first want to multiply it by a sine wave of a particular frequency. And the way to do this is to make the disk rotate back and forth at that specific frequency. Now the rotation of the ball depends not only on where it is on the disk, but also on how the disk is turning at that instant. You trace the tide curve with the stylus, which moves the ball back and forth on the oscillating disk, and the roller sums up the integral of the tide curve times the sine wave. Simply divide by the total time to get the coefficient. Several of these ball and disk integrators can be connected in parallel, with each disk oscillating at a different frequency, to calculate the coefficients for multiple frequency components at the same time. Kelvin's analog computers revolutionized our ability to predict tides. Tidal curves from anywhere in the world could be turned into a set of sinusoidal coefficients using the ball and disk harmonic analyzer. And the resulting sinusoids could be added together to predict future tides using his Scotch yoke pulley machine. Kelvin's harmonic analyzers were the basis for a landmark analog computer called the differential analyzer, and his tide predicting machines were used well into the 1960s. In fact, they were later overhauled to include 26 frequency components and used to plan the Allied invasion on D-Day. The Germans expected any invasion to come at high tide to minimize the time Allied soldiers would be exposed on the beaches, so they installed millions of obstacles that would be underwater by mid-tide, many with explosive mines attached. But the Allies spotted the obstacles and changed tack. Instead, they planned to begin the invasion at low tide. This would allow demolition teams to first clear channels through the obstacles. Then the main forces could come through those gaps as the water rose. This would also give landing craft enough time to depart without getting beached. The low water times were different at the 5 landing beaches by over an hour, so the invasion times were staggered according to the tide predictions. This wasn't the only use of analog computers in World War II. Dive bomber aircraft would plummet out of the sky directly toward their targets at up to an 80-degree angle, and their rapid descents made them very difficult to shoot down. So the US began searching for devices to automatically aim guns at dive bombers. Most of the proposed solutions fell into one of two categories. Some were analog machines like Lord Kelvin's, others were essentially fast calculators. Mechanical calculating machines like the Abacus had been around for millennia, but they were far too slow to respond to dive bombers. These new calculating machines sped things up by using electrical pulses. The committee considered naming these devices after the pulses they used, but member George Stibitz proposed a more general name, digital, because these machines operated on numbers themselves, or digits. And this is the origin of the term digital computer. But digital would have to wait. Of all the proposals, an innovative analog machine from David Parkinson won out. At Bell Labs in New York, Parkinson had been working on a device to chart telephone data called an automatic level recorder. It used a variable resistor called a potentiometer to control the motion of a pen. One night, after hearing reports of the harrowing Allied evacuation of Dunkirk, Parkinson had a dream that he was on the front lines. I found myself in a gun pit with an anti-aircraft gun crew. A gun there was firing occasionally, and the impressive thing was that every shot brought down an airplane. After 3 or 4 shots, one of the men in the crew smiled at me and beckoned me to come closer to the gun. When I drew near, he pointed to the exposed end of the left trunnion. Mounted there was the control potentiometer of my level recorder. When he woke up, Parkinson realized the device he was building to control a pen could be scaled up to control an anti-aircraft gun. He shared this idea with his supervisor, and after receiving approval from the military, they set out to make Parkinson's dream a reality. Researchers at Bell Labs had recently invented an analog electrical device called an operational amplifier, or op-amp. It could perform mathematical operations with voltages, like addition and multiplication. They used these op-amps to create an analog computer that could solve the ballistics equations for anti-aircraft guns. Using radar and optical sights to obtain the speed, altitude, and direction of enemy planes, the M9 Gun Director, as the computer was called, could rapidly calculate the correct trajectory and fuse setting. Potentiometers were used to ascertain the direction the gun was pointing. This was not the first electric analog computer, but it was an important one. In World War I, it took an average of 17,000 rounds to take down a single airplane. In 1943, after the invention of the M9, it took an average of only 90. During the war, the US invested big in analog computers. If you break down their total military budget, the third largest single expense was the development and production of an incredibly complex mechanical analog computer called the Norden bombsight. Unfortunately, they didn't get their money's worth. Designed by the eccentric Dutch engineer Carl Norden, the Norden bombsight was built to enable high-precision airborne bombing. It implemented 64 different simultaneous algorithms, including one that compensated for the rotation of the Earth as the bomb fell. The Norden was one of the most closely guarded secrets of the war. To prevent the technology from falling into enemy hands, American bombardiers carried handguns specifically to destroy it in the event of a crash. But despite its hype and funding, the Norden didn't work as advertised. With over 2,000 fine parts, it required extreme precision to manufacture. The problem with analog computers is that the physical device is a model for the real world, so any inaccuracy in the components translates into inaccuracy of the computation. And since there will always be some slop in the connections between parts, if you run the same calculation twice, you won't get the exact same answer. In the American campaign against Japan, bomber crews using the bombsight were unable to destroy critical Japanese war infrastructure, and ultimately, the US abandoned its precision bombing approach and instead blanketed whole Japanese cities in napalm. As the war progressed, digital computers gained traction. The digital and electronic Colossus machines of Bletchley Park in the UK were critical to breaking German codes. In the United States, the military invested in an enormously complex and expensive digital machine known as ENIAC. It was designed to speed up the calculation of land artillery firing tables. At the time, these were computed using differential analyzers, the analog mechanical computers based on Kelvin's harmonic analyzer. Although not finished until after the war, ENIAC demonstrated the power of digital computers. It's considered by many to be the first modern computer. What really opened the door to this digital revolution was the discovery made by Claude Shannon in his 1936 master's thesis. He showed that any numerical operation can be carried out using the basic building blocks of Boolean algebra. Two values, true or false, also notated as 1 or 0, and three operations, and, or, and not. This makes digital computers the ideal versatile computing machines. In contrast, each analog computer is an analog for only one type of problem. Furthermore, since digital computers operate on ones and zeros, they are more resilient in the face of noise. It would take a large error to mistake a 1 for a 0 or vice versa. Whereas even small errors in analog computers can grow and ultimately swamp the signal. So these days, everything is digital. Our phones, computers, and internet data centers, even TV and radio is now being broadcast as digital. And the advantages are obvious. Since digital devices operate on symbols, usually zeros and ones, they provide exact answers. And repeat the calculation and you get the same result. They are robust to noise. Plus, since only a few components are required to perform virtually any computation, those components have been miniaturized and optimized, making digital computers the ideal universal computing machines. So you would think analog computers would be long gone, a relic of the distant past. But analog may now be making a comeback. There are startups actively working on analog computers. Why is this happening? What could be the benefit of analog? I wanted to put all of this into one video, but the story is too good to bury 20 minutes in, so That is coming up in part 2. Be sure you're subscribed to the channel to be notified when that comes out. I'll give you a hint about the sequel in this section of the video, which is sponsored by Brilliant. Brilliant is a website and app that uses interactivity to help you learn STEM concepts. For the sequel to this video, it would be a good idea to brush up on artificial intelligence, which you can do with Brilliant's courses on neural networks. Here you can analyze how a neural network decodes your handwriting. I also recommend their calculus courses, which are highly interactive. What's great about Brilliant is how it gets you to step through topics, answering questions as you go. And that way you can't trick yourself into thinking you already understand everything, because you're constantly putting your knowledge to the test. Personally, I find their courses challenging, which they should be in order for you to learn anything. But if you ever get stuck, there's always a helpful hint close at hand. And more in-depth explanations are available if you want them. As the holiday season is upon us, an annual subscription to Brilliant makes an awesome gift for any curious learners in your life. And whether it's for you or someone else, Brilliant is offering 20% off an annual subscription to the first 200 people to sign up. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. I'll put that link down in the description. So I want to thank Brilliant for supporting Veritasium, and I want to thank you for watching.
What? For 19 for return, you could give it to me. For 90 pity, $8,000 trust on problematic organs, 6 shooting. 105 gun artifacts, 4 shipable miniatures, 3 of draft dead pigeons, 2 tame birds, and a Chi-Chi at 89 pity.
Sometimes feelings are like the summer rain, coming out of nowhere and catching you unprepared. A nostalgic summer story set in the age of aristocrats begins right here. As is known to all, the Lawrence clan is a noble family of considerable notoriety. The nobles idle away their time, extorting the common folk to furnish their lavish lifestyles. They lead licentious lives. Under their cruel governance, countless unspeakable crimes are committed against the people. Although the common folk unanimously resent the nobles' greed, they are powerless to speak a single word against them. Young Dietrich was a highborn noble. He hadn't yet committed any deplorable crimes at his tender age. In fact, his swordsmanship was reputedly exceptional among the noble circles. If you wish to find something to cavil about, it would have been his short temper and chronic delusion that the whole universe revolved around him. Such traits, of course, are not uncommon among the sons of nobility, so it wasn't of any major concern. However, given that he was born into the Lawrence family name, it was only a matter of time before he would get drafted into the ranks of other scoundrels. It was at this time that the young scoundrel decided upon the first reckless act of his life. A short while earlier, Dietrich had made up his mind to skip Tutor Damo's discourse in favor of a bit of fun outside the confines of the city. As he pressed his way through the streets, crowded with commoners, his gaze fell upon a young lass with blonde hair and blue eyes. Dietrich was at a loss for words for the emotions that bubbled in his heart at that moment. The only thing he was certain of was that his heart had never thumped so loudly or so uncontrollably within his chest. So this must be how dear mother feels when she sees her kitty. As Dietrich kept thinking in his heart, he suddenly found himself moving towards where she was standing. Much to his dismay, the young commoner girl didn't so much as bat an eyelid at him. After making his identity known to her, she didn't even display the slightest sign of any interest. Convinced that this commoner didn't understand what was good for her, he decided that he would carry her off under the cover of night. Once I take her, I'll lock her away in a cage, just like dear mother would when her kitty is being naughty. Money doesn't solve all your problems, but it can certainly solve a lot of them. A young woman's summer vacation in Mondstadt opens to the melodic tune of a symphonic sum of Mora. The plebeian lass arrived in the city on one fine sunny day. Her long golden hair shone like the spring sunshine, and her blue eyes sparkled like the gleaming waves in the afternoon sun. It's hard to imagine how such a girl could travel alone from the monster-infested outskirts all the way to the city. To call her suspect would only be an insult to her beauty. Thus shouted the drunken gate sentry among the crowded tavern. His earnings from guarding the gate that day were especially bountiful, enough to keep his cup brimming until dawn, at least. We all know you were just dumbstruck by her beauty. The man next to him pulled no punches. Ha! What do you know? Do I look like one to go frolicking with the ladies? I'll show you what I really have my eye on. The soldier promptly pulled out his money purse and shook it in his hand. Good heavens! Today drinks are on you! You heard the man. Drinks all around. I'm just worried that one more will be too many for ya. So this traveling scholar, who went by the name of Naughty, settled into her newfound life in the city. Naughty spoke in a quiet, gentle manner. A rumor eventually began floating around the streets, claiming that if you exchanged a few words with Naughty during the day, you would have sweet dreams the following night. Apart from this, the new girl didn't disturb the lives of those in the city in any manner. After all, the people not only had their daily lives to deal with, but also the constant oppression from the nobility. Oh, I thought life in the city would be simple. I never imagined it would be like this. As rays of the sunset filled her room, she tilted her head and rested it on her hands. Sitting beside the table, her fingers seemed to be circling around something. Her words flowed like a magical chant, with the power to persuade people into believing almost anything. Even when you live in a safe city, you should watch out for the wolves that lurk in the night. Something more impossible to master than mass hypnosis is revealed within these pages. Night came. The faint howl of a wild beast could be heard echoing in the distance. It seemed to be the cry of a wolf. Naughty sat on her bed and lifted her long sleeves to reveal a bone-white armband carved in the fashion of a coiling snake. The serpent's head was strikingly lifelike, with its mouth stretched open to reveal its fangs. Its neck was reared back, as if ready to pounce on its prey the very next moment. The snake's slithering body wrapped around her arm, emitting a dangerous aura under the rays of the magical lamps that lit the room. Good night, my dear sister. Naughty gently petted the armband, rubbing her pinky playfully along the snake's tail. Shortly after, the magical lamps went out, and the entire room was draped in darkness. The darkness of night brought Naughty boundless power, so Naughty was already wise to the unknown presence the moment it entered the room. Sitting on the bed, Naughty could see Dietrich as he quietly gathered her clothes and felt his way around in the dark. It became harder for Naughty to hold back her laughter until Dietrich was just in front of her. Dietrich met the same dazzling eyes that occupied his mind all day, but her eyes were somehow different now. They were no longer blue like water as Dietrich had seen that day. At this moment, they were filled with the night, devoid of waves, tranquil like the depths of the sea. Here, drink the water in this cup. That was the last thing Dietrich heard before his consciousness faded away. Even a dog can learn basic things, like upper-class etiquette, or so insists a certain no-nonsense teacher from afar. The cup fell from his languid hand as Dietrich collapsed on the floor. Naughty crouched beside Dietrich and relieved him of the saber sheathed upon his waist. She stroked the hilt of the blade for a moment before pulling back her hand, and the black gemstone that had been inlaid in the hilt fell into her palm. How convenient. You brought the Eye of Eternal Night right to me. Thank you. Removing the snake armband as she spoke, she placed the black gemstone in the mouth of the snake. Scales and flesh began to quickly ripple from the snake's head down its body. The small black snake uncoiled in Naughty's hands, slithering off her palm and falling to the floor. The snake began to enlarge, forming into a massive python with red eyes and black scales. Its twisting body almost filled the whole room. Naughty extended her hand as the magical lamps illuminated the room. The python began to shrink down again and coiled back around her arm. Are you hiding? Naughty turned her gaze to beneath the bed, under which she found a dog. It was trembling uncontrollably, probably frightened by the python a moment before. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to turn you into a wolf, but it seems like you turned into a dog instead. Although Naughty's words seemed to be apologizing, Her voice lacked any hint of remorse. Dietrich still hadn't realized what happened yet. It was only by pure instinct that he had scurried under the bed. Only then did he begin to come to his senses. He tried to say something after hearing Nadi's words, but no matter how hard he tried, only would come out. After hearing himself, Dietrich panicked and dashed out from under the bed. No matter how many times Dietrich leaped in front of the mirror, the reflection of a striking young noble never appeared again. Dietrich then turned with a snarl and leaped towards Nadi. Without even being the least bit startled, she simply glared at him with folded arms. Suddenly, Dietrich could no longer move toward her, no matter how hard he tried. That's not the proper etiquette for addressing a lady. It seems you need to be trained. Be a good dog. Yes, there's no reward for getting it right, but there's still a punishment for getting it wrong. The witch in black makeup smirked. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am not Frigga, but perhaps you're more familiar with my nickname. People call me the Enchantress of the Night. As she spoke, her long golden hair began to gradually darken, eventually turning as black as the night sky outside the window. Her once sky-blue eyes were now pitch black, ushering the darkness of the night. I am your master now. Of course, I will need to train you well. Notfrigga knelt down and placed a necklace that seemingly appeared out of nowhere on the still struggling Dietrich. The necklace shrank in size until it fit perfectly around his furry neck. No matter how he thrashed head about or clawed at it, the necklace would not budge. We've already wasted so much time. Come, we're leaving. With that, Notfrigga set off towards the city. Dietrich whimpered along the way with all the strength he could muster, wishing that he could simply run back to his villa, but he couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. The necklace Notfrigga had placed on him seemed to control him, so he had no choice but to follow behind her. Notfrigga glanced back at the reluctant Dietrich dawdling behind her and curled a strand of hair around her finger. Although it is certainly amusing to watch you struggle in your current state, you are much too noisy. So unless you'd like a taste of my new Silence of the Night spell, you'd better keep your yapping mouth shut. The whole world seemed to fall into silence at that moment. Intuition told Dietrich that it'd be best not to become the latest test subject for Notfrigga's new spell. Sometimes, feelings are like the summer rain, coming out of nowhere and catching you unprepared. A nostalgic summer story set in the age of aristocrats begins right here. Dietrich witnessed the fall of House Lawrence. Who knew where Mother's kitty had gone? His father, driven to distraction, and his mother, hysterical, were so close by, and yet no matter how he shouted, they did not pay him any heed. Dietrich lowered his head, but before he could speak again, the ground opened up beneath him. A pair of old crone's hands had stretched out from the ground, seizing him by the neck. Then he fell, and his fall seemed not to end, till at last he crashed to the earth at the feet of the old witch. Strangely, it hurt not at all. Something hooked onto Dietrich's necklace, and he found himself hoisted up bodily. All before him was darkness, and he could only see one thing, that which was below him. It was a steaming pot, filled with some unknown black substance that gurgled and belched. There were some solids in there too, and when he looked, he could espy spiderwebs and the bones of venomous vipers. Into his ear crept Notfrigga's voice. I have you now, my last ingredient. Once I've put you in, my stew of life eternal shall be complete. Let me go, you dastardly witch! Dietrich struggled with all his might, not thinking for a moment that the bond of the hitherto inescapable necklace would suddenly be so easily slipped. And so he fell. He heard nothing more, naught else but the howling wind and Notfrigga's crazed laughter whipping about his ears. Wake up. Dietrich felt his body being rocked gently. Are you all right? A hand reached over, as if to check his breathing. It was a familiar voice, gentle as the April breeze, and genial as the March sun. Dietrich forced his eyes open, and before them was the golden-haired, blue-eyed girl. Wonderful. You're finally awake. she said with a smile. This place, is this Celestia? Dietrich wondered. No, I'm afraid it's just an ordinary forest, the girl replied. Then, Dietrich's senses returned to him, and he knew the young lady before him was the source of all his troubles. The wicked old witch, not Frigga. In a flash, he had recovered, and leaping a distance away from her, he maintained a guarded stance. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I must have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Magdalene. I'm, well, not Frigga's younger sister. So saying, Magdalene gave the finger behind her back a twirl, a calming spell of light magic, and she approached Dietrich. Come now, it's all right. At this, did Dietrich indeed calm down? He desired to ask the girl before him, so she could understand him, but he could still do naught but bark. Oh, this. It is but a small spell. My sister knows it too. So that crone did hear what I said, and simply pretended not to, so she might string me along? Well, still, not Frigga is actually a gentle person. And speaking of her sister, Magdalene smiled gorgeously once more. Do witches trade their brains for mighty magic? I can't get through to her at all, Dietrich thought to himself as he followed the golden-haired maiden, who rambled on about something or another. Don't say that. If my sister heard you, she would be most angry. Magdalene said this in a quiet voice as she looked at Dietrich. Well, you needn't tell her, do you? Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? But it is too late now. Dietrich lifted his head in alarm at the rising pressure above him. Her expression had not changed at all, but even so, he knew that the girl before him was now changed. It seems that your nightmare has been of some use. For your memory, at least. But as I see it, you are still far from adequate. That proud, cold voice from on high. Yes, surely this was not Frigga. Well then, I suppose I shall leave the essence of the inmost heart inside you. What on earth was the essence of the inmost heart? Wait, no, Magdalene had mentioned just such a thing. Don't worry, the nightmare from before was just a falsehood. My sister placed the essence of the inmost heart into you, and it can see your fears. That is why you dreamed of the things you fear most. But I think that my sister must have done it for your good. She is, after all, a most gentle soul. Dietrich's fur stood on end, and he trembled as he peeked at Not Frigga, banishing any thoughts from his mind. It seems that my teachings have been quite useful indeed. Well then, let us be on our way. Dietrich's frightened appearance pleased his master, the witch. What does the death of a warm spring day feel like? So the young maiden said one morning, in defiance of all common logic. I suppose it must feel furry. At this moment, Magdalene was clutching a dog. Indeed, this was Dietrich. As she kept up a leisurely pace, the golden-haired maiden traipsed upon the gnarled roots of massive trees like an elegant swan, lithely making her way through the woods. How fortunate that she is currently Magdalene. If it were that hag, not Frigga, she would certainly make me walk or use some sort of magic to force me to run. This path is not made for dogs. No, not even humans could traverse it. There isn't even a road, only trees. It would be nice if Magdalene could keep carrying me like this. Dietrich's thoughts meandered as he turned to look at Magdalene. The morning light danced upon her face. She possessed a beauty that could not be considered lesser than any noble woman's. Her light complexion and gentle expression made her seem delicate, like the short-lived morning dew born upon flower petals. Magdalene's skin is so fair, I dare say none of the nobles I've met can compare to her, Dietrich thought as he gazed upon the girl. Let me tell you a story. That is, I'm already dead. Magdalene suddenly spoke. After all, none can live and still obtain release. A long time ago, there was a witch who gave birth to twin daughters. However, witches are unable to keep two offspring from the same generation. That is the price they pay, the cost of their enormous power. But this witch had already reached the apex of mastery in dark magic. She offered her own life force to preserve the life of her twins. Still, this solution could not last forever, and as the last of the witch's life force faded, the day of their fated farewell arrived at last, and death, the witch was finally freed from the world. The surviving elder sister, Notfrika, inherited everything and felt entirely responsible for the passing of her younger sister, Magdalene. Luckily for Notfrika, she inherited the witch's talent for dark magic. Using herself as a vessel, she summoned Magdalene's soul using complicated magical symbols and obscure incantations. Then, she read all the leather-bound books in the tower, and combining what she learned with dark magic and alchemy, created a new vessel. However, the ability to place her sister's soul inside the vessel and bring her back to life was not only a forbidden art in light magic, it was also exceptionally difficult, especially for Notfrika, who knew no light magic whatsoever. Nevertheless, Notfrika's insistence on bringing Magdalene back spurred her on, and eventually she found a solution. She transformed the vessel into a serpent bracelet that she wore on her wrist and set out on an adventure. My beloved sister, when this is all over, we will never be apart again. I should just stuff that noisy puppy yapper of yours. That day, the young maiden gave her loyal dog something precious. The last ray of light was fading, and darkness was about to engulf the forest. It's time to switch, my dear elder sister. Suddenly Magdalene put down Dietrich, whom she had been holding in her arms. One last thing, elder sister. I have a present for you. I hope you like it. With this, light slowly began to shine from her fingers, gradually forming a dazzling ball of light. This was Magdalene's light magic. All right, from now on, you have to be well behaved. Shh, don't say anything. What? Why are you being so mysterious? Before Dietrich could react, he had quietly muttered something, but his speech was interrupted when he suddenly found a slender hand tightly covering his mouth. A moment later, the girl, now transformed, hastily stuffed something into his mouth. What's this? It was the hilt of Dietrich's sword. The sword that once proudly hung from his belt. Dietrich opened his mouth instinctively to say something. Bite down on it if you want to live. Notfrika raised one hand into the air, and Dietrich felt unable to breathe as the collar around his neck grew tighter and tighter. Powerless to resist, all he could do was bite down, as instructed. Listen carefully. In a moment, you will need to defend yourself with this sword. Even though you're an ignorant and useless spoiled brat, it would still be a lot of trouble for me if you died here. Notfrika raised Dietrich's head and spoke in a low voice. After all, I haven't finished teaching you a lesson yet. It would ruin my fun if you died too easily. The Witch of the Night finished speaking and retracted her hand to adjust her garments. The collar loosened again, returning to normal tightness. At once, the air rushed past his teeth and in through his nostrils, filling up his lungs again. Dietrich still did not dare relax his jaw's grip on the sword, however, so he had to make do with somewhat impaired breathing. Before long, the sound of commotion was heard in the distance.
Meet a distant relative of a velociraptor. Look at those fangs. They could easily pierce the scaly armor of any other dinosaur. This dinosaur's peculiar backbone lets it move on four legs pretty fast. Wait a second. I guess I mixed it up. This is actually a skeleton of a regular mouse. But hold on, don't turn this video off quite yet. Because the Velociraptor I just showed you has nothing to do with dinosaurs either. It's a figment of Steven Spielberg's imagination, translated into reality by the Jurassic Park movie crew. So how did dinosaurs really look? Why were the first fossils reburied? Why would scientists break the bones of dinosaurs? And who's hiding from us the truth about them? I'm Vivica Williams, and welcome to Riddle. Our primary source of knowledge about dinosaurs is bone remains, rare paw prints, and fossilized pieces of skin. From these fragments, you can create anything, not solely the image of the dinosaur that we're used to seeing now, especially if your knowledge of paleontology got stuck somewhere in the 17th century, because that was when, in 1677, the first dinosaur bone was found by Robert Plot, a professor of chemistry at Oxford University. He never came to realize what creature it belonged to, though. At first, he thought it was some species of elephant brought to Britain by Romans. A bit later, Plot arrived at the conclusion that it was the remains of a drowned human. The assumption that the bone could have belonged to some archaic animal only came about 150 years later. In 1815, another professor at Oxford University, William Buckland, during one of his trips, found a jaw fragment belonging to some previously unknown animal. Buckland supposed that it was the jaw of some prehistoric reptile that he called the Megalosaurus. However, it didn't gain popularity. But in 1850, the Timperley family found a well-preserved ichthyosaur skeleton. At first, they brought it home intending to carefully study the odd thing. But the Timperleys were highly religious people, and the find didn't seem to fit their idea of the world. That's why they took the bones to a quarry and buried them. The ichthyosaur spent another century and a half in the ground. It was only in 2014 that a descendant of the Timperleys dug up and restored the skeleton. In Victorian England, no one had heard anything about evolution yet, so all fossils that ran counter to the religious doctrine were generally dubbed quirks of nature. Dinosaur bones and teeth were thought to be remnants of giant fish, and everything that fell beyond the common worldview went straight back to where it came from. The ground. Apparently, Victorian scientists imagined dinosaurs like this. But everything changed in the late 19th century. Discoveries in paleontology were made practically every hour. Exhibitions of dinosaur skeletons attracted large crowds, while scientists competed over the right to take credit for newfound remnants. American paleontologists Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope became famous for the so-called Bone Wars. Those two not only attacked each other in scientific publications, but their rivalry included bribing fossil hunters, stealing finds, and even a couple of broken bones. Dinosaur bone. Together, Marsh and Cope discovered and described 142 new dinosaur species, but they were so consumed with their rivalry that they had no time to double-check all their finds for authenticity. In 1978, Edward Cope claimed that he'd found a vertebra belonging to the biggest dinosaur that had ever existed. That vertebra was around 1.5 meters high. The dinosaur it belonged to was supposed to have been approximately 60 meters long. That was almost double the size of any other species known at that time. The American Museum of Natural History was virtually ready to buy the vertebra to shock its audience at a new exhibition. In the archives of the museum, there are still records of that relic, but no one ever got to see that vertebra. Most likely, Cope just made it up. But too bad. Back then, dinosaurs were thought to be giant, bloodthirsty monsters, so such an exhibit would have attracted a huge crowd for that museum. But the biggest deception started with the movie era. The first time a dinosaur appeared on the big screen was in 1914 in a short movie called Brute Force. However, the dinosaurs we know today were first featured in Jurassic Park in 1993. From a scientific perspective, there's hardly anything in this movie that would have been right. Even the title is a blooper. All the dinosaurs shown in the movie actually lived in the Cretaceous period that came after the Jurassic era. But that's nothing compared to what this movie did to the appearance of dinosaurs. Look at the size of velociraptors in the movie. Now compare this to their real life size. Could it be that the filmmakers didn't know this? No, of course they knew, and the rest of the crews producing similar movies also knew. There was even a science consultant on the set of Jurassic Park, Jack Horner, a paleontologist. But Steven Spielberg, who was directing the movie, thought that realistic dinosaurs wouldn't look frightening and wouldn't become a box office success. And that's why they were turned into giant, toothy reptiles. But the truth is, not all dinosaurs were reptiles, and more so, not all of them were giant. Nowadays, scientists believe that most carnivorous dinosaurs were warm-blooded and had feathers, not scales. This information was picked up by Mythbusters, and now dinosaurs are shown like this. Previously, the worlds of cinema misled us in terms of their appearance to make us enjoy the visuals. Now, popular science channels do the same just to make us watch them. And yet again, how did dinosaurs really look? Although there are lots of well-preserved bones, restoring them is actually quite a task. To turn this into this, we need to understand the way their ligaments and muscles worked, how much subcutaneous fat was there, and what skin texture they had. In this case, scientists can use research on fossils and try to build digital biomechanical models. For instance, a Tyrannosaurus used to be depicted as being almost orthograde, that is, walking upright. Now scientists figured out that his body was placed parallel to the ground. Dinosaurs had well-developed muscles and almost zero subcutaneous fat. Tyrannosauruses could kill their prey only with the help of their jaws, and that's why they had powerful neck muscles. An analysis of alligator and turkey bones conducted in 2018 got scientists thinking that perhaps the forelimbs of a T-Rex were reaching not down, but rather towards each other. But what about feathers? For example, studying forearm bones of velociraptors, scientists found distinctive marks. They're consistent with the ones that pigeons have, right in the place where wing feathers are located. Most likely, velociraptors were closer to birds than reptiles. As for Tyrannosauruses, things are a bit more complicated. Scientists have no clear evidence that they had plumage, but some related species were found to have protofeathers resembling porcupine quills. Maybe T-Rexes had something like that? So it seems that they were more like giant rodents than reptiles or birds. That doesn't make them any less scary or dangerous, right? What do you think? Which of the T-Rex versions do you find more intimidating? Tyrannosaurus fish, T-Rex parrot, or a giant prehistoric rat? Write your ideas in the comments.
They seem to have changed their upload thing.
Did you know that every male on Earth begins life as a female? The Y chromosome, which is responsible for the development of a fetus into a male, is inactive for the first 5 weeks, and the embryo develops into a female. Starting with the 6th week, when the Y chromosome comes into play, everything changes. The body of a future man is formed with certain peculiarities dictated by evolution. For example, men have big noses because they consume more oxygen. They also have fewer pain receptors, which makes them more resilient. The peculiarities of the male body and psyche are essential for survival, finding a mate, group interaction, and producing healthy offspring. And achieving success in all of these areas makes him a champion, both in primitive times and now. But why did evolution make men simpler? Is it true that the larger the feet, the larger the penis? Who's the fastest to escape from a disaster, a mouse or a man? And can we call a man the coolest male on the planet? A cool male is primarily a strong and intimidating hunter. But what does a man have for hunting if you take away his weapons and cars? A man has strong bones, and the more a man trains or takes part in sports activities, the stronger and more massive his skeletal system becomes. Female bones are constructed differently and become fragile over time. Also, a man can exhibit a high level of aggression. It depends on the amount of the testosterone hormone in his body. Mostly, testosterone levels are about 20 times higher in men than in women. There's also an inverse relationship. Scientists from Nipissing University in Canada discovered that aggressive actions increase testosterone levels in the blood. Testosterone is also responsible for the formation of new blood cells in a man's body. Therefore, male blood contains more hemoglobin and red blood cells. In addition, men are great runners. Male legs have 80% more muscle than female legs, and their heart and lungs supply more oxygen, which helps men run faster. However, hundreds of healthy adult men have ended up as Gustav's easily caught dinner. Gustav is a man-eating Nile crocodile from Burundi. Rumor has it that Gustav has killed about 300 people. Nobody's ever managed to catch him, and nobody's managed to kill him, as bullets simply bounce off his thick skin. By the way, the thickness of human male skin is only 2 millimeters. That's 0.2 millimeters thicker than women's, and 1/10 as sensitive. But it's nothing compared to a crocodile's armor. So, while super predators like Gustav walk the earth, you'd hardly call man the coolest hunter. He has little choice but to fear and avoid the threat. But how well do men sense danger? Many animals can sense the approach not only of predators, but even of natural disasters. The most sensitive barometers of an impending earthquake are mice. They sense danger 15 days before it strikes. Fish and snakes sense the danger 10 days prior. Dogs and hens 10 days before it actually happens. Cats, both wild and domestic, sense the danger a few hours before it strikes. But people aren't capable of anything like that, especially men. Even a direct threat is much less recognized by them. It's all because of a low concentration of the estradiol, progesterone, and cortisol hormones, which are responsible for stress. Of course, it explains why men are kind of fearless, but foolish and reckless actions can also be dictated by this peculiarity. Moreover, men's ears are not very receptive to high-frequency sounds, and that's why some audible warnings fail to reach the male brain. It stems from quirks in a male's central nervous system, as well as from the fact that men are genetically much simpler. That's because to prevent serious conflicts with the X chromosome, the male Y chromosome has to shut down a variety of genes that currently don't encode any proteins. During the 300 million years of a continuous arms race with the X chromosome, the Y chromosome has lost 1,393 genes out of an initial 1,438 genes. That's over 96%. For the same reason, men are less adept at distinguishing among shades. On top of that, the effects of testosterone cause the male brain to receive and process signals from the organs of sight in a different way than from a female's. Thus, even a rabbit surpasses a man in threat recognition. A rabbit has a very very wide visual field and remarkably strong legs. Additionally, rabbits reproduce at an astonishing rate, helping to keep up the number of offspring. That makes men somewhat similar to rabbits. They think about sex every 7 minutes, don't they? Here comes the first myth about the male body. Yeah, men think about sex more often than women, but they think about food and rest no less frequently. Therefore, a man's horniness is a myth, just like the fact that the size of a penis equals the size of a foot. The truth is, the development of the penis and toes is influenced by the same gene, but there's no correlation in their size. British scientists analyzed the data of 15,000 men and concluded that neither foot size, nor finger length, nor body mass index, nor age, nor testicle size correlate with the size of the penis. Otherwise, a similar correlation would be found in other males. For example, a horse, owing to the size of its penis, would have long hooves. In addition, the male's sexual organ can have one of two states which influences its size. Sometimes a man with a small one becomes much more impressive when it comes to the crucial moment. One study found that out of 2,770 men with small members, their flaccid penises lengthen at erection by 86%, while the guys with the larger penises experienced lengthening of only 47%. But when it comes to a measuring contest, the blue whale surpasses everyone. The size of its sexual organ is 10% of its entire body. It's about 3 meters long. However, size has no role to play in impregnation, and it's even less important in issues related to the care of offspring. The more important question, can a male take on the female's role in mothering? Some males in the wild take care of their cubs just like females. Male penguins incubate penguin eggs for months, and male seahorses are even able to give birth. Regarding human beings, only a woman can carry and then breastfeed a baby, or maybe not. The French press reported that a 30-year-old Sri Lankan man breastfed 2 babies after his wife died. Similar cases have been reported by eyewitnesses in South American tribes. The thing is that men, like women, do have mammary glands that can produce breast milk. That's why men also have nipples. The glands just aren't active in men, and the nipples are considered to be simply rudimentary organs, ones that no longer function due to their uselessness. But the amount of prolactin, or lactation-inducing protein, can increase in a male body due to starvation or nipple stimulation. Accordingly, some men are able to breastfeed their babies. And that's not all. It turns out that men also suffer from premenstrual syndrome. 26% of men regularly experience various symptoms, ranging from pain in their lower abdomen to increased food cravings. It's most likely the result of reduced testosterone concentrations in these males' bodies. And just like women, on those occasions they become irritable and hypersensitive. But still, a man will never be able to give birth to a baby, and a seahorse can give birth to thousands of babies, and that's admirable. But did man manage to become the coolest male? The answer lies in a riddle. Who can sense danger worse than a mouse? Who can easily become a crocodile's dinner? Whose penis loses in a size contest with a whale? And who can never give its children what a seahorse can give? The correct answer is a horse. But a human male also just simply isn't as cool as he claims to be, especially if you take away all of his technological advantages. So, to improve yourself, subscribe to the channel, learn more, and get cooler. We are often annoyed by people who are either too cold or too hot, but everyone has their own threshold of tolerance. You might roll your eyes when an employee closes an office window in the middle of July because of the breeze. But if you yourself were to encounter an unusually low temperature, you'd get frostbite. And the Eskimos, who are accustomed to the cold, would simply laugh at you, because for them, this is an ordinary chill. So how can you survive extreme cold or heat if you're just an ordinary, unprepared person and not the famous Dutch Iceman Wim Hof or the successful Mexican runner Lorena, who can withstand nearly any heat? For them, fighting the temperature, making records, and competing is a matter of life. But there was a case when an ordinary nomad, Tyson Steele, found himself caught between two elements, ice and fire. At one point, cold and heat suddenly also became the work of his life, or death. Can heat kill? The average body temperature of humans during the day ranges from 35.5 degrees to 37.2 Celsius. The highest mark on a conventional mercury thermometer is 42 degrees Celsius. Do you wonder why? The next higher mark of 43 degrees Celsius is certainly fatal for a person. Remember how disgusting you felt when the thermometer showed anything above 37 Celsius. Sometimes, even on a normal day of vacation, simply relaxing in the shade in your swimsuit, you already feel unwell. What if you need to run a marathon? Maria Lorena Ramirez is a young girl from the hot tropics of Mexico. Running became her addiction. It's very easy to recognize her in a crowd of marathon runners. Just look at the out-of-breath athletes in professional sneakers and shorts. Do you see the girl who overtakes them in sandals and a dress? This is Lorena. Despite the high temperature, she's also wearing shorts, but they're under massive skirts or dresses. Lorena never even wears a hat. Have you ever had heat stroke? It comes after 41 degrees Celsius. You begin to feel nausea, dizziness, weakness, then confusion and lack of coordination sets in. But Lorena continues to run and comes to the finish line first. Lorena never traveled by public transport to get between towns. She ran in the blazing sun, across the hot ground in shoes made from recycled tires, as she does now. What's so special about this girl? Why can her body be pushed in a way that's beyond the control of an ordinary person? Can the cold kill? Wim Hof threw his first challenge to the extreme cold at the age of 17. Walking in the park, the young guy was literally drawn to cold water. I went into the water for just a minute and realized this is what I need. After a couple of months, Wim was able to spend 7 whole minutes under the ice. If you find yourself in 10-degree water, you'll lose consciousness in 30 to 60 minutes, and in 1 or 2 hours, you'll die of hypothermia. But Wim Hof continued to test his body. The man spent 120 minutes in the transparent cube filled with cold water with ice. When your body temperature reaches 30 degrees, pre-convulsive muscle tone will begin. The muscles around your neck and shoulders will begin to contract, and your arms and legs will ache from the cold. Let's think about the thermometer. Its lowest mark is 35 degrees Celsius, the moment when you start to shake terribly. After 34, you'll lose your memory and reasoning. You'll no longer understand where you are, what you're doing. You'll even stop recognizing your loved ones. Your heart will pump only 2/3 of its total volume, and the lack of oxygen will cause hallucinations. Death will come at about 29.5 degrees. But this didn't stop Wim Hof from running a marathon in the snow at the Arctic Circle at a temperature of 35 degrees below zero. This was how he earned the nickname, the Iceman. In ordinary people, death from extreme cold occurs 17 times more often than from extreme heat. Then how does Wim Hof deal with it? Perhaps there are people with superpowers among us. While Wim Hof climbs Mont Blanc without any problems, dressed in some shorts, others can be ruined by an ordinary cold evening. Prasarn Hamthong lived in Muang Khan province in northeastern Thailand in an unfinished building with no windows or doors. One night, when the temperature dropped to 9 degrees, he gave his 8-year-old daughter all 3 blankets he had. At about midnight, the girl woke up and returned 1 blanket to her father, but it was too late. The temperature on Mont Blanc can be about 3 degrees. This is the temperature inside of a regular refrigerator. Why doesn't death from the cold take some people even in a freezer, while others die from the cold in their own home? How can one prepare for the reality that the cold or heat can catch you by surprise? And so it happened with Tyson Steele. A man with his dog Phil lived in an isolated area of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough in Alaska. The snow there is very deep and can be as high as up to your chest, while the temperature can drop to minus 40 degrees. And this is already a long way from 9 degrees Celsius. One night, Tyson was very cold and decided to light the stove with cardboard. With the slightest carelessness, the cardboard rose and caught fire inside the chimney. Steele saw a huge blazing hole in the ceiling. Soon the whole house was engulfed in fire. The man managed to take some things and run out, but then noticed that his dog did not follow him, but remained in the burning house. Forgetting about the instincts of self-preservation, Steele returned to the building to save the Labrador, but alas, he could not get to him. Hearing his horse howl, Tyson decided to save Phil from a painful death. He took a rifle and began to shoot at the sound, but never hit. This plaintive howl will remain in his head for a long time. Steele shouted, too. Escaping from the fire, the horse Steele collapsed into the snow. He had to take refuge in a snowdrift. When the temperature dropped below minus 30, he began to lose track of the days and already dreamed of dying in his sleep. And so he held out in the cold for 20 days until he was found by the word SOS, which he drew out in the snow. Tyson Steele is an ordinary person who conquered heat and cold. It turns out that any person, even you, can endure against these 2 deadly elements. So, how does it work? Wim Hof allowed himself to be experimented on in order to derive a formula for self-control. Wim had thought out a special breathing system, which he also teaches his followers. You all know that adrenaline is produced autonomously in the body. From sudden fright. You can't activate it on demand, but not Wim. He's proven to doctors and scientists that he can stimulate adrenaline levels by himself using cold and breathing. By being immobile, he could control his physiology and generate as much adrenaline as is produced in people who bungee jump from a bridge for the first time. Wim Hof's formula, how to deceive your body, is not so complicated. Inhale as deeply as possible and then exhale without effort. Repeat 30 times. Then release all the air and don't breathe for 1 or 2 minutes. Having felt the urge to inhale and hold your breath for 15 seconds. Repeat 3 times. Constant breathing training and hardening is the path to self-regulation. It's air and breath that are the first source of salvation. Hof also believes that modern people have lost touch with the cold, began to wear warm clothes, are accustomed to comfort. As Wim Hof said himself, we can go to the moon, Mars, anywhere, but we can't fully understand our own body. Wim Hof spends a lot of time in nature, and while away from it, feels that everything is crumbling inside him. Lorena is silent a lot and doesn't like to talk. She completely withdraws into herself when she goes to graze goats or take care of local owls. She sits on the hills for a long time, gazing at the light of the sun, like Tyson Steele. When he roamed, he was always close to nature and felt like part of it. This is the second component: meditation. In any incomprehensible situation, you should calm down and look deep inside yourself. You have to master your body with the help of what's going on in your head. Even if a fire's burning around or an avalanche is approaching, remember, you're part of nature, and the answer is within you. The third thing that will help you is your voice. What drives you? What is the motivation? What are you telling yourself or not telling yourself? Wim Hof tries to completely free himself from thoughts. During a marathon, Lorena also thinks of nothing but light. Lorena sings a calming old song about fireflies in her head. She has a goal. This is the light, and she runs towards it. Tyson Steele has a million thoughts in his head. What to do? What will happen to him? He lost everything, but all thoughts are drowned out by the howl of a beloved dog, which burns alive.
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm so guilty.
He hesitated between not fighting further or even immediately putting a bullet in his forehead. And in order to survive, to see loved ones, and to bury Phil with dignity. If you're ever on the verge of death from cold and heat, breathe and calm down so that you can hear the voice inside your head that tells you not to stop fighting.
Hello and welcome to my updated 1 to 99 and 120 thieving guide for 2020. So when you're ready, grab your cup of tea, sit back, relax and enjoy. As per usual, I start off with the useful experience boosts for the skill. First off, the Wise perk, which can be created with the invention skill and put on any offhand to bring along when thieving. This can give you 1 to 4% bonus experience depending on the rank of the invention perk, with a cap of 50,000 per day. Please keep in mind that there are many ways of creating this perk inside a gizmo shell. Pulse scores can stack from 2 to 10%, Torstal Incense Sticks can be stacked for 2% bonus experience, a Refer a Friend scroll, which is quite an expensive bonus experience item, gives you 10% bonus experience. The Wisdom Aura, which can be bought for loyalty points if you have some spare, gives you 2.5%. And the best time to train thieving if you don't have anything else to do is Double Experience Weekend, because you'll get 100% bonus experience plus stacks like the Refer a Friend scroll. If you cap in your clan every week, you can have a boost up to 6% extra experience in all skills, which I'll leave a guide for in the description below. And if you have level 116 Archaeology, you can get an additional 2% bonus experience with the Inspire Love Relic. As for useful items, first off, if you're level 99 thieving and you're watching this guide, this is a very useful cape as it notes all thieving loot. There's however no use for this cape if you aren't going to be doing anything else than safe cracking. The Arty Cloak 3 or better increases the thieving success rate anywhere in RuneScape. If you don't want to take damage when doing thieving, if you're a skiller or something of the sort, you can use a Feather Fingered Necklace to take 0 damage when caught. These can be bought with the Grand Exchange. If you have 54 Hunter, you can use Gloves of Silence, which increase your pickpocketing rate by 5%. If you have Invention Unlock, you can get yourself a Soul in a Box, which aids in pickpocketing for a minute per use. Keep in mind this item does require the Nomad's Elegy quest to be complete and to acquire. If you have done Pyramid Plunder, you will most likely have the Black Ibis outfit, giving 1% bonus experience per piece and a total 5% with the set bonus if all 4 pieces are equipped. If you don't have this set, I would not recommend going for it by doing Pyramid Plunder, it's a waste of your time. If you've completed the Plague's End quest, you'll have the Traharian Exoskeleton set. This decreases the chance of taking damage and gives you 5% extra chance at pickpocketing at level 75 Thieving plus Hunter. If you own the Black Ibis outfit and have it in your bank, this outfit also uses that experience boost as well. If you're going to be doing Thieving or Dwarf Traders, the Seren spells and prayers are going to be useful. If you have loyalty points spare, you can get yourself a 5-finger discount aura, which increases your success chance by 3 to 15%. That being said, the loyalty points required to get the higher tier version of this aura is really not worth it unless you're going to be doing Dwarf Traders all the way up to 200 million experience. If you need to have a thieving level boost, you can use a Magpie or Abyssal Lurker familiar with the scrolls. And camouflage outfits have multiple benefits, which I'll cover now as they are the most important outfit for thieving. To get pieces of this incredibly useful outfit for thieving, you're going to have to be lucky through Treasure Hunter or through some kind of Jagex temporary event that gives out skilling item pieces. If not, you're going to have to create the outfit using fragments, being camouflage fragments. At level 80 thieving and level 20 invention, pieces can be crafted per 3600 camo fragments to get 1 peach every time. You start obtaining these fragments after level 70 thieving. Now the regular camouflage outfits being the Desert, Keldagrim, or if you do end up getting PK'd, I believe the only thing you lose are the items that give you coins or pilfer points, being the for levels 90 to 99 and beyond. If you simply want to AFK, this is the best method to do for around 530,000 experience per hour, excluding your loot bag experience. You want to head towards the Rogue's Castle inside the Deep Wilderness. In this location there will be a total of 3 safes. You can get here by using the Wilderness teleporters or by using the Edgeville lever and walking there. Here you're going to be cracking these safes, and in between you're just simply going to AFK until you wait for them to respawn. This can take a few minutes every time you've done all 3, but then you'll do 1, you'll be doing the second, and then the third, and then you'll wait 1 or 2 minutes again. If you encounter a PK here, you shouldn't have anything of value on you, so sometimes they might just even ignore you, and if you do get attacked, just try and run outside, close the door behind you and log out, or use the teleports to get out of there. When I did thieving here for the pet, I only encountered 2 or 3 PKers going from levels 90 to 110 thieving. And as long as you don't bring any items of value, you shouldn't be too worried about getting PK'd. If you do end up getting PK'd, I believe the only thing you lose are the items that give you coins or pilfer points, being the jewelry items you get from safe cracking. You should keep your loot bag and your loot bag percentage filled. Now at level 90 for more experience per hour, but super click intensive and annoying to set up because you need to lure the guards behind the doors inside this area. In Keldagrim, you can also do dwarf traders for over 700,000 experience per hour. You'll require the Crystal Mask spell and Lightform Prayer from the Light Within quest. Personally, I would just stay away from these and just do the AFK safe cracking method from 90 onwards instead, because it's just not worth the extra effort, trust me. AFKing thieving is super pleasant. If you do want to get more experience and train actively, and you've done the Ritual of the Majorat quest, you can do active safe cracking from levels 94 onward. Though, I would recommend doing it from level 96 if you want to be able to do all the safes in the Zemerugol's fort. Now thankfully, my buddy Durando and a clanmate of mine called Alien were able to help me out with the footage and testing because I haven't done the quest, and as you guys may know who watch my channel, I'm not a fan of quests. So you start the route off by going to Zenaris and then going to the Galacor cave using the fairy ring and then entering through the north exit. You then walk to the Zemerugol's fort and do the 3 or 4 saves depending on your thieving level inside the fort. If your thieving level is 96, you should be able to do all 4. Then after completing these 3 or 4 saves, you're going to teleport to the Wilderness Lodestone, use the Wilderness teleporters and head towards the Rogue's Castle. Inside you'll find another 3 safes to crack. After doing so, you're going to go outside and operate Jenica's ring as seen in the video, and then teleport to Childer using your Slayer cape or use your portable fairy ring. Inside Zenaris, you're going to find 2 more safes in separate buildings to crack for experience. The reason we'll be going to different locations in just a second is because the safes inside the fort take twice as long to recharge. After completing the safes in Zenaris, you're going to teleport to the Yanil Lodestone. The reason you're going to go to Yanil is simply to buy yourself time and not waste experience. If for whatever reason you're cracking the safe extremely quickly, you might want to do the second safe above the bar in Yanil as well. Then you're going to teleport back to the Wilderness Lodestone, use the Wilderness teleporters, and go back inside the Rogue's Castle. Then crack the 3 safes. If you're able to travel from location to location quickly, you will get an experience rate over 1 million experience per hour, which is just insane. After cracking these safes, go outside and operate your Jenica's ring. Then use your fairy ring teleport and teleport to the Galacor cave using code DKQ. Then exit through the northern entrance. Then run towards the fort and redo the safes inside. This is the complete run you'll be repeating for 1 million experience per hour. If you want to get some items as an Iron Man, or you just want another way of training thieving, you can also do priv thieving from level 96 onward. The reason I recommend level 96 thieving is because you get banished from a clan for 20 minutes after failing 3 times, and this way you won't have to worry about not being able to thieve in between because you'll have access to a lot of the clans. The elves from each clan give you different loot and different experience because the higher level the clan, the higher level the thieving experience. I was able to get 350,000 experience per hour somehow because I was using the outfit and some other boosts. Something I highly recommend if you're going to be doing this method is a attuned crystal teleport seed or the master camouflage outfit to teleport in between the clans so you don't have to walk around Priv. Also, this obviously requires the Plague's End quest to be complete to access. With that being said, that's the end of my 1 to 99 and 120 thieving guide for 2020, and I hope this one will stay relevant for a longer period of time. My older one had some mistakes and some information that wasn't mentioned, so that's why I made this guide. If you enjoyed or found it helpful, please leave a like down below and maybe even...
We are often annoyed by people who are either too cold or too hot. What was the worst time in history? The Time magazine decided it was the year 2020. It seems to me that the Times magazine should have hired a competent historian. Yes, it was the time of bitter political disputes and riots, which deteriorated into violence and, above all, the pandemic that threw us off balance. Each one of us has faced disturbing thoughts. It felt like we met this planet at a very strange time in our life, but believe me, it wasn't the worst. In this video, I'll give you the opportunity to wake up in other, more challenging periods, so as not to judge the year 2020 in the heat of the moment. You'll find out, what is life like without the sun? How can the absurd one-man rule destroy the fate of thousands of people? And what was the worst year in human history? You woke up very early to sharpen your spears for mammoth hunting. You are a representative of the Clovis culture, and you lived during the Younger Dryas in North America. Suddenly, you see a strange star with a long white tail in the sky. It keeps increasing day by day. You live at the time when people, of course, don't know a thing about space yet, and they're unaware that this strange star is actually a huge asteroid composed of fragments up to 4 kilometers in diameter. And then, this deadly object crashes into the ice sheets of North America and Europe. The energy released at that moment triggers a series of fires. You grab your wife, your kids, and run away from the fire. A huge amount of ash from burned, dense continental forests is mixed with an astronomical amount of water vapor released into the atmosphere from within the Earth-impacting asteroid. This black veil covered the sun, so your journey continues in the dark. Glacial water starts melting. You can see the waves 200 feet high rolling through the north. Nowadays, they would have fully covered the Tower Bridge. Only a short time ago, you were running away from fire, and now you're afraid that you and your family will be swept away by the waves. Meltwater rushes into the Atlantic. Ocean currents will stop for decades, plunging the world back into the Little Ice Age, which will last for 1,000 years. Now you're a homeless nomad who wanders in search of at least some surviving plants or animals to feed his family. Or should I say, those who didn't die on the way. And if in ancient times people's lives were threatened by space phenomena, with the development of society, universal damage could be caused by people themselves. The worst time for political reasons. You wake up early again because you're a poor Chinese farmer in the late 20th century. You must go to work and earn points. Many years later, such a remuneration system will be shown in the Black Mirror series as a version of events in the near dystopian future, and the viewers won't even know that such things already existed in the past. The Chinese leader, Chairman Mao Zedong, developed an economic and social plan for rapid modernization. Wages and money are replaced by work points. There's no private property either. From now on, everything belongs to the commune. Millions of skilled farmers get transferred from farming to manufacturing. There's nobody to harvest crops, and they start to rot. You're desperately trying to save the harvest, and then Mao orders to exterminate all the sparrows to stop them from eating the cereal seeds. You are shocked by such a foolish political reform because once the sparrows are exterminated, there's no one to exterminate locusts. You can't alone bear the burden of stopping the spread of these pests. You have nothing to eat, and eventually, you, along with the other 55 million victims of Mao's thoughtless policies, end up starving to death. Staying at home during quarantine is nothing compared to the Mao era. At any time, we could order food delivery and have a quiet, safe rest in our apartments, which nobody intended to take away from us. And now imagine this. You wake up on the North American coast where you live with your tribe. Some strangers approach you. They don't bother using any polite ways to ask to get some supplies from you. And when they get rejected, one of them threatens to deprive you of the moonlight. The next night, the moon seems to be stolen from the sky. When the strangers come again, you share food with them. You just don't know that you're dealing with Christopher Columbus. He's very good at astronomy, so he managed to fool you because there was a lunar eclipse that day. This man's visit triggered a series of horrifying events. When Columbus discovered America instead of Asia, all of Spain rushed to this exotic country. The Spanish were quickly followed by Portugal and then France, England, and Holland. Thus began the colonization of America. Finding no initial resistance from the local population, Europeans behaved like aggressors, killing and enslaving Native Americans. The Spanish conquerors were particularly cruel. They looted and burned the villages of the settlers and then killed them. You managed to escape from the invaders' attack, but in a few days, people in the tribe started getting a fever, feel nauseous, and suffer from whole body aches. The thing is that after contact with European settlers, the entire tribes that had been isolated from the world for years started getting exposed to new diseases such as smallpox. You are dying in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, knowing that your tribe and culture were destroyed by the conquerors. The only thing that might be more dreadful is times of large-scale military conflicts when there were great losses on all sides. You wake up, but this time in the middle of the night. You and those of like mind conspired to set fire to a Catholic church at midnight tonight. You're a student at Charles University in Prague, and instead of gaining education, you have to fight for your religion and freedom in the military conflicts between the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation and the rest of Europe. It all started with a series of religious struggles between Protestants and Catholics. In southern Germany, only a third of the population survived the war, which eventually lasted for 30 years. It took over a century for many areas to recover from the effects of economic and social decline. According to various estimates, the total losses ranged from 5 to 8 million people. But the worst part is that you might not experience the honor of dying in battle, but instead die of typhus, or dysentery, or bubonic plague. There are data that in Germany it killed more people than the battles did. You might as well wake up in the first half of the 20th century. During that period, the world was shattered by 2 world wars within 30 years. Genocide and massacres were committed throughout the world in the name of political ideologies, resulting in the death of hundreds of millions of people. Even if you were a veteran who managed to survive the First World War, you could end up dying of the Spanish flu pandemic. It claimed the lives of up to 100 million people. That's 5% of the world population. But the most devastating conflict ever witnessed in history is the Second World War. It was the limit to human cruelty. In addition to military actions, which obviously claimed many lives, Nazis were ordered to exterminate all Jewish people, as well as Roma, some Slavic people, Jehovah's Witnesses, the LGBTQ+ community representatives, and people with mental and physical disabilities. During those years, the number of deaths reached 18 million people. But the aggression came not only from Nazis. On August the 6th, 1945, America dropped an atomic bomb on innocent civilians of Hiroshima in Japan. It exploded with an energy of 15,000 tons of TNT. The bomb demolished and burned about 70% of the buildings. The explosion killed about 40,000 people, and those who survived suffered from chronic diseases, cancer, and other effects of radiation for the rest of their lives. Therefore, when you went to sleep during the Second World War, you could never be sure you'd wake up. Your house could be blown up, burned, or you could be shot while asleep. But still, what's the worst time to be alive in history? The final event I'm going to tell you about is very similar to the disaster I started with. The worst morning in history looks like this. You wake up in Iceland at early 5:36, and you can't see anything around you because of a thick fog. At that time, the sky above Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia got covered by such dark fog that it blocked the sun for a year and a half. That's how the Dark Age began. The thing is that in Iceland, there was a catastrophic volcanic eruption which spread ash across the northern hemisphere. But you don't know that. And you think the tragedy is some dire omen of heaven, as if a higher power is punishing you for something. You're trying to bundle up because the Earth's average temperature dropped sharply between 1.5 and 2.5 degrees Celsius. And so this went on for 18 months. Thus began one of the coldest decades in the last 2,300 years. Drought and famine spread everywhere. Suddenly, you get sick. It feels like you're burning. You're weak. You're dizzy. The pain is splitting your head to pieces. You keep fainting. You're thrashing around in bed. You're coughing up blood, and you're experiencing strange visions. This is how plague will take your life. The plague had been striking people for 15 or 18 major waves of the pandemic. That disease killed about 50 million people. Corpses covered the streets like carpets. What do you say about the pandemic period now? Are we really living during the worst years? In fact, people have never lived longer, better, safer, or richer than nowadays. In the 18th century, the average life expectancy of the world's population was only 29 years. And today, on average, we can make it to 70. Just for the last 25 years, 1/7 of humanity has been saved from extreme poverty due to economic growth. More people than ever before have enough food. Modern medicine made significant progress, and the spread of democracy made the world freer and safer. This stunning leap is the greatest achievement in human history. Write in the comments your reasons why you think the time we live in is the best, and subscribe to the channel. Sometimes it seems to us that if we weren't born, the world would be the same. It seems that we don't have much influence on the people around us, on our country, or even less on the fate of humanity. But let's do a thought experiment and find out if it's true that the world would be exactly the same without us. Let's imagine that we have resurrected all of our ancestors and queued them in chronological order, from mother or father to Neanderthals and so on. Let's walk along this chain. What will our Stone Age ancestors tell us? How many generations will be able to understand our language? And what's out there at the end of this chain? There are hundreds of generations of people in front of us who are our distant relatives. How far can we go before we stop understanding each other? In fact, the fifth person in line will think you've insulted him and maybe even break your nose if you say anything about YouTube, bloggers, or the internet. For an English-speaking person, the 30th relative in line would speak an incomprehensible mixture of Norman and English. And to communicate with the 50th number, you'd have to learn Anglo-Saxon. The 100th person in this chain will speak one of the extinct Celtic languages. If you speak classical, Arabic literary language, you'll be able to communicate with ancestors up to the 65th person in the chain without any problems. After that, you'll need Aramaic. If your ancestors spoke Chinese, then to get to the 70th person, you'd have to work on ancient Chinese. It sounds logical, but in practice, everything's far more complicated. For those whose native language is Spanish, I have bad news. You'll have to learn spoken Latin, Andalusian Arabic, and Sephardic. Good luck. If your ancestors speak Russian, then problems will arise at the 50th person, who understands only the common ancestor of the Russian and Polish languages. The 150th relative will greet you in Proto-Indo-European. You can answer him in Sanskrit. He'll understand. This man is only 300 meters from the beginning of your journey, but he lived at times when people didn't know about such material as iron and about such a thing as writing. Moving on, I have bad news. You'll not be able to talk to your 240th relative. Science knows nothing about their language. But let's get to person number 2500. This ancestor, completely different from you, is one of the few survivors of the ancient Toba volcano eruption. Most anthropologists believe that it was the volcanic winter 75,000 years ago. That was the reason for the human population decline to 2,000 people. It turns out that 7.5 billion grandchildren would come for the holidays to this 2,500th person in the chain, since he is the great-great-great-grandfather of all modern humanity. If every single person on Earth had lined up their ancestors in a chain, we'd all meet here. Or not. Where is our common forefather in the generation chain? If you look very far back, the Homo sapiens first appeared in Africa, so that's where our common ancestors were. They reclaimed other continents in 3 waves, the last and largest of which took place 50 to 70,000 years ago. All these people who survived and left offspring are our co-descendants, and I'm your cousin, 100 times removed. But most likely we won't have to look that far back. In 2004, a group of researchers from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology created a mathematical model to determine our most recent common ancestor. And it turned out that this person lived only about 3,000 years ago. If we go back to our chain, this is the person number 100. Chains of all people living on our planet today will be centralized in this person. But that's not all. If we narrow the area and look for the most recent common ancestor, let's just say for Western Europeans, it will be a person who lived only 1,000 years ago. And this person's only the 33rd in the ancestor chain. We could continue. If we take a separate country, for example, Sweden, it's possible that the most recent common ancestor of the Swedes was born in the early 1500s. All people who are watching this video right now are kind of related. This mathematical model works the other way too. In 3,000 years, one of us will be a common ancestor for all people living in the 5th millennium. But let's get back to our past. What will happen if we go even further along the chain of our distant relatives? Who are we going to meet after people? Let's start with the fact that ancestor number 7,000 will be of a different human species. This is Homo erectus, the upright walking human. Their brain is significantly larger than that of their ancestors, but it's still not enough to experience difficult emotions or, for example, worry about the fact that each day is similar to the previous one. Go ahead, you can shake hands with Grecopithecus, who's regarded as the last common ancestor of human and chimpanzee. Here we say goodbye to the monkeys from which we evolved. And let's see, who else is there among our progenitors? Behind the Grecopithecus, a chain of creatures which look less and less like you and me, goes on and on and on for miles. For example, this Archicebus weighed only 30 grams. They lived in the territory of modern China about 55 million years ago. Are you tired? Let's walk a few more kilometers and look at the Purgatorius, who is considered to be the ancestor of all primates. This species existed at the same time as dinosaurs, and while you were looking at the Purgatorius, we arrived. At the end of the ancestor chain on the seashore stands Tiktaalik. It's basically the first creature that could stand in our understanding of this word. The chain of our ancestors has traversed 380 million years, from a clumsy fish to the supreme creation, an office worker. But not everyone was so lucky. If you look around, you can see many neighboring chains that have been broken. Losers. Or not. For example, somewhere in front of your third relative, the chain gets broken. It's completed by Alan Turing. He's famous for being played by Benedict Cumberbatch. He was also one of the cryptographers who decoded messages encoded with the German Enigma machine. The information obtained by Turing and the British security forces helped the Allies win some military campaigns, saved thousands of lives, and probably changed the course of the Second World War. In addition to Turing, your family provided the survival of your kind. Those very aunts who you didn't like in your childhood, and the great uncles you saw every few years. Many of our ancient relatives, even though they left no offspring, still helped this chain not to be broken and to get to you. What would happen if something went wrong in our ancestors' history? If anything stopped Tiktaalik from coming ashore, life would last only underwater for some time. Then evolution would have left us with, for example, gills. Just in case, what if the ancestor of all primates, the Purgatorius, hadn't survived in the world with dinosaurs? Then we'd have to evolve from pterodactyls, and a human would have a bonus in the form of wings. Or what if people had decided not to leave Africa? To fit on one continent, we would have to get smaller. What if Turing had chosen another university and didn't become a mathematician and cryptographer? How would the Second World War end in that case? No, this has gone too far. Subscribe to the channel and leave me a comment with your versions below. What could go wrong in human evolution? Planet called Theia, covered in seas and rivers, full of exotic gardens and wondrous creatures, flies out of its orbit. Dun 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 dun, and travels in the direction of our solar system. Dum 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 dum, hitting everything in its path. Theia makes Venus rotate in the other direction, breaks off a piece of the Earth, and apparently, by the law of bartender's tricks, shares some water with it, splashing a little on the Martians. Then it grabs at Jupiter so that it starts spinning faster. This causes Theia to crumble into small pieces so that fragments reach Saturn and form its rings together with cosmic dust. The remnants become moons of Uranus, and after this game of cosmic billiards, the universe makes every effort to stop us knowing about Theia. After all, it just wants to forget about it, like a bad dream. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. No, this isn't a new Marvel movie plot. It's quite possible that this is what the hypothesis for the creation of the solar system will look like from the point of view of scientists who love Greek mythology just as much as they love getting research money from investors. Now, they're closing off any gaps when it comes to so-called Theia. In March 2021, scientists announced that they had found fragments of the alien world in the Earth's mantle. In this video, we'll go through their logic in detail and annihilate every unfounded theory. But most importantly, we'll find out for sure. So, where is the evidence for Theia's existence? The moon is our eternal companion, but how did it come about? And who's responsible for our tides, for howling wolves, and for sudden headaches and irritability? The scientists believe we owe that to Theia. The logic of the scientists looks like this. Since the moon exists, then there's Theia, which could have chipped and knocked the moon off the Earth with a strong blow. David Scott and James Irwin went to the moon to collect samples, and they hit the jackpot. On the 1st of August, 1971, the Apollo 15 astronauts found the Genesis Stone. When it was examined, it turned out that the oxygen isotopes of the Earth and the moon were almost as identical as Logan Marshall Green and Tom Hardy. This could just confirm the hypothesis about Theia. It's believed that the moment Theia hit the Earth, about 100 million times more energy was released than when the dinosaurs became extinct. Some of the outer layers of the Earth evaporated, and both celestial bodies melted, and part of the mantle was thrown into orbit around the Earth. This hypothesis explains why the moon has an unusual composition and has no metallic materials. The ejected material condensed into a single body, and under the influence of its own gravity, took a spherical shape. And now DreamWorks has a unique opening screen. You're probably saying, every school child knows about the meteorite that fell on us, luckily ensuring that we don't have T-Rexes roaming our streets now. But why is it that no one has any idea about Theia's fascinating story? Because the evidence for its existence has been refuted. When the stones from the moon were checked over time using improved methods of analysis, it turned out that the isotopic composition of the deeper rocks of the moon was not similar to that of the Earth, and Theia returned to the club of fictional characters again, to Ultron and Vision. Sorry for the spoiler in case you haven't watched it yet. And now to the actual logical answer. The moon was formed of debris, cosmic debris. The Earth and the moon formed nearby and together from the same dust ball. Therefore, the identity of the oxygen isotope ratio is easily explained. This theory is considered the closest to reality. Just debris and no Theia. Would you like to find out more about how the logic of scientists works? First, let's figure out how water appeared on Earth according to their version. No need to thank me, Theia would reply to you. The Earth is unique. It's the only rocky planet with a lot of water, but it was created in the dry inner part of the solar system. How is it even possible then? Scientists' logic. Water was transferred to the Earth during a collision with Theia, and probably there was water on it originally. A logical counter question. So, if it really was like that, there was life on Theia. Am I really the only one whose hair stands on end in response to this fact? After all, I understand that creatures on some planet died due to a collision with ours. What did these inhabitants of Theia look like? What was their level of development? What was their last day like? Well, it didn't, because here's the really logical answer. Water on Earth appeared as a result of debris. To be more precise, some very cool cosmic debris. Among the particles from which the Earth was created, there were originally rocks that were prone to forming water. Later, water could have appeared from volcanoes. During their eruption, water vapor in the atmosphere could have condensed and rained down, slowly filling the Earth with water. Just debris and no Theia. Still, the scientists would not give up and keep trying to find Theia no matter what it takes. A lot of money is needed for science projects, and the cooler your research story, the more you'll get. Therefore, it seems that sometimes scientists have to come up with a whole PR move for their project. For example, Theia is a Greek titaness. Astronomers are poor scriptwriters, but they understood the principle of the Marvel industry. The more mythology, mysticism, and action, the more their story will be liked by the audience, and accordingly, sponsors. For example, a mission with NASA's Stereo probes, launched in 2006, was given US $550 million, and they didn't find anything. And still, we don't know where Theia came from or where it disappeared to. Scientists' logic: since we cannot find it, it means that it's at the Lagrange point. Lagrange points are areas of space where the gravitational pull of the Sun and Earth combines to form a gravity well. At the bottom of such a well, various items of cosmic debris are collected. Finding Theia there is like a desperate attempt to move the couch to find the TV remote. After all, the sofa is not even the Lagrange point. It's the black hole of your house. But apart from the clouds of dust, there's nothing there. Just as there are no remains of Theia at the Lagrange point. Even if this is true, logic would suggest that Theia was also created from debris that accumulated at the gravitational equilibrium point. But I think scientists would prefer to believe that the mysterious origin and spontaneous disappearance of Theia was the work of Thanos, rather than put up with the idea that everything was created by debris. Was there no Theia at all? After many failed attempts to find Theia, scientists were in such a hopeless state that they came to what they viewed as a logical conclusion. Earth is a star. What? There's no way you expected to hear this. Scientists believe that at the time, the Earth was in a white dwarf state. Therefore, when Theia hit it and knocked it out of orbit, the Earth became a satellite of the Sun and acquired the status of a planet. And most importantly, Theia melted into the Earth, so we can never find it. Incredible. It would be incredible if there was at least some evidence for this. But a doctor of philosophy, geodynamics student at Arizona State University, Qian Yuan, found them. While the others were flying to the moon, sending out probes, Qian Yuan was the first to think of looking under his feet. The student recalls how he was struck by this information in planetary geochemistry class. He thought that after the impact, Theia could have gone underground and formed large areas with a low shear rate. Using seismic imaging technology, scientists have traced magma plumes deep in the bowels of the Earth. Its core is surrounded by a pair of mysterious structures in the form of huge bubbles. One is under the African continent and the other is under the Pacific Ocean. In its shape, this anomaly resembles giant headphones. Research suggests that Theia's mantle contained more iron oxide than Earth. This means that it was denser. So when the two planets collided, Theia's mantle sank and was preserved within the Earth's mantle. Qian Yuan demonstrated his arguments with an illustration of a beer bottle. I definitely like this kind of astronomy. Qian Yuan himself is glad that his work has become famous, but asks that we should not forget that this is just a hypothesis. The research is based on the observation of mantle waves. They're found as a result of reflections from various materials, just as a doctor uses X-rays to look inside your body. Yet, unlike the doctor, we cannot cut open the Earth to see if this interpretation is correct. Our technology is not yet perfect enough to study such complex cosmic phenomena. The same was true in the search for exoplanets, which astronomers could have confused with ordinary dust and debris. In case you haven't seen my video about this yet, I advise you to watch it in order to realize the full scale of inaccuracies in space exploration in our time. It's a shame that scientists have to come up with fantastic stories to get funding. Because of this, as in the case of Theia, the line between science and mythology is blurred. But I'm all for truth in science. Therefore, I decided to create a presentation of a really logical version of these space events, which would be true, and at the same time would still appeal to both investors and even the director of NASA. After the Big Bang, cosmic debris flew around the world for a very long time. Dum 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 dum. It has been floating around for a very long time. And nothing happened. Dum 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 dum. But then suddenly, under the influence of gravity, the debris began to thicken and rotate. From those clouds of debris, planets were formed. Then the debris created water on the Earth, the moon, dinosaurs, volcanoes, chariots, capitalism, otters, DreamWorks, and Logan Marshall Green. Oh, sorry, that is Tom Hardy. You, your mother, Tian Yuan, investors, and even the Riddle Channel. Da-da-dum-dum. You see, even the most unremarkable things can become epic, and you don't need to deceive anyone. And now, you too can try to make some scientific fact interesting using my technique. Leave your versions in the comments below this video and on your social media accounts. And don't forget to use the #dumdumdumdumfacts hashtag.
Oh my god, Pud.
Around. Oh, well. Alright.
Okay, no one likes me.
Come on! What the fuck?
Even that scared me. Holy shit. Good idea. Alright, come here. You throw it.
Ooh,
This is a raccoon fight.
Ah!
That was an uncompromising position to be in then. Interesting day at the zoo. Yeah. Oh god. Oh. Bug. I wish I had the Christmas kisses there. How many Merry Christmas, because I'm gonna put it back for kisses. That was cute. A cute denial. Oh god, I'm sorry. I did not mean to throw you that far. Savannah.
You're on the porch behind you.
Simba.
Oh my god. You want to go to Uganda?
Oh, my hand. I got her in. She's dead.
I think I'll watch this tomorrow. Because I'm tired. It's been a long day. So, hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I think we'll call it a night. Find someone to read. And maybe make their day. But who? That is a good question. A good friend of mine, or not. So, hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I will see you tomorrow in the afternoon hours of the Pacific Standard Time. About 12 hours from now. 12-ish. 11-ish hours. And until then, hope you have a wonderful day now, morning, evening, afternoon. Later. And enjoy your time of Jess.